very focused on procedure. And, I say that because I know that the truth and the understanding of real life situations, real life emergencies are unique to each of us. And the types of emergencies, the types of disasters that many of you will deal with are very different from what I would be dealing with here in Chicago. The magnitude, the duration, and the extent of those challenges can be very different from institution to institution. But some of what I'll present today on institution preparedness is really intended to be universal. It's intended to be general and fairly non-specific so that some of the structure that we talk about today can be adapted and utilized for different institutions in different settings. So I want to just kind of briefly cover a few of our objectives for today. We want to talk about some of the major disaster risks that are facing the facilities that are represented here today. And like I said, the cases from the field, the stories from the field yesterday did a great job of encapsulating the breadth and diversity of those types of challenges. Everything from wildfire to flooding to loss of power and public health challenges can face us. We saw this with not only weather disasters, but there's similar challenges that were faced um, with the COVID outbreak or other disease outbreaks where institutions may have to change their operating practices to accommodate for an unforeseen challenge. We'll talk a little bit about how a facility can develop specific disaster preparedness and response plans that are unique to your facility, and importantly, how those disaster plans should constantly be evaluated and refined and revised um, because just because a plan makes sense on paper or in a presentation doesn't necessarily mean it makes sense in action. And an important part of those plans is to be able to review and revise plans. We'll talk about the principles of triage and evacuation and continuity of care during animal emergencies, how we can strengthen staff safety, communication, and in many cases, interagency coordination. These types of large-scale responses are not unique and limited to one facility, one organization, but require cooperation between multiple different both government and community agencies. And then we'll talk about how we integrate disaster preparedness into routine operations to establish long-term resilience planning. So why are we talking about this? Why do we need to prepare? I think many of our speakers so far have already talked about why this is critical. But as we see, there's an increasing frequency and severity of disasters. We know this with increasing severity and extent of natural weather-related disasters. But even things like political unrest, emerging diseases, climate change can all affect the need for a facility to be adaptable and to be able to come up with new strategies. The facilities we work with and the species we work with provide unique challenges and vulnerabilities. We're already talking about facilities that handle the most critically injured and ill animals of a very delicate species or group of species. In many cases, these centers may be remote from the um, urban centers and thus distant from our ready resources. And the consequences of inadequate planning, both for our staff and for our animals, can be immense. If we don't have adequate plans in place, the risk of animal injury or death becomes higher. Staff injury or potentially staff death becomes higher. The chance of disease outbreak throughout a institution can increase, leading to long-term consequences. There can be loss of infrastructure. Landslides, flooding, fires can damage power, damage water sources, damage housing for the animals, and that loss of infrastructure can make it really challenging for an institution to be able to safely care for those animals during the crisis and then afterwards. And I think we all know that one of the main reasons that we all focus on the species we focus on is their importance for conservation. The impacts of the loss of even an individual animal can have catastrophic impacts for the conservation of a species. And when we talk about dozens or hundreds of orangutans that may be affected, both in the free-ranging setting as well as in a rehabilitation center, the risk of loss there can have immense impacts and disastrous effects on the conservation of those animals. I think some of our field veterinarians have discussed some of the natural hazards that are here, and some of these are unique uh, to the environment in which each of the centers may be housed, and some of these may be unique to other parts of the world, but all of these represent different types of unforeseen and sometimes unpredictable catastrophic natural hazards that can affect the stability of a facility and the safety of its animals. In addition to the natural disasters, we also have to remember that human-caused emergencies can affect supply chains. They can affect resource delivery. They can affect the ability to move staff and animals in and out of a facility. Things like armed conflict or civil unrest can happen in many different parts of the world, leading to inability to ship in specific pieces of equipment, perhaps food items that need to be transported great distances, even sometimes trucking in water or other essential resources can be affected by armed conflict. Similarly, during times of limited resources, we have to be conscientious that the communities that surround our facilities are also struggling to make connections and maintain resources for the human community. So food supplies and water supplies are not only affected for our animals, but they will be also affected for the communities that surround us. And in those times, it is important to remember that it is a balance between providing those delicate resources, those valuable resources for animals and for people at the same time. And there may be challenges in diverting resources from a community to an animal facility. We've seen in the U.S. Times when industrial accidents or spills of hazardous materials have resulted in a contaminated water supply, contaminated food supply, or contaminated environment around an animal facility, potentially limiting the ability to move supplies in and out of the facility or directly affecting the health of the animals due to those supplies. Um, Recently in the US, we recently just experienced just secondhand effects from wildfires in neighboring Canada. Smoke from wildfires there, even though we did not experience the fires directly in our area, we did experience the blown through smoke coming from our northern neighbor, affected air quality and affected the ability for our staff to work outdoors, affected the ability for some of our animals to be in outdoor areas. And for many of those species, we had indoor holding available, but in cases where an indoor facility is not available, even airborne contaminants can provide a significant risk to our species. Power failures, obviously, times of resource disruption can result in sometimes prolonged power failures, and understanding what the capacity is of your facility to deal with power failures, whether they be short term in terms of hours or potentially going on for days or weeks, and what alternate opportunities you have to supply needed equipment during those failures is important. I mentioned water already and transportation disruptions, the ability to move both people and animals, but also supplies along major roadways. So when we talk about risk assessment and preparedness, I mentioned there's no universal plan. We talk about the basics of risk assessment and preparedness, but there's many elements that are unique to each facility and maybe even parts of an individual facility that need to be considered when making an emergency response plan. And I think one of the first steps is actual risk assessment and vulnerability assessment. The facility location. When we talk about facilities that are in different climates, we have different environmental and weather-related risks depending on the location of that facility. I include in this also the remoteness of a facility and the closeness it is the closeness to resources and potentially industrial or population centers where transport of resources may be more readily available. The species in the collection, the species that are represented in the center, um, is it are we talking about endangered species, more common species? Are we talking about solely primates? Are we talking about multiple different taxa? Because the needs of the primates, birds, reptiles may all be very different, and their ability to provide for each of those may be very vastly different. Within the species, we also have individuals that have different disease states, different vulnerabilities, potentially different robustness and ability to survive um, adverse events. Building integrity. The physical structures of the facility will can be affected. Some of the shelters may have been newer and built to resist storms. The fire resilience of different buildings should be evaluated, and this is all being evaluated in light of what the known and predicted threats are. If we think that we're in an area where landslide or heavy rains is high likelihood, the ability for the buildings to withstand those weather changes is important. But if we're really talking about buildings that are meant to withstand uh, fire or other types of events, we may be looking at different structural challenges there. How dependent are each of the facilities on external utilities, power, water, gas, and if those utilities are ceased for hours or days or weeks, what are the alternate strategies to make sure that those needs are met? Is there ability to convert to solar? Is there ability to convert to other alternate on-site water supplies? Endemic disease, again, unique to the situation and to the region in which you're working. Um, when we establish a center to maintain animals in managed care, we try to operate in a way that we are limiting the transmission of disease from the surrounding wild spaces to the animals that are in the center, and similarly minimizing the transmission of disease from the animals in our care to their wild counterparts. But endemic disease risk is universal, and when disasters strike, we may have a breakdown in barriers, we may have a loss of biosecurity, and we may have an increased risk of transmission of disease in and out of the facility. And this goes for both human disease and animal disease, right? Where they have the increased risk of waterborne contamination bringing in fecal pathogens, different environmental pathogens that could be coming through contaminated groundwater, both affecting humans and animals that are in a facility. I mentioned biosecurity and then also supply chains. Supply chain disruption we've seen happen due to natural disasters, human conflicts, but even some things as seemingly routine as changes in trade patterns, tariffs, and other socioeconomic factors have affected supply chains and limited the ability to bring in potentially specialized food items and specialized pieces of equipment. So these risk factors are integral in developing emergency response protocols and in developing emergency action plans. So some of the things that we'll talk about for the rest of this talk is the structure of an emergency action plan and some of those components. We'll focus very heavily on what I call the incident command structure. We'll talk about some of the roles and responsibilities of individuals within that incident command structure. Um, some of the other parts to figure out there are who makes the decisions, how those people are contacted, and how the chain of communication moves linearly. We'll talk about what things might activate certain parts of a decision tree and how we know that at a certain activation trigger, whether that is the arrival of the weather event, whether that's the potential for a weather event, those things, what types of triggers we'll have for activating our emergency response plans, and then talk some about the checklist that we have in place to make sure that everyone is aware of what the steps are of the process and how those steps are activated, and we make sure that all of the responsibilities are met. We'll talk a little bit about the unique species in our care. We know that when we're talking about prioritization of care for the animals that we are housing, that each animal is very different, and there's differences in how we categorize those animals in terms of risk to the animal and then risk to us. When dealing with great apes, we have the potential for dangerous animals, animals that should they breach original containment or should they come into direct contact with humans may present specific harm of injury. Obviously, when dealing with endangered species, we talk about the value of that individual for the conservation of its species and the importance for being able to maintain those animals. Our neonates, our newborns, even those, especially those that are orphaned, but also those that are still with their mother, have additional disease risks, but also additional nutritional needs, um, husbandry needs in terms of temperature management and safety management within their groups. The sick and injured animals that are under our care, we have to be careful to ensure that we have the ability to maintain treatment and to manage those animals through potentially a move, whether that's a move within the facility or a move off-site, and whether we can provide the same level of care for those animals while they're in transport or during relocation than as when they're in our original facilities. And we may have some animals that are unsuitable for transport. We talked about this in a few of the scenarios yesterday, but we may, in assessment, understand that there are some animals that physically cannot be transported. And if those animals cannot be moved off-site, if a facility becomes unsafe or unusable, is there a way to maintain those animals in their current situation? And is their staff sufficient to provide that care, knowing that some staff may be staying in a facility that is being evacuated to care for animals that are there, and some staff may be traveling with the animals to a different offsite facility. And other situations where an animal that is unsuitable for transport may be left in a facility, either alone or left and released to the surrounding environment to allow it to fend for itself. Evacuation planning has multiple different steps. The first is understanding the trigger of when to initiate evacuation versus shelter in place. I think in most cases, for transient emergencies, things that we expect to be short duration, the goal would be able to maintain resilience and to shelter in place or stay in the facility where we're at, where the facility is known, the containment is known, the resources are known, and the additive risk of moving animals off site is not as high. In some cases, that may not be possible if the facility itself is compromised, if the injury or the environmental disaster is of sufficient duration that the facility will not be able to withstand the threat. We may need to move off-site, which incorporates those transport logistics, um, the the ability to safely contain and move across compromised roadways or waterways to move animals off-site. Are there enough facilities available to you? Are there enough trucks and other means of transport to actually move the animals and the people and the equipment off-site? And if there is not that equipment readily on site at the facility, where will it be sourced from, and how quickly will those pieces of transport be available to us? Do we actually have the caging or containment available to move the number of animals that we have? And I will say that this type of planning, the transport and the cage and crate preparation, these are things that we take into account for even routine transports of animals. So these are precautions that we as animal care professionals, take into account and must document for any animal transport. And so some of it may come as second nature, that we know what types of transports we need, what types of cages and crates we need to move an individual animal, and then we may need to expand that to the movement of dozens or hundreds of animals. Route planning, understanding what hazards are along the path from our current site to the intended new home for the animals and the staff, and whether there are safe and effective roadways to get us from point A to point B. And if we're committed to one specific route, if there are alternates for us to be able to move those animals and how those routes are determined. And then what are the resources at the destination facilities? This is a destination facility where we have the autonomy to be able to set up and move operations. Is this a space where we are utilizing space from another institution, another organization, and we have to understand their needs and their responsibilities for the staff and the animals they may have on site there, and how will we manage to provide the care to two sets of animals or potentially even more when we're consolidating animals. Those destination facilities must also take into account their own safety resources and biosecurity with the introduction of new animals and new staff. There are veterinary considerations that go into all of this. In many cases, when we're talking about emergency evacuation of animals, we're potentially talking about the risk of emergency anesthesia and sedation. If we have animals whose containment facilities have been compromised, where the risk of containment is lost, or the safety of containment is lost, those animals may present escape risks, where emergency anesthesia and sedation must be utilized to minimize the risk of uh, animal escape or human injury. But even in the best of circumstances, we may be talking about animals that have to be anesthetized to be transported. And are there enough staff? Is there enough equipment to be able to provide emergency container to a vehicle to a new site? And when those animals are moved, are there enough staff to be able to monitor those animals and provide the care that they need while they're under sedation and anesthesia? If there are not, in many cases, that most facilities, even the largest, will not have the staff available to provide um, that type of anesthesia and monitoring for every animal, and then it becomes an element of tiering and prioritizing which animals will require that type of emergency sedation and anesthesia for immediate evacuation versus which animals will be maintained on site for longer durations of time. Is there enough supply or cache of drugs that provide the medical care for these animals? When removing animals off site, is there able to provide the necessary antibiotics, pain medications, even the medical supplies, bandaging materials, fluids, those kind of things? Are those items that have enough within enough supply that if you had to shelter in place and be without resources for days or weeks, that there's enough there that you can provide continuous care for the animals? And if not, are there ways that that type of supply can be brought in short notice to be able to supply and restock a facility to allow it to shelter until a disaster uh, has passed? Even some of the more uh, some of the less urgent items, some of the more administrative items are critical to maintain too in these types of emergencies. Things like medical records and identification systems. When we start moving animals from one facility to another, the ability to track that animal's individual medical history and even to potentially uniquely identify the animal may be limited um, based on the emergency and the need to move those animals offsite. Are there ways to access either paper or electronic medical records in a way that we can provide continuity of care during the transport and during relocation to a new facility? Um, if you rely on electronic medical records, are there redundancies that are in a paper form that can be utilized for transport, or are there ways that electronic medical records can be backed up to a cloud system so they can be accessed from a distant site? Similarly, um, are the animals' unique identifiers easily accessible? Do we know the animals just based on the enclosure in which they're housed? Do we know them by individual appearance? Do they have some sort of permanent identification that allows us to continue um, to to uniquely identify individual animals so we can provide the same level of care? And then I mentioned biosecurity during transport. We may have animals that are suffering from respiratory disease where we want to maintain separation of ill animals and healthy animals from one another so that they are not at risk of cross-contamination. And then when we're talking about placing those animals in the same transport um, facility, a same transport truck, or potentially commingling them in a new scenario, are we potentially adding the risk for disease outbreak and disease spread? And I think we've mentioned this in a little bit, but I do think this bears some emphasis here as well as in many parts of this workshop, is that as we care for the animals, these animals during disaster, it's important to make sure that we're caring for ourselves and for our staff. Um, and in terms of emergency management, we're really looking at do we have the resources to make sure that our staff are able to maintain their own health during an emergency? An emergency that knocks out food supplies, water supplies, potentially uh, increases the risk for human injury. Do we have the enough, do we have a sufficient supply of personal protective equipment, whether that's respiratory protection, appropriate boots and clothing, gloves, all of the things that we require to keep humans safe. Do we have those in adequate supply to make it through this critical period? Do we have enough staff? And and when we are limited on staff, do we have a mechanism in place for managing the challenges that these situations could pose in terms of fatigue, burnout, and exhaustion? During an emergency, we may be talking about staff that are being asked to work continuously, 24 hours a day, sometimes multiple days on end, without opportunity for break. And do we have opportunities there for staff to either be able to rest, or do we have abilities for staff to move from critical high need positions to lower need, lower intensity positions during a regular cycle? We can't constantly ask our staff to be performing at 100% or 100, 200% during situations of emergency. And when they are being asked to provide that exceptional level of care, do we have opportunities for them to take a break and move into areas that may be a little less intensive and allow someone else to step up and take the lead for a period of time? During these extreme weather events, heat can definitely affect the health of our animals, but also affect the health of our staff. And when we're limited in our access to air conditioning or potentially even water, the potential for heat exhaustion, illness, or potentially even um, uh, death could be significant. We know that these cases, these disasters, can have considerable impacts on our mental health. We may have animals that we've cared for years that are now put in extraordinary circumstances where their health is being compromised. The risk of death for animals is increasing. There's the additive stress of being able to, of needing to work outside of your comfort zone and work in new and novel situations. And all of this takes an extreme toll on the mental health of the providers that are being asked to provide this level of care. There's increased risk of zoonotic disease, both from the animals at the facility, but now also wild animals that may have access to the area. Contaminated groundwater, contaminated food may also provide additional opportunities for zoonotic disease transmission. With loss of refrigeration or challenges in food supply, foodborne illness, food contamination, bacterial diseases can also increase. Now we're also talking about situations where we're dealing with ill and injured animals and then potentially ill and injured people. And are we able to provide that level of care to the staff who may need to shelter in place away from access to hospitals and other human medical care? So this all kind of lays the ground for how we develop what we call an incident command structure. And an incident command structure is an overarching structure that provides some degree of consistency and continuity for how the unpredictable can become more predictable and more coordinated. The incident command structure, or I'll abbreviate it as ICS for ease, establishes one clear chain of command, and that's one of the central tenets of the incident command structure is understanding whose roles or what each individual person's roles are, and what the definition of those roles might be, and how each of the roles communicates with each other. The goal is to eliminate the confusion about who serves in what role and what each role does. We want to improve communication, knowing that in emergencies, the typical communication strategies may be challenged when we're relying routinely on cell phone and WhatsApp and email. But if we lose service, how do we maintain those types of communications and alternate strategies for communication? In many cases, the incident command structure allows the coordination between multiple agencies. So one individual center may be able to coordinate with community agencies, governmental agencies, disaster relief organizations, as well as other centers that are facing similar challenges. The ICS prioritizes life safety. It's maintaining the safety of the individuals who are providing care above all else. And there's individuals who are within that structure who are responsible for making sure that the individuals underneath them or reporting to them are still safe and effective. And in our animal facilities, we want to maintain animal welfare, right? So it is critical that there's subject matter experts, those being veterinary experts, animal care experts, who can take the role of protecting animal welfare. We want to be able to utilize resources efficiently, knowing that in many cases, the length of a outage or the length of a disaster may be unknown. And so we have to be able to utilize the resources efficiently so that we don't exhaust a limited supply of resources if if we're going to need to utilize them for potentially days or weeks. And it also facilitates documentation and recovery. In some cases, at least in the US, when we are facing environmental hazards, there are opportunities for governmental support to help recoup some of the financial losses that were incurred, and being able to document what challenges the institution faced is really critical. Documentation is also important because, as we mentioned a few times, being able to survive one disaster does not necessarily mean you won't be faced with another disaster in the future. And being able to document resources on paper, and understand the strategies that worked, the strategies that did not work, the equipment and the resources that were lost or damaged helps to understand what is needed to be able to fully recover from that one disaster, but then to also be able to plan for the next potential challenge, and to be able to have resources in place to be able to learn from the lessons that you faced, and be able to build on those, be able to take the challenges, the unforeseen circumstances that you overcome, and be able to utilize those in the future. So some of the core principles of the incident command structure that, again, as I mentioned, are intended to be universal, regardless of the challenging situation, is common terminology. Can everyone utilize the same language? Are positions and operations named similarly? So when we're talking about communicating between agencies, between institutions, are you using the same terms and terminology so that everyone knows what each role in operation is? Is there some sort of a unified command structure, especially when working with multiple agencies? If a center is communicating with the local community or with a government, is there a unified leadership structure that allows multiple agencies to work together and to coordinate resource allocation and leadership? What is the span of control? And by this, I mean when an individual is charged with leading a part of an incident response, how many people is that person in charge of? In typical incident command structures, we're talking about a supervisor managing only a small handful of staff, 3 to 4, or 3 to 7 staff reporting directly to them, so that one individual is not charged with managing the needs and responsibilities of dozens of direct reports. When one individual is asked to manage too many underlying staff, the opportunity for that one individual to closely monitor what is happening with those staff is compromised, and that's when mistakes are made and things may be overlooked. The incident command structure is also meant to be modular. Meaning that it can grow in size or it can shrink depending on the incident. So some incident command structures really only require 2 to 3 people, and some may require dozens to manage an incident of a large scale. And then the incident command structure also is charged with producing the incident action plan. What are the operational objectives for each operational period? What are the goals to be able to get the group through the next hour? What are the goals to be able to get the group through the next day and week and month? I'll reference back to this diagram a few times. I've provided this diagram and some explanations in some of the electronic handouts that I've provided for all the attendees. And we'll see these terminology in this kind of flow chart in many different documents referring to incident command structure, right? And this is we'll go through and we'll break out each of these different groups in a little bit more detail, so we'll have an understanding of what is being asked of the incident command, as well as the different items under the command staff and then the general operating staff. So just to briefly review some of these concepts, the ICS is a standardized approach to incident management that is used for all kinds of incidents by all types of organizations and all levels of government or non-governmental agencies. ICS actually works best if you apply it to small incidents as well as large and complex ones. I think when we think about something as intimidating as an incident command structure, we think about it only in the situations of extreme need. But if incident command structures and those reporting chains are utilized on a daily basis for even small incidents, even planned incidents, the terminology, the reporting chains become second nature, and it makes it much easier for us to expand those to larger events. It allows us to have a coordinated response amongst the various jurisdictions and agencies, and establishes common processes for incident level planning and resource management. The goal is to allow for the integration of resources such as facility, equipment, and personnel within a common organizational structure. And so I'll give the example, at a zoo where I work in a very controlled situation and with more routine practices. We'll utilize an incident command structure for many different things. We'll utilize it for emergencies, such as an animal escape, a fire, or an extreme weather event. But we'll also utilize it for large events that are happening at the zoo, where we may be predicting that we'll have a large influx of guests, a large influx of visitors to the zoo, and we need to have different strategies in place to be able to manage crowd control, be able to provide safety for that increased influx of visitors. And we'll utilize the same terminology. We may have an incident commander who oversees the emergency response for a human injury, but we may also have an incident commander that is overseeing a large planned guest event. For our animal transports, when we're moving animals in and out of a facility, we have a similar but scaled down incident command structure where we know who is the commander who's overseeing the aspects of the overall management and aspects of the animal transport. We also know who is in charge of the individual parts of the animal transport, whether that's the anesthesia and the immobilization, the crating and the loading of an animal, and then the driving and the transport of those animals. So, again, these are situations which we deal with every day. Common situations where we may be utilizing something that is very similar to this ICS structure, but we're not necessarily calling it that. And as soon as we start to see that organizational structure we use for routine practices can be expanded to emergency practices, the less intimidating this may become, and the more routine it may become for us to utilize a similar structure. The ICS can and should be used to manage any type of incident, like I mentioned, planned events and unplanned events. And it can be applicable to incidents regardless of their size or the cause. ICS remains extremely useful, though in some cases it may not be immediately intuitive. It provides organizational structure, but also guides the process for planning, building, and adapting that structure. And as I said, utilizing the incident command structure for every incident or planned event provides the practice that will help to maintain and improve the skills needed to coordinate larger or more complex events. If you're utilizing these types of structures, if you're utilizing this reporting chain for even small and planned events, it helps make it more second nature and more easily applicable to larger unpredictable events. At ICS, it clarifies chain of command and the supervision responsibilities with the ultimate goal of improving accountability. We want to know who is in charge of what parts of the process so we know who we can rely on to execute those processes. It leverages the existing communication systems and utilizes plain language to improve communications. Right? We want to focus on consistent communication and plain language. I'm not sure how institutional communication happens in each of your facilities, but in some of our facilities, we do have the tendency to utilize institution-specific language or industry-specific language, things like codes or shorthand abbreviations, which in times of emergency can become quite confusing, especially when dealing with agencies that are outside of our own institution. So we try to utilize plain, clear, and concise language to allow communication between agencies to be totally transparent without that risk of misunderstanding. The ICS is providing an orderly systemic planning process, utilizing common, flexible, and pre-designed management structure to foster that cooperation between different disciplines and agencies. All right. There are some guiding principles that allow an incident command system to work effectively. I mentioned common terminology, using the same words to mean the same things. That modular organization, so having a framework structure that can be expanded to have additional folks, additional staff, or additional groups added in or removed based on the needs of the emergency. We'll manage by objectives. We'll have different targeted goals based on the time point of the incident. That incident action planning we mentioned. The span of control and the scope of control. What is being asked of each individual leader in that situation, and is it a manageable request? And if not, are there others that can provide additional support? We need to understand the facilities and the locations that we're dealing with to provide comprehensive management of sometimes limited resources. We'll utilize integrated communications, communications between different groups. One of those critical communication points is the establishment and transfer of command. So when we establish who is the incident commander and who is in charge of individual parts of an incident, it's important to know when that responsibility is being assigned, and then as an incident progresses in time, it's important to know that someone may have to transfer command. So somebody may be in charge of the incident, maybe overseeing the general operations, but as time passes on, as exhaustion sets in, as needs change, there has to be a clear and effective way to transfer that command from one person to another. This is incredibly important when we talk about incidents that expand over multiple days, weeks, or months. We talked about unified command when we're talking about multiple agencies working together. Is there a unified central responsible party that can provide guidance and oversight to the different agencies that may be participating? What's that chain of command? How does it directive from one leader make it to the next level down and then be disseminated throughout? And how do we make sure that message is unified and consistent as it goes through that chain of command? I mentioned accountability. When in the emergent situation, if things are not being met, if needs are not being met, who's responsible and how can we make sure that that person realizes that their responsibilities are not being met, and how can they be guided to provide additional levels of support? And then we'll talk about information and intelligence management. How do we make sure that information is being transmitted both internally and externally to external stakeholders. So that modular organization, as I mentioned, the incident command structure utilizes a structure that can be very basic or it can be expanded depending on the size and the complexity of the emergency. Um, the size and the complexity of that structure really is reliant on the incident commander. And we'll talk in the next few slides about the role of the incident commander, that person who's at the top of this chain, whose oversight responsibility is to determine what the roles and responsibilities of those under him or her entail. As the incident grows more complex, the ICS structure is allowed to expand, and different responsibilities may be delegated further down the chain. When we talk about management by objectives, the incident commander establishes incident objectives, and that those objectives drive those operations. Right. And when we say this, we mean those objectives can be, they can be very small, they can be very large. If the objective for the next hour is to be able to provide heat, warmth, and water to a certain section of a facility, that is the objective that is being communicated by the incident commander to the operational groups that provide that will provide that responsibility. Those objectives need to be specific and they need to be measurable. The goal cannot be broad and ill-defined because it makes it much more challenging to delegate tasks if those are not specific, measurable tasks. They have to be time-bound, they have to be identifiable, and have to be easily delegated down. The incident commander also provides strategies, tactics to achieve those goals. Uh, and then in developing and issuing those assignments, plans, and procedures have to help develop the protocols to accomplish those identified tasks. And as I mentioned before, it's important to document the results um, uh, of those individual objectives for further review later on in the emergency or potentially post-emergency so that we can go back and review what objectives were clearly defined, how those objectives were executed, and whether the goals of those objectives were actually met. And in in retrospect, were those the right objectives for us to really be prioritizing? Action planning, incident action planning is a concise and coherent means of capturing and communicating overall incident priorities. This is an overall plan that says what do we need, who's doing it, what resources are needed, and how do we communicate. The incident commander has the overall responsibility for producing that incident action plan, and it should focus on the needs and the future time frame. So, what we call operational periods, whether that's the next hour, the next week, the next month. They should be proactive. They should include those incident objectives we mentioned in the last slide. We should talk about the activities that need to be completed and how we know that those that completion was met. If the goal is to be able to move 10 animals safely from one side of a facility to another, we know that that goal was met when those animals are safely moved, secured, and assessed to know that there was no injury or illness that was secondary to that movement. Incident action plans assign responsibilities, they identify the needed resources, and they specify the communication protocols that are in place to clearly understand the roles and the next steps that are involved. I mentioned that manageable span of control. What can one person reasonably be expected to handle? In these situations, do we know how much we can ask of our leaders and of our staff? And part of that is understanding how many individuals one person can be asked to manage. And typically, the ideal situation is one supervisor has 5 subordinates, but this can change depending on the type of scenario, the type of situation. But that allows that one person to only have to oversee the immediate needs of those 5 individuals under him and not necessarily oversee all of the individuals participating in emergency response. The comprehensive resource management again, identifying requirements, knowing what things are needed during what time frames, so we can prioritize when certain resources are needed and when certain resources need to be saved for future use. When there are times where the immediate need may have subsided and we have the opportunity to restock and replenish resources to be able to bring back uh, resources to utilize for the next wave. So if a food item or water is intensely needed and then that need has subsided, do we have the opportunity to restock our facilities to be prepared for the next wave of need? And again, tracking and documentation is critical in these situations. Does integrated communications, utilization of common communication strategies, consistent terminology, and consistent and repeatable communication processes to maintain connection. During these situations, communication is going to be one of the most critical things. An incident command system really needs to be able to effectively disseminate information across multiple levels, and consistent and effective communication is critical. When we have lapses in communication, when we have loss of infrastructure, it's important to know what our auxiliary or secondary methods are going to be to maintain communication. And then I mentioned that transfer of command. Um, the command function should be clearly established at the beginning of the incident. We should know who is in charge and what their responsibilities are. But we should also know that when that person needs to be relieved of command, either due to changes in responsibility, exhaustion, or time, the transfer of command needs to happen. And we need to be able to know who's going to take over. Has that person been properly briefed on what their new responsibilities are going to be? And is the staff that is reporting to that individual, are they aware that now their leadership has changed and they know who they're supposed to be reporting to? And I think this bears importance because in an emergency, leaders want to lead. They want to be there for their staff. They want to be there for their animals. They want to give of themselves, but they also need to understand that a leader can only do so much, and they need to be able to empower those with them and those under them to then be able to take over leadership, even if it is for a short period of time. I think I've covered some of this, the unity of command, but when the chain of command relates to the hierarchy of the organization, unity of command really just means that all individuals have a single designated supervisor, and they're really responsible for reporting to their immediate supervisor, who then reports up that chain of command. Ideally, we really only want one incident command supervisor, and all work assignments should be coming to each individual member from their direct supervisor. In so many cases, when an incident takes place, it may be important to remember that work groups may be disrupted, that individuals may be moved from one area to another, and you may not be reporting to your day-to-day supervisor. You may be reporting to the supervisor for an individual objective. You know, if you're in charge of making sure that food is available for all animals in the facility, you may no longer be providing the individual care to the animals that you were previously assigned to. You may be now moved over to a new task and thus assigned a new supervisor. Those resources should only be sent out when they're specifically requested and dispatched by an authority. So that again is the responsibility of those incident commanders to call for specific resources when they're needed. And this is in order to maintain adequate stocks of resources. We don't necessarily want to deploy all of our resources at the onset of an emergency. We want to be able to maintain a consistent stock, and we know that we're only utilizing certain resources as they are needed to avoid overutilization, potential waste, and overburdening of the staff. We're going to talk a little bit more about the individual roles of the incident command, and I know we're about two-thirds of the way through our time here. So I'm going to some of this will be review and revision or repetition. So I just want to make sure that we're kind of re-emphasizing some of those basic concepts. But when we talk about incident command, we have multiple different functional areas of the incident command that include the oversight in command, the operations, planning, logistics, and the financial administration. Each of these serves an individual role, and they all report up through that command structure. The incident command, the overall incident command sets the incident objectives, the strategies, and the priorities. The operations, this is where many of us as veterinarians will fall into operations, and that we conduct the operations to reach incident objectives. We establish tactics and direct operational resources. The planning groups support the incident by planning the processes, tracking resources, collecting and analyzing information, being able to consolidate information from different sources, and maintaining that critically important documentation. A logistics group may arrange for resources to be moved from place to place to support those institutional objectives. And then finance and administration. There's a need to be able to maintain, to monitor and control the costs of an incident, to be able to make sure that we have the financial resources to see through the end of an incident. And if the financial resources of an organization are being strapped or being expended, that there's ability to call on either partner organizations, NGOs, the government to provide additional support as needed. And if those resources are not established ahead of time, it's going to be very challenging to meet those needs in the moment. So again, this is just that figure that I showed you earlier, talking about those different roles and how those different parts of the operation or general staff fall under the incident command. The incident commander, as I mentioned, is over the overall overarching responsibility. They issue staff assignments and support the incident command function. They have the responsibility for overall safety. They provide information to the internal and external stakeholders, and they establish and maintain liaisons with other agencies that are participating in the incident. That incident commander must utilize one or more different deputies that are underneath them to provide support for those larger incidents. They delegate responsibilities to the groups that are below them, so the operations, planning, logistics, and financial sections. And depending on the size of the incident, these sections may not all be needed. They may only be activated as needed to support a specific incident. So we may only have an incident command and an operations section, and the other items are not utilized for smaller incidents. Some other roles that may be in that command staff, a public information officer is the person who coordinates communication with external public and media. And when we have incidents here at the zoo, we always identify a public information officer who is the voice of the organization so that the incident commander is not charged with talking to the public or talking to the media and being distracted from the duties that are required. A public information officer should have the relevant and important information that is needed to be able to communicate to external interested parties without disrupting the operations of the actual incident response. We have a safety officer who can monitor incident operations and advise the incident commander on matters related to the safety of the staff. We have a liaison officer who can work between the incident command on a different on an individual facility and external stakeholders. And the incident commander has the ability to appoint technical specialists such as legal, veterinary, science to meet specific needs and specific objectives. Every incident management consists of four areas of responsibility: the direct response to save lives, stabilize the incident, and protect property and the environment. The support throughout the incident and in terms of resource acquisition, information gathering, and coordination. Generation of policy and guidance for those senior decision makers. And then outreach and communication with the media to keep them informed of the incident. So those previous slides kind of showed how those different roles are delegated between the members of the command staff. The general staff, so those groups in the darker blue at the bottom that are providing more specific supports for those operations under the incident command. We'll talk about those items that are in operations, plannings, logistics, and finance. As I mentioned, as the incident expands, the incident commander has the opportunity to expand the roles of those different departments, and some or all of those may be consolidated in smaller incidences. The operations section has will implement strategies, develop tactics, and carry out individual incident objectives. They direct the management of all the technical activities on behalf of the incident commander, and they support the development of the incident action plan to ensure that it accurately reflects the current operations. Those operations individuals are organizing, assigning, and supervising the tactical response resources. Um, it's important. The operations section, especially in animal facilities, does include the veterinary and animal care divisions because these are really critical, very technical operations. So it's important to remember that as the technical experts in veterinary medicine and animal care, we have clear and defined needs and objectives that are immediate and operational. And in some cases, the technical expertise that's needed of the veterinary and animal care staff may be more important in the moment providing that immediate care than it is in providing the overall incident oversight. So the ability to have an organizational level incident commander who understands the roles of the individual technical experts is really critically important. And I think as veterinarians and as leaders, we want to be there, we want to be available to lead. But in some cases, our role is more focused on the individual animals and supporting those more focused operations than it is in providing oversight for the whole incident. I mentioned a little bit about those planning sections. They prepare and document the incident action plans. They manage information flow and track resources. The logistics section uh, is really there. The logistics section provides a lot of important resources on prior to an incident actually taking place. These are individuals that will order, obtain, and maintain the essential supplies in advance of an emergency happening. They can provide information on communication planning, provide documents of integral to communication, set up food services for the responders and medical needs and emergency response needs for the staff that are providing emergency care. They can set up transportation and then provide medical services in case of human injury. And then obviously the financial aspects of the incident response are critical for the long-term survivability of an organization. A financial group needs to be able to maintain and understand costs that are associated with the incident response, to be able to understand the staff and the financial resources that are being utilized, and then be able to document what was lost in terms of insurance and governmental reimbursement if those resources are available. All right. Talked a little bit about the veterinary role in the ICS, and just to reiterate, the veterinarian is really critical in a number of different ways. As veterinarians and as leaders, we provide a lot of organizational level leadership, but we also provide technical expertise in triage, chemical mobilization, emergency medical care and surgery, um, disease surveillance, animal transport, in cases of death, necropsy coordination, and then welfare monitoring. We want to be those technical experts that are assuring the care, health, and welfare of the animals throughout that whole event. And they can advise an incident commander on specific animal risks, threats to public safety from animal-induced injury or animal-induced disease, and zoonotic disease. They can discuss euthanasia decisions if those become necessary, as well as elements of biosecurity and quarantine. And regardless of who's providing the leadership, there's elements of good leadership that are critical and universal. A good leader must be able to communicate by giving specific instructions and asking for feedback. They need to be able to effectively supervise the scene of action without needing to manage the individual tasks that are underneath them. They need to be able to evaluate the effectiveness of a plan, and they need to be able to understand the needs to modify an individual plan. They ensure safety of the workplace. They take command of the assigned resources that are available to them, and they motivate their staff by having a positive attitude, but really emphasizing safety and well-being for the staff to allow them to be able to move through a challenging situation. And they need to demonstrate initiative by being able to take action and move forward. A leader must be committed to excellence in all their aspects and provide professional responsibility. They should know, understand, and practice those responsibilities in their day-to-day activities and have a commitment to duty, respect, and integrity, and to value the individual contributions that are provided by each individual member of their team. They have to be committed to fulfilling all of their duties, to be able to take charge and execute within the scope of their authority. In some cases, a technical expert may have to step out of their technical or tactical role and assume a leadership role, um, but also be proficient in their job. They have to be able to make sound and timely decisions, ensure tasks are understood and well communicated, and that when tasks are completed, that information is being relayed back to all responsible parties. And they also have to be able to develop future leaders and their subordinates for future events, right? One strong leader is only one individual. The most important thing a strong leader can do is to be able to develop leadership skills in those that are working with and for them. Um, you need to be able to know who's with you, who's on your team, and to be able to look out for their well-being. Know that not all individuals are going to succeed equally, but they all deserve respect. And we know that each um, uh, is each individual in that team has a unique role, and that the supervisor must be able to inform each individual in timely and accurate ways of what their responsibilities are. And then we just need to be able to build that team while making sure that we're checking in regularly to assure that the team is not experiencing fatigue or the physical limitations of the challenge are not becoming overwhelming. An effective leader, when briefing a team, needs to be able to tell them what the task is, or what is to be done, why it is to be done, or what the purpose is, and what the end state or the completion looks like. How do we know when the task is done? What are we going to call completion? All right. We're going to wrap up. We're going to talk a little bit about the assessment process. Assessment is important. Uh, and here we're talking about things like after action reviews. At the completion of an incident, it's important for all the team members to be able to come back and provide an after action review. Um, and some of this may be included in immediate debriefings, or longer term evaluations and assessments in terms of in the form of post-incident critiques, evaluations, review and revision of plans, and then ways that we can mitigate future incidents and disasters. Are there elements that we learned from the response to this plan that we can use to plan for future events? Part of the maintenance of an ICS is training and orientation, routine functional exercises, those after action reviews I mentioned, but then also things like tabletop exercises and full-scale drills. So in a zoo setting, we utilize drills or simulated adverse events to practice what we'll do. So if our goal is to have an effective response strategy for an extreme weather event, we may have drills throughout the year that simulate how we would respond to that weather event, where our staff would shelter in place, where we'd go to find the resources that would be needed should this be a real event. We do this for simulated cases of human injury, for animal escape, for fire, and then, as I mentioned, extreme weather. And by being able to do these drills or doing these simulated events on a routine basis, it builds in your team that institutional communication to be able to work through these types of events, so that you have all of the plans in place in advance of that event actually happening. This includes things like reviewing all of the critical communication points, how we contact the individuals who need to be contacted, who needs to be contacted and when. All right. So we're going to summarize just with some of the priorities for any incident. It's going to be critical for us to be able to protect human life. It's going to be important for us to be able to stabilize the incident and establish command, to protect animal welfare while minimizing the risks to people, to safeguard the critical infrastructure and the conservation assets in terms of the animals and the resources that we have that are within our responsibility to protect, and then to document those actions and to begin planning for recovery and to begin planning for how we will respond better and more comprehensively to each challenge we face. We can have these practical preparation checklists. These are all within the written documents I've provided for you, but these are just a list of some of the things that might go on institutional preparedness checklists. And these checklists should be reviewed and revised after each incident to make sure that they were true and accurate and that there weren't items that were missing from these checklists. Identifying those critical resources, like we mentioned, things like water, electricity, medical supplies, and food. And if those things are not readily available, what are our backup strategies for how we acquire them in times of need? And how do we utilize that planning to build a prepared organization? Remembering that preparedness is an ongoing process, that just because we have a plan in place, it's not just a document on a shelf. This is a living document, a living institutional philosophy to maintain comprehensive emergency response in terms of written policies and protocols, things that are reviewed and revised, routine and continuous staff training, those regular emergency drills or simulated exercises, inspections of equipment to make sure that everything is functional and working, those routine activities like daily checking of locks, gates, fences, and barriers to make sure that they're able to withstand those emergency responses. And then clearly making sure that staff understand their roles and responsibilities, both in the day-to-day operations of a facility, but also in times of emergency. Um, those planning frameworks, there's a few schemes for talking about planning frameworks, but this is one that I like. It's called a spider framework, where we set goals, we plan procedures, we implement training, document performance, evaluate outcomes, and then constantly readjust, review, and improve. There are many different frameworks to talk about institutional planning. This is just one that sticks in my mind because it has a convenient and very well organized set of objectives. All right, and then I'll just wrap up with just a few things that are unique to our situation. We talked a lot about institutional organizational planning, and that is universal regardless of the type of institution or the type of challenge that we're facing. But we are dealing with delicate, critically important, endangered wildlife, and it is imperative on us as animal care professionals to look out for the welfare of these animals during times of emergency. And we know that there's literature that there are gaps in our knowledge. We know that it is challenging to assess the welfare of these unique species during times of unprecedented tragedy. We know that we need to develop rapid ways for us to be able to assess both their health and their welfare in the field. In some cases, due to extreme injury or resource availability, we may need to be able to have conversations about need for humane euthanasia when the resources are not sufficient to be able to provide the care for an animal, and the choice comes between humane euthanasia or allowing an animal to suffer and die during a case of a extreme need. We have to talk about how effective we can be at continuing to rescue and rehabilitate animals when our resources are strapped. We have to understand, what are the challenges for the long-term survival of some of these animals? Should we need to release them after rehabilitation or even during an emergency situation? And how do we assess the ability to provide emergency food and water supplementation to these animals during times of need? Are we able to provide supplemental feeding to animals that are now in a semi-wild situation? Excuse me. So in conclusion, preparedness helps save both human and animal lives. Every facility requires a written and practiced emergency response plan, and species-specific planning is essential for any wildlife facility. Veterinary readiness includes all of those aspects we talked about, anesthesia, transport, and emergency care, and is central to disaster response. And partnerships are important for us to build early and to maintain often with our partner animal agencies, governmental agencies, NGOs, and our neighbors, neighboring communities to improve operational resilience. So here are a few resources. I'll have a chance to take a few questions now, but I'll also be happy to take questions during the panel that we have scheduled for later.
Thank you, Sathya. Please give applause for Sathya. From the Sathya presentation, I get many things that I can pinpoint, especially for us as a veterinary. Everything can be the disaster if you're not doing the preparedness. So please be careful with that. And we still have 5 minutes on the go. So maybe I will take it one question. If someone, okay, we have question here, Sathya. It's coming from Victor.
Yang pertama tadi terkait, I'm sorry, siapa namanya? Sathya. I speak in bahasa ya, so Yeni can help translate. Terkait evakuasi, jadi kadang seperti natural disaster kita belum punya tempat evakuasi yang sesuai standar. Tadi ada fasilitas air minum, sebagainya, kandang yang aman dan sebagainya. Jadi alternatif fasilitas evakuasi atau pengungsian darurat untuk satwa kita seperti apa? Minimal yang cukup bisa dipraktekkan gitu loh Mbak, bagi pusat-pusat rehab ini. Yang kedua, terkait kalau ada disease outbreak, disaster, apakah ada opsi juga untuk evakuasi atau emang harus kita isolasi di pusat rehab kita? Terus yang terakhir terkait insiden command system, tadi secara struktur cukup kompleks sistemnya. Nah, sedangkan kita di pusat rehabilitasi sendiri kadang jumlah personil kita sedikit. Jadi apakah ada struktur yang lebih kecil tapi efektif, atau memang struktur itu sudah baku dan hanya orang saja, misalnya sedikit orang, jadi satu orang merangkap beberapa tanggung jawab di struktur tersebut.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the translator will be translate for you, Sathya.
Okay, my first question is, if we don't have any standardized evacuation place in our center, do you have any recommendations on emergency shelter with minimum requirements that are applicable in the disaster situation? My second question is,
sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing the translator. I can hear the main microphone, but that secondary microphone I can't hear very well.
Okay. Mbak, apakah perlu switch mic atau bagaimana?
Perlu switch mic. Oh, yeah, waiting. I think we need to switch some mic with the translator.
Okay, hello. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes, it's still soft, but I can hear.
Okay, the first question is for if we don't have any standardized evacuation spot or place in our center, do you have any recommendations on the emergency shelter with minimum requirements that are applicable during the disaster time? That's the first question. And the second one is, when we face disease outbreak, do you recommend us to evacuate the species, or is it better to isolate the species in our rehab center? That's the second question. And the third one is, I noticed that ICS is pretty complex. It has quite so many elements. Do you have any recommendations for the smaller or more effective structure? Is it still can be adapted to the smaller and effective structure, or do we need to implement this within this very complex structure? So that's the 3 questions. Can you catch all the questions?
Yes, I think so. I'll start with the third question. The incident command structure can be very complex or can be very, very simplified. And I'm sorry. The incident command structure can be complex or it can be simplified. You know, for smaller institutions or smaller events, it is important to keep it very, very small and limited so that it's not burdensome. You know, it does not need to be very, very complex, but it just needs to be clear who is overseeing the individual incident and then who's overseeing the individual parts of that incident. So even if it is something small, so for example, if we were to deal with an animal escape, we're not going to necessarily utilize all of the components of an incident command structure, but we will have one person who's the incident command structure the incident commander who can delegate tasks and can be a central point of communication for all of the events. But while the veterinarian may be doing chemical mobilization, the transport staff may be coordinating the transport of an animal. We have different parts of that process, but it may only be 4 or 5 people that are involved in that smaller incident, but we still have a very similar structure of individual parts or individual staff members that are representing different areas that are reporting up to one incident commander. But the overall goal is to make sure that there aren't multiple people who are trying to give conflicting orders, conflicting guidance that may slow down a response. We want to have one unified path of communication from incident commander down to the subordinate groups. I think the second question, sorry, I'm going backwards, but the second question was about potential for infectious disease and transmission during an evacuation. And I think some of this depends on the type of infectious diseases that you're dealing with. It may be important to maintain, especially in case of respiratory disease. If we are worried about transmissible respiratory disease, it may be important for healthy animals to potentially be moved out first or be moved to a different facility where they can be maintained clear of those infectious animals, and then maybe have an in-place quarantine scenario that is established where ill or contagious animals can still be maintained in quarantine. And it's challenging because those individual animals each have their own individual needs and welfare to consider, but by potentially moving an infectious animal into a group of healthy animals, we compromise the health of many, many different animals, not just that one sick individual. So it's hard to say because different scenarios will require different needs. But the overall health of the whole group of animals needs to be considered, and if that means that healthy individuals may be provided an isolated environment to be clear of infectious individuals, that may be necessary, knowing that some limited resources may not be available to the sickest of animals. And I think the first question was if you don't have clear quarantine facilities or clear emergency evacuation facilities available, how do we accommodate for that? And I think that is universal. I think it's hard for any institution to be able to evacuate all of the animals to a different facility, and that's where it's important to go site by site within your own facility and determine which areas you think are most vulnerable. Are there areas within your own property, within your own facility, where you feel like there is adequate or better ability to isolate animals or to be able to provide safe housing for them, where if there are more compromised areas or areas on a periphery that would be damaged, that you have the ability to consolidate and move animals into closer environments? Or are there other facilities, neighboring facilities, where you might be able to utilize resources? I think given the distance between a number of the centers, it's also important just to to know if you do need to shelter in place and you do need to be able to maintain care for those animals while remaining on site, do you have enough staff to do that? And do the staff have the resources they need to be able to do that? So it is challenging. Some of these facilities, are already very full and don't have resources to be able to consolidate animals into smaller areas. But as newer facilities are built, or if you have damage to a facility as you're rebuilding, looking into how you can build in additional shelters may be helpful, because as we mentioned before, the next disaster may come and may be worse than the one you've just survived.
Okay, thank you. Sorry because
Thank
the
you.
time is running out. So please, if you still have a question for Sathya, we still have time to get the discussion together in a panel discussion. So Sathya will coming with us again after lunch. Yeah. Oh, before lunch. So thank you, sir. And then thank you, Sathya, for your time. Please get applause for Sathya. And we continue for the next session. This is the case study. So on today, we have two people that will be present the case study about the clinical aspect that related with the disaster. So for first presenters, please welcome Aisha Fadia, which is coming from ISUCP. Woo! Also, don't forget, for the form assessment, you need to fill for these guys. So, and we will collect it on the end of this workshop. And we have a very special prize for the winner. Really? Kok kabur-kabur? Because we still have time waiting I just have some announcement, especially for Indonesian participant. Bisa mendaftarkan nomor KTA PDHI nanti pada waktu coffee break di meja registrasi. Ini supaya dibantu oleh pihak PDHI untuk mendapatkan SKPB-nya. Kemudian kami menemukan barang hilang, harganya sangat miliaran. Jadi yang merasa kehilangan silahkan menghubungi meja Mas Riko. Terima kasih. Oke, are you ready? Going to rock? Come on, please welcome Aisha.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Aisha Fadia. I'm a veterinarian working at the Sumatran Orangutan Conservation Program. And my slide wasn't on. So in this occasion, I will tell you a case that one of the cases that happened at our center. Is it about a critical care management of a wild orangutan with a severe head trauma? Okay. Okay, my name is Aisha, but people usually call me Echa. So I've been working at the Sumatran Orangutan Conservation Program for over 4 years now. I was located in North Sumatra, Medan, but we also have sites across Aceh. So we sometimes do rotation with other veterinarians. So this case that I will tell you in this occasion is actually very interesting because it's a very long case, but I will try to make it into 15 minutes before but when this chicken starts to squeaking. Okay, so it started on May 15, 2024. at our center in North Sumatra, we received an orangutan, a female estimated to be around 25 years old, whom was rescued from a landslide event in Gayolues, Aceh. So we named her Ramo after the village that she was recovered from. And we immediately know that it was such an emergency situation. So we do the basic triage, ABCD. The first one is we check the airway. So Ramo has aspirate a significant amount of mud. It's filling her oral cavity. So at first we make sure that the mud doesn't obstruct any of the airway. And then the next step, we check for her breathing. She's actually having a quite difficult in breathing with a respiration rate around 16 to 36, but she still have a quite good oxygen saturation. And the next, thankfully, she did not have any external bleeding, but she do have an increase in heart rate for over 130 beats per minute. And then because of this is a trauma patient, we check for the disability. So it's very obvious that she arrived with a comatose state without any response to external stimuli. And then she also suffered multiple traumatic injuries with an extensive lacerations on her hands and also her face. And she has a very uneven cranial contour and swelling on both eyes. And this is for a side note that she is actually actively lactating, which means that she is a mother, but she arrived at our center without the presence of her baby. And we immediately gave emergency treatment after she's arrived. And this treatment is, our main aim is to stabilize her conditions. We're giving her fluid, pain medications, and anti-inflammations, antibiotics, and other supportive care. And then on the next day, we actually saw that she is bleeding on the picture there from her nostril and also from her ear, which we gave vitamin K. And the vital signs were quite alarming because the respiration rate are increasing and heart rate is decreasing, and the temperature is also declining. So based on the clinical signs and the history of the orangutan, we suspect her to have a severe head trauma. So the next day, when we feel confident enough to do a further diagnostic, we do a full body X-ray. In this situation, usually we need to do CT scan, but we do not have access to any CT scan, so we do what we can. And we found that she has a fracture on her left zygomatic on her head, and she has also a multiple fracture mostly on the right side of her body. And then on the same day, because we suspected there are an increase in intracranial pressure, we added nootropic of piracetam for neuroprotectant, and also we started her on hyperosmolar therapy with hypertonic saline. And the couple of next day 4 and day 6, this is a video. This is actually Ramo in her delirious state, but she has shown some gradual increase in consciousness with grip reflex, and when she started to pinch back the hands that we pinch. And then finally on day 5, she is starting to blink her eyes, which is a very small step, but it gives us hope. And she also have a very cloudy black eyes. And for the next couple of days, day 7 to 11, this is when, this is also a video of Ramo regaining her motoric function. And she is also able to make a small movement with help. And, but actually around this time, it's when the infection starts to kick in, the WBCW white blood cell level is also spiking, and there are post-accumulations on her multiple wounds. So this time we start to give antibiotics more aggressively. And then on day 12, when the infection has started to go down, we finally feel it's confident enough to put her under the major procedure. So on the day 12, we do the first orthopedic surgery, and the aim is to correct her clavicula and ulna fracture. And then the post-operation care at day 13 to day 17. This is a video of Ramo regaining her movement. And actually on day 14, the 2 days after our major operation, she started to sit up by herself, which is a very major milestone for Ramo at that time. You can see that she's actually more responding. Okay. And this is just a treatment summary of the first 17 days that Ramo came to our center. I will just skip that, okay. And a month later, it is on June. This is also the transition process for Ramo, because at this time, we start to change the medication. We stop all the injections, and then we go all with oral medication. And also in this time, she has started to feed more regularly. We fed her 3 times a day. This is a video of Ramo feeding time. At that time, she's already started to show sign of aggression by biting, which is very good because Ramo is a wild orangutan. So it is a good progress, and we also started to do a physiotherapy. And this is the blood result over time from the first month. What I want to highlight is on day 7, is this the white blood cell level and neutrophil are spiking, and after we did the treatment, it's also gradually decreasing. And the 3 aspects, the red blood cell, hemoglobin, and hematocrit, which actually declining or decreasing over time. And this also is a video of Ramo. This is Ramo 2 months later, 2 months after she came to our center. She's become more and more active, and she is also responding well to stimulations. This is our caretakers bathing her with food. And then you can see that she's already starting to sit by herself. She's moving along just fine. And even at this state, she's very food motivation. And we can feed her 3 times a day with a gradual increase in food textures. And we also do the daily cleaning on her multiple wounds. And actually, 3 months later, we found that Ramo had an abscess on her mandible. It's quite big, and when we radiograph it, it actually has a bone fragment on her mandibula. So we fixed that, and we drained the abscess, and we do a culture. We also give her another dose of antibiotics. And in here, the C-reactor protein, or CRP, was actually still quite high 3 months after. And this is also a video of Ramo progress 3 months later. In here, she has started to climb, she has started to vocalizing, and she's becoming more self-aware and become more aggressive. And this is the picture of Ramo in June, and then this is the picture of Ramo in August. You can see that a very significant difference in how the way she looks and just in her eyes. So in month 4 and 5, we're focusing more on correcting her carpal dislocation, but we did not success at that time. And on month 6, she still have impaired vision on her left eye. And this is the blood result of her time. The 3 factor, red blood cell, hemoglobin, and hematocrit was actually slowly but steadily increasing, which is good. And then for the first time in day 177, the inflammatory marker were finally in the normal range, 0.5. And then this is the wound progress. In Ramo, we started to incorporate traditional medicine for the wound progress. And in here, in June 8, and then in 19 June, in the span of just 10 days, you can see there are a significant difference after we started using the traditional medicine. And yeah, unfortunately, on the November 27, it's approximately 6 months after Ramo admission to our center was struck with a major landslide, and Ramo was also one of the orangutan that are heavily affected by this landslide. So it was Remo's second landslide disaster. But this is the condition that we found Ramo. Actually, we found her on top of the trees, and she's moving very active, but she's not actually moving from tree to tree. And we also rescued her immediately, and we do a quick physical examination, and thankfully she did not suffer any major injuries, unlike the first one. And then in this one, after a very, very difficult process, we actually managed to bring her to a safe space where we can continue her rehabilitation process and also treatment. And then fast forward to 2025, this is Ramo's condition. You can see that the carpal joint dislocation has led to a bended wrist joint, and it's inhibiting her from moving freely. So after our consultation with experts, with orthopedics, we then decided to do mid-humerus amputation to get rid of the bad arms. And then this is Ramo 1.5 years after the procedure. She can move more freely without the weighted arms, and then she has a significant improvement in her body conditional score. And this is Ramo in 2025. So in this period, we are focusing more on her mental rehabilitation, because not only physical that we are focusing. At that time, Ramo is very scared, shy, and timid. She is scared of loud noises. And then her caretakers encourage her to spend more time outside by hanging and scattering food around the island, so she can spend more time outside. And this is Ramo current situation in 2026. Is there a video in here? This is how she is moving now. She moves more freely, and she has a beautiful long hair. Okay. And actually, our current assessment is she is recommended to be a permanent resident at Orangutan Heaven. So this is just a mind map of our thought process during the Ramo case. The first thing that on the very first days, the thing that our top priority is to stabilize her vital. After we control that, we continue to control her infections, and also whilst giving her pain management. After the infection has gone down, we correct the major fractures. And then the next step was to do a physiotherapy and manage her wound progress, and also manage her nutrition. And then after a very long considerations, we decided to do the amputations on her carpal joint. And this is just a take-home message that I can give during our time with Ramo. First one is to prioritize life-saving treatment, especially in emergency patients, before we even have the chance to do diagnosis and therapeutic procedure. And then it is very hard, but we need to maximize our available resources that we have at our center. And then we have to foster effective networking, because in Ramo case, actually we work very closely to Lily Parkinson, the emergency veterinary specialist. So we all can agree that without Lily advice, maybe Ramo wouldn't make it this far. And then we are also blessed with a very resilient and strong team that actually very dedicated in the taking care of our patients, and we need to prioritize animal welfare as long as having practice patients, which can be very difficult.
Thank you.
So this is the acknowledgement of many people who have a major role of their own in this case. So shout out to everybody. So this is just a little transition pictures of Ramo. So Ramo survived 2 landslides and still got her sparks back.
Thank you, Aiza.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for very good explanation. So I'll be called for the next presenters is Daria. If you have a question for Aisha, Aisha will become for the panel discussion together with Sathya on before lunch. So just keep it the question there. Make sure the question hard for her. Are you ready, Daria?
1 second.
No, no rush, no rush. Just go, just go. No rush, just go. Okay, thank you. Please get applause for Daria.
Okay. Hello. My name is Daria Chuprak. I'm a head vet at LCTW, and I'm very happy to be here, as I discovered that Jakarta and Yogyakarta are different cities. Thank you, organizers, who helped me to reach this place. Yeah, so, and today I would like to share our experience with drugs used to reduce anxiety and stress in wild animals during emergencies. I will mainly talk about diazepam, gabapentin, and trazodone, because these drugs pretty easy to get in Laos. And first I will explain how drugs work and publish studies, and then I will share our own experience. During an emergencies, animals are stressed not only by environmental threat, but also because of capture, transport, small cages, unfamiliar surroundings, and changes in their normal routine. This can cause fear, can cause stress and anxiety, so stress management is really important, as this stress can lead to injuries, aggression, refusal to eat, and deterioration in condition. And our goal is not only it's not deeply sedate the animal, but to reduce fear and keep the animal calm, responsive, and safe. So we will start with diazepam. Diazepam, it's a benzodiazepine. When all neurons has GABA receptors, and when they are activated, chloride ions go inside the neurons, and making it less excitable. Diazepam has this effect, and this can reduce fear, anxiety, muscle tension, and agitation. And the main advantage is its rapid action, which makes it useful during severe acute stress. This is a disadvantage that it can accumulate, and repeated dosing may lead to excessive sedation. There are several useful studies in primates. You can scan QR code and find these articles. For example, in rhesus macaques, one study showed that a single dose of diazepam before social introduction improved pairing successfully. And another study showed more mixed results. In marmoset, lower dose reduced anxiety and fear responses, while higher doses caused more sedation. And diazepam also was used with the bear, which were pretty successful with transportation of the bear. Also, when we are working with primates and with apes, and sometimes we can compare how these drugs can affect people, and it really could be helpful because humans can tell us what they are feeling, how is it working, and also, in human medicine, it works quickly and can strongly reduce anxiety and panic, but diazepam stays in the body for a long time, and it's also can accumulate. So, diazepam is most useful for rapid short-term control of severe stress. Okay. Next, gabapentin. A nerve cell has calcium channels. Once these channels open, calcium enters the nerve cell. Calcium helps the cell release excitatory neurotransmitters, and gabapentin binds to part of these calcium channels. This reduces calcium entry into the nerve cell. So fewer excitatory neurotransmitters are released, and the nerve cells become less overactive. As a result, pain, arousal, and stress reaction can decrease. It can be especially useful when pain or hypersensitivity may be part of the problem. It can also cause sleepiness or poor coordination, but usually the effect depends also of the dose, and with like small dose it doesn't affect too much. Also we need to make sure that the animal doesn't have any low blood pressure and the animal not lethargic, as it can make it worse. Gabapentin, also there are some evidence from different species. Primates showed a good result of using gabapentin, the peak effect in 2 hours. With bears usually, like we have one evidence where people used it to pain relief with combination with meloxicam, and more evidence with cats and dogs, where we can see how gabapentin working, like reducing shelter stress, provide acute calming, and it's pretty popular in cats and dogs medicine. Also in humans and people, gabapentin is mainly used for neuropathic pain and epilepsy. It's also sometimes used for anxiety and sleep problems. Sleepiness can appear after the first dose, but some effects become clear after repeated treatment. And compared with diazepam, gabapentin is more suitable to repeat for long time because there are lower risk for accumulation. But after long-term treatment, it's also very important to remember to reduce it gradually, not stop it suddenly. Trazodone. So nerve cells communicate using serotonin. After serotonin is released, some of it's normally taken back into the nerve cells, and trazodone partly blocks this reuptake, and serotonin stays longer in synapse between the nerve cells. Trazodone also blocks some serotonin receptors, especially 5-HT2 receptors. This changes serotonin signaling in the brain. As a result, arousal and anxiety can decrease. At lower dose, trazodone can also cause relaxation and sleepiness. We don't need to wait several weeks to see a calming effect. Some calming can happen after the first dose, and this makes trazodone useful when stress continues for several days. And for wild animals, we can see that not so many evidence. We can see more evidence with cats and dogs because people usually use it for transport animal to reduce stress during some stressful procedures, and it can also decrease cortisol. So it's very popular in cats and dogs medicine. In humans, studies show that the effect of trazodone depends on the dose. At lower dose, around it mainly causes relaxation, sleepiness, and lower arousal. High dose are used as an antidepressant, but they also should use it pretty long time, several weeks, to reach antidepressant effect. So now I will tell how we used these drugs during our emergency situation. A fire came close to LCTW, and there was heavy, persistent smoke throughout the center. We did not know if the fire would reach us, and we would need to evacuate all the animals. We moved gibbons and langurs into transport cage so we could move quickly, if necessary, far away from the fire. And the bears we kept inside a secure door enclosure to protect both the bears and people if the outdoor fences were damaged. When the primates first moved into small transport cages, some of them showed severe acute stress. At the stage we needed a fast effect, so we chose diazepam. We used 0.5 milligram per kilogram. After the first dose, the change was clear. The animals were calmer and rested in more relaxed position. Inside the cage, animals that still showed a high level of stress continued to receive diazepam. After the animal became calmer, our goal changed. We no longer needed such strong and rapid control, but the animals still had to stay in the small cage for several days. So some gibbons were changed to gabapentin and trazodone. We use gabapentin dose at 10-15 milligram per kilogram. And trazodone 5 milligram per kilogram. So you can see that here, we don't have so many gibbons, but all of them just we kept in one room, and they were pretty close to each other. And we also saw the positive effect of some gibbons. They started to interact with each other, but before, that gibbon really scared to interact with another one. So we really saw a positive effect. And from our experience, diazepam was more useful when the stress was severe and acute. Gabapentin and trazodone were more useful for continued support after the animals were already calmer. Sometimes one of these drugs alone was not enough, so we used combination of gabapentin and trazodone. Also, sometimes gabapentin powder pretty bitter, has bitter taste, and in this way, if animal doesn't want to eat, we choose trazodone, or in last reason, diazepam, if we don't have any other options. With bears, for the bears, our decision was based partly on our previous experience at LCTW. During an early relocation at the center, we used combination diazepam, gabapentin, and trazodone with pretty low dose, but because it's combination, we can choose lower dose. And animals were pretty calm. We used these drugs during 3 days when the rate of fire was high. And they showed pretty good effect. They didn't find that, they were just calm. And we also need to remember that we can administer these drugs rectal. If, for example, we anesthetize this animal and we need calm effect, we can also do it rectal, especially diazepam and trazodone. We have some evidence that it's working, but with gabapentin, less evidence that it's working, but with my experience with bears, it's also working well, but we need to be prepared that animals will waken up pretty long time after this administration, after recovering anesthesia also. The primates stayed in transplant cages for about 5 days. The bears received calming medication for 3 days. Helicopter helped contain the fire, and heavy rain stopped the flames from spreading. And when the smoke and danger decreased, the animal returned to the normal enclosure, and we stopped the emergency medication. So the drugs helped us manage the animal safely until the emergency was over. Helicopter doesn't work. All right. And here's the video. We're very happy.
Good morning, everyone.
Just posted
good news,
without,
good news.
Sound,
Last night it
posted
rained.
On Facebook. How we're happy
So we
that
are
everything.
very excited. Good morning, everyone. Good news, good news, good news. Last night it rained.
Yeah, it was very
so
good news for us.
we are very excited. Hopefully that put out the fires around us, near us.
Really, our stress management really helped us to keep all animals safe, reduce stress, and the right drug depends on the species, the severity of stress. We need, if we need a quickly effect, we use diazepam. If we need longer effect, we can use trazodone and gabapentin, as these drugs sometimes doesn't work very fast, but still works pretty fast. So these are references which I used when I prepared my presentation. Thank you for your attention. I tried to do as fast as possible. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask.
Thank you, Daria. It's fantastic for the two speakers. All of them is rapper, so speaking very fast. There's many information that we want to gain for both of them. So, because the time is up for Daria, so if you have a question for Daria, just keep, and we can do later on the panel discussion. It's similar with the Sathya. And after this, we will get a coffee break and we go back here on 11. And for the next, we will have the second speaker is Lily. Lily is on online also. And the material for Sathya and Lily already sent in WhatsApp group. So please look up there. And then, yeah, please welcome for the coffee break. Also for Indonesian participant, jangan lupa untuk menulis nomor KTA di meja registrasi yang disediakan. Terima kasih.
Recording stopped.
Hello, we're going back again. This is very nice to opening the session. So, ada nggak teman-temannya yang belum kembali, bisa dipanggil kembali untuk bergabung bersama kita, supaya kegiatannya bisa segera dimulai. Okay, so before we starting Lily presentation, Paki have some present for all of you. So, let's go, Paki.
Testing. Sorry to disappoint you, we have no presents. But what we're going to do right now is going to move a little bit, which we like to do, right? So, I hope there's still some of us. Okay, never mind, they can just join and be blur. Okay, so what we're going to do is, you guys are going to move. Okay, you guys are going to move to the chaos zone. All right? Yeah, you guys can do that now, or you can choose to wait. Yeah, okay, you guys can stand, but don't move yet. So what I want you all to do is, group yourselves based on your birthday month. So January to March will form a group. April to June will form a group. July to September will form another group. And the last group will be October to December. First quarter. Okay. Feel free to use your voice, do whatever. Just form 4 lines. It's January to March, 1 group. April to June, 1 group. July to September, the 3rd group. And October to December, 1 group. All right, can you all form, based on the group, can you all form lines that are facing me? So I'm going to have 4 lines facing me, starts and towards the door. Yes. So 4 lines. Yes, correct, 4 lines. I see 3 lines. Sounds like January to March to me. That's late. Yeah, I told you guys. It's a little bit late to the party. It's okay. Y'all don't have to arrange yourselves. It's as long as 4 lines. So, January?
Yes, I'm 14th of January.
Can you all be truthful for once?
Okay.
Oh, okay. So, Kevin, you are?
3rd March.
So, this is the January to March group. Any liars? You all must not lie. Huh? We have a lot of trust. So, do not lie.
What? April, June.
April to June?
October, December.
October, December? Okay, I like it. It's pretty even.
July to September.
July and September, troublemakers. All right. Okay, so what we're going to do is you guys are going to remain within your line, but you'll be moving. You'll be moving within that line. I think, Melissa, you get to know what you're going to do. So you guys are going to sort yourself out. So initially, I did not give a time limit. I allowed you all to use your voice. So after this, the task that I will give you all will need to sort yourselves within your lines without using your voice. Complete silence. The only one that will speak and laugh is me. Okay? So you're going to sort yourself out, and I'm going to give a time limit. It's going to be 60 seconds. We'll see how that goes. If it's too challenging, we might make it longer. But it's going to be very, very easy. Okay? We're going to do, because it's 60 seconds on the clock, we'll give a very easy task. Senang aja. Jadi, within your lines, You all need to sort out within 60 seconds. The shortest will be in front and the tallest will be behind. Wait for me to, oh, you all are starting, okay, wait. Start. Do not change your line, yeah? Which part of do not speak don't you all understand? Shh. 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 Only now you all are silent. Okay, yang latecomers, mari. Bulan berapa? Bulan berapa pula? Birthday. No, you all need to, yeah, birthday. Simply. Melody, are you in the right line? Oh, very good. Agnes, stop talking. Okay. So you guys did well. You guys did very well. So let's make it more challenging, shall we? All right. I love the silence. Okay, so the next task within 60 seconds. Now, let's do it 90 seconds. It's a bit more difficult. So let me change let's do 90 seconds. Good luck. Okay, so what you all will do is you all will sort yourselves again according to how many years you guys have been working in wildlife. Shh, wait, 90 seconds. This group, please stop moving. Stop moving. Stop moving, excuse me. Hello. The time has not started yet. Belum lagi. This group, I have an eye on this group. Melody's group. Problematic. Okay, so you will sort that out in 90 seconds. The oldest, yes, good. The oldest will be here to the youngest to the back. Start now. Shh, no talking, watching, looking. It's okay, you have 90 seconds on the clock. Shh. Quiet. Are you all sure you all are done? Confident? Okay, let's check. Are you all done? Done. Okay, are you all sure? Okay, let's test. Okay, you all are allowed to speak now. All right? Let's quickly test. Yeah, I know. Something is wrong here. Let's test. Something is wrong here, but okay. We'll check here. I will not start from this. Then you will know. 18. 10. Don't lie, huh? 10. 5. 4. You sure or not? Who knows this guy? Is he saying the truth? Sure, 4 years. Pasti. Jangan menipu. Tidak baik menipu. Next.
10.
Salah sudah. Okay, I want to watch this 3 lie now. Wait. Okay. How many years in wildlife? Working in wildlife?
28.
17.
How many years?
17, yeah.
Wow.
5.
5.
2.
What is that?
Frankie looks terrified.
Why?
You can talk now.
Dimas?
7.
7.
8.
8.
5.
5. You can speak, you can speak. 17. How long were you working with wildlife?
When I burn. Yeah.
When were you born?
I
will not do that. Okay. Okay, let's do a final one. Okay? Let me see. Okay, let's have a final one. Okay, because I got to start the timer because you guys tend to move as soon as I stop speaking. So I got to learn to be better. Hold on, let me move this here. Let's do 1 minute. We'll do 1 minute, and your task is without talking. You all have to stop talking now. Back to your silent mode. How many OVAGs have you attended? So the one that is closest to me will be the least, and the one furthest will be the longest. Start now. No, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Shh. 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 Riris, why are you spinning around in a fixed direction? You guys are always faster. Okay, we have some. It's okay, you all have time. You all have 20 seconds, so no need to lie. Be truthful. No lies. 3 months. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we are done. Stop. Let's go from the back. Why are you laughing? can laugh. Okay, let's start with the senior. Steve, how long have you been with OVAG?
All 18.
All 18. 18. Since you were born?
Yes, since I was born. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Chitra?
All 18.
18. Nigel?
9.
9.
8.
Oh. No, yeah, Sarah.
8.
8.
1.
First year. This is your first year. First. There might be some liars here.
18. 5.
4.
2.
1.
1.
I don't want to know already. 1.
First.
2.
4.
You can speak.
5.
6. 8. 8.
And the
10.
10. Okay, thank you everyone. All right, so the objective of the exercise is to move you guys to a different group based on your month and just try to get to know each other. So throughout the workshop, I hope that you guys will do the same without needing to be quiet and following a time limit. All right, thank you everybody. Y'all can go back to your seats and we will start with the next session. Yenny will be taking over.
Thank you, Paki. Yep. Why we not asking to Paki? When you burn, what month you burn? And then when you join an OVAG?
Lupa sudah.
It's unfair. It's unfair. You need to be there. Okay, thank you so much. So we will going for the next station. This is the. Is Lily already with me? Lily, are you already there? I have to be like this. Yeah. Hi, Lily. Hello. Okay. So Lily will be talking quite a lot about the clinical management. So for the participant which is not fat, just following, it's very, very nice. So don't be frustrated with what Lily mentioned, but I believe this is very good information for all of us in this room. Okay, Lily, I'm giving a time for you, 19 minutes, it will be yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm really sad I can't be there. Saya sedih karena saya tidak di sana. Semoga saya di sana tahun depan. I am trying to get my screen to share, and it's being a little persnickety. Give me a second.
Tidak apa-apa.
Okay, I'm going to be right back. It says that I'm not allowed to share my screen until I change my security settings because you guys are recording. I'll be right back 1 second.
Okay, so we're waiting, Lily. So I'm just trying to, who is the fat in here that's already facing on the emergency situation with orangutan? How many that the fat standing here, they already have patient on the emergency situation? The emergency, it means very critical and you need to do the emergency thing as soon as possible. Can someone raise a hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, that's quite a lot. So this is very good. So we can discuss it together. And especially sometimes we're working with a very limited resource. Okay, Lily, I'm giving back to you now.
Perfect. Thanks for covering for me, Yanni. Can you guys see my screen? Perfect. Looks like it. Alrighty. So we have a fair amount of time together, but also it is a pretty short amount of time to really talk in depth about the different sort of unique wounds and issues that we might see during disasters. So we are going to try to cover triage and disaster medicine for burns, smoke inhalation, heat stroke, drowning, cold stress, heat stroke, polytrauma, crush injury, and traumatic brain injury. So that's a ton. We're certainly not going to be able to go into everything super in depth, but I'm hoping that we will just be able to touch on everything a little bit, give you guys all a little bit of information about each of these topics. So you have heard about these issues before, you've thought about it a little bit, and then you can hopefully either come back to my talk here, because I will have extra slides and things that you can read about here, or you can remember a little bit of something I said and go look up things more, or you can consult with each other, or you guys are always welcome to email or WhatsApp me, or any and all of the resources you have available to you. Hopefully, if and when you're dealing with these issues, you'll have a little bit of a baseline to build off of. So all of these different issues that I was talking about they can all come together and even occur at the same time. So if you guys are dealing with, for example, a landslide issue, you could have downed electrical wires that lead to electrical burns, and you could also have pools of water leading to drowning. You could have animals that get heat stroke or cold distress. You could have all sorts of different traumatic brain injuries, or they could be crushed by the things that fall during the landslide. So certainly, I think we're going to just try to talk about all of these different issues a little bit together, because they can all be seen at the same time in one disaster in multiple different patients, or in the same patient. They can have multiple different issues at the same time. However, we can never escape our triage. So you guys may be sick of me talking about this, but I just want to remind you guys that every patient that you're examining and dealing with, when you very first encounter them in a disaster scenario or in any scenario, we are going to want to triage them and attempt to stabilize them. And none of these scenarios that we're talking about today really change our triage exam, which again is an exam that's going to be done in about 2 minutes, and it's going to give us something to see if there's anything that's unstable that we need to directly address initially. And then after that, we will move on to addressing all of these different specific issues. But just again, to remind ourselves, our primary survey or our triage exam is something that we should be able to complete in 2 minutes as soon as we're able to evaluate that animal. If we have to anesthetize the animal in order to handle them and perform their exam and perform their treatments and diagnostics, we're obviously going to have to change things a little bit. But in general, if the animal is super injured or super compromised and we're just running up to them unanesthetized, we would monitor or look at their breathing, see if we see any abnormalities with how they're breathing and whether we need to intervene right away to try and improve their breathing. We are going to palpate for pulses, and we're going to palpate their core of their body and the distal portion of their body to decide if there is a temperature difference between the core and the periphery of their body that would indicate that there might not be circulating blood well between those areas of their body. And we'll also be checking their mucous membranes and pressing on their mucous membranes to see what their capillary refill time is like, to show us how their perfusion is there. We'll see if when we feel their heart and we feel their pulses, are they both pulsing at the same time? Do the pulses feel strong? Do they feel bounding? Do they feel weak and thready? And then it is a little bit weird, as we have talked about before, and we'll talk about it again with traumatic brain injury being the very last topic that we talk about today. But weirdly enough, even though our brain and our neurologic system is really important, we look at our neurologic system after our respiratory and our cardiovascular system, because our neurologic system is not going to look normal if we don't have a normal respiratory system and we don't have a normal cardiovascular system. If we're not getting oxygen and we're not getting blood flow to our brain and to our spinal cord and to our nerves, then our neurologic system is going to be abnormal. So we are, after looking at our respiratory system, our cardiovascular system, we're just looking to see, is our patient alert and able to look around and take in the world around them? Or are they completely comatose? Are they able to move all of their limbs? Are they able to breathe deeply, as though the nerves that are supplying their ribs and their diaphragm work in the way that they should? And then the very last system that we would check is just the genitourinary system. So we know that if our urinary system cannot produce the urine, can't get it outside of the body, we can get life-threatening electrolyte abnormalities very quickly. We can also have prolapsed uteri and things, so we just look at that really quickly. So I know we've been over that before, but just wanted to remind us that, again, this is just a quick survey that we are doing, and if and when we are surveying all of these different areas. When we identify something that is unstable in all of those different organ systems, then we take action to try to stabilize them. And we've gone over that. We have different lectures that we can look back at on Canvas to go over, or if you want to review it with me a little bit more, you're always welcome to reach out and we can definitely do that, because I am always happy to talk about our triage exam and just don't want us to forget that as our very first step, no matter what we're working on. And another thing that we have probably talked about before, and I know we have talked about before, that is related to our triage exam, is related to our emergency medicine, is related to our disaster medicine, is what's called our tree of life. So just wanted to remind you guys of this as well, because this is a good map to utilize to help us think through what is going wrong with our patient and what we need to do to address it or correct it in order to make our patient healthier and better. So this is called the tree of life because it is truly exactly everything that you and I, as well as our orangutan patients, need to be functioning normally in order to be alive. So this DO2 here stands for delivery of oxygen, and down here that stands for mean arterial pressure. So we need oxygen being delivered, and we need a blood pressure to deliver that oxygen in order for us to be alive. And if we break that down further, this CaO2 is the carrying capacity of oxygen of our blood, and that depends on the amount of hemoglobin in our blood, the saturation of that hemoglobin in our blood, and the amount of oxygen that's dissolved in our blood. That determines our oxygen carrying capacity, and our oxygen carrying capacity with our CO, which stands for cardiac output, that determines our delivery of oxygen. And that cardiac output and what's called our systemic vascular resistance, those together determine our blood pressure. And our systemic vascular resistance is determined by a lot of different hormones in our body. And our cardiac output is determined by the stroke volume of our heart, with the amount of blood going into it and pressing back on it afterward, as well as how well our heart is contracting. And our heart rate is determined by our sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems. So we have talked about all of these things, and if any of these things go wrong, then that affects the rest of the tree of life, and then we might not have a blood pressure, or we might not have oxygen delivered. And that is the definition of shock, if we remember. And shock, every single animal and human on the planet went through shock in order to die. That is the common pathway to death. So what we're trying to do is intervene in this shock pathway and turn it around and get our patients stable again, prevent them from going into shock and passing away. So again, these are all things I have gone over with you guys before. So hopefully some of this is ringing a bell, but if not, you can review that or reach out to me and we can review it together a little bit. So the first kind of unique disaster situation that we're going to talk about is burn wounds. This is definitely something we can see in disaster situations, whether these are what we would consider typical burn wounds, so a wildfire is going through a forest, or whether these are electrical burns, such as a downed power line or an electrical appliance getting stuck in a pile of water and leading to burns that way, or whether it's chemical burns if a dangerous substance was spilled because of an earthquake or something of that nature, and then that got on your patient. All of those can lead to burns and cause significant compromise and significant issues for your patient. So after we've done our triage exam, kind of concurrently, we'll be giving fluid boluses based on what we see in our triage exam. And we're going to want to get pain medication on board because this is a very painful process, a painful issue. And then we will want to check for other issues that might be going on. It's very common for an animal that has burns to have been injured in some other way with maybe broken bones and fractures or complex soft tissue injuries. That's one of the later things we're going to talk about in this talk is some pretty complicated soft tissue injuries, or they might have a traumatic brain injury or some thoracic or abdominal injuries. So we're going to want to check for all of those. As we are doing all of that, we're also going to want to look at our patient and decide how much of the body is burned. And in human medicine, and I think as far as I can tell, looking at orangutans and trying to make my best guess, but if anyone wants to work with us to do a study where we definitively measure this, we can definitely do that just to make completely certain. But there is this nice rule in human medicine called the rule of nines, where when they looked at the body surface area of humans, they can roughly divide the different parts of a human into percentages that are multiples of 9. So if the entire head is burned, that is 9% of that human's body surface area. And I think we can probably say that's about similar for our non-flanged male orangutans. So our younger males, our females, etc. We might have to consider it a little bit more in our larger males. The entire front of the torso is about 18%, so 2 9% together if it is burned. Same with if the entire back of the body was burned. Each arm is about 9% of the body surface area if an entire arm is burned. And each leg is also about 18% of the body surface area. If we are talking about a newborn human who is less than a year old, they have a really big head. So their head is actually 2 multiples of 9, 18% of their body. Same for the front and back of their body. They are about 18%, and then each arm is 9%. And there are some calculations that you can look up for in humans, and probably somewhat similar in orangutans, where for each 1 year they get older, you take away a percent from their head and you add that percent into their legs as they're growing for your general estimate for how much body surface area is burned. So this is a very long explanation. Why are we going through all of this so much? Because this is actually really important for how we treat burn patients and burn injuries. It also is helpful for us to know just exactly how serious what this patient is dealing with. So in human medicine, they have a lot of really good burn research and burn evidence and data. And so if more than 20% of the body is burned, then it's going to be a much more serious injury, and they're going to have a lower likelihood of returning to normal function. And if more than 50% of their body is burned, they're going to have a much higher rate of mortality. And another important thing to note is that we should probably be looking at their body closely for the first 1 to 2 days, because they definitely can have burns that show up later, because the skin doesn't look completely burned with some chemicals, for example, until several days later. So it's just good to keep track of what's changing over time. But with the initial information that we get from our rules of nines, right away, we're going to want to use that information to help us figure out our fluid therapy for our burn patients. So what happens when there's a burn to the skin is essentially, it's just like, I know this is gross, but it is like when we're cooking meat or cooking something on a grill. And so the burn is going to coagulate or basically cook a portion of the skin. And then there's an area around it that's called the zone of stasis. And then around that is the zone of hyperemia. And what hyperemia is, it means that the body is dilating blood vessels and sending a lot of extra blood flow and a lot of extra plasma and other healing components to that area to try and help that body recover. And so the body is sending a lot of extra fluid to this zone of hyperemia to try and provide the support it can to the zone of stasis. The zone of coagulation is already dead. There's nothing we can do about that. But the body is dumping lots and lots of fluid into the zone of stasis. So lots of bandages are going to get soaked through with plasma basically from this patient. They're just pouring fluid out of their skin because they no longer have a normal skin barrier. And so that means that patients with burns need way higher levels of fluids than you would ever expect. And so what we do is we use that rule of nines, we use that percentage that we came up with for that patient, and we will multiply either 2, 3, or 4 mils per kilogram times their weight in kilograms times the percent of their body that was burned. And then we're going to give half of that amount of fluid in 8 hours. So it can add up pretty quickly if you think about it. If you get a 50 kilogram female orangutan in, and say 20% of her body is burned, and you might give her 20 mil per kg, so a whole liter of fluids as some fluid boluses, because she seems unstable when you first rescue her out of the forest. But then you look at her body and you figure out, oh, she has 20% of her body burned also. So you ignore or you don't count the fluids that you already gave her in her resuscitation necessarily, but you would say, okay, she's not a baby, so we'll use 2 mils per kg, and she's 50 kgs, that's 100 mils right there, and then that's 20% burned, so that is 2 liters, and we need to give her half of that in 8 hours. So we need to give her another liter in that next 8 hours, and we need to give her another liter in the 16 hours of that after that in her first 24 hours. So even though she is not that big of a lady, 50 kilogram orangutan, we're giving her 3 liters of fluid in 24 hours. And what will happen is if we give her the right amount of fluids, if we resuscitate her adequately, then we will hopefully be able to keep alive that zone of stasis, and we will only have lost the portion of the skin that was actually cooked, actually burned by the burn, and we'll save it. If we don't give as that amount of fluids that we actually need, then we will unfortunately lose that. We won't get enough fluid to perfuse that zone of stasis, and it will die off. And so then we're going to have an even bigger surface area that is dead, and that's going to be sloughing off and having problems getting infected and causing pain and all of that. So it's really important that we follow our rules of nines, figure out how much is burned, and then treat that as best we possibly can. Another really important point, another thing to think about is we don't want to use colloids in these burn patients in the first 12 to 24 hours. So again, remember our colloids are the albumin that I know you guys use sometimes, or plasma is not a very good colloid, but it is still a colloid with some proteins in it. Or maybe if you use head starch or something like that, those are things that have large molecules to hold fluid and keep fluid in your vessels because it's leaking out. So it does seem like we want to use colloids because we are losing a lot of protein out of these wounds and out of these burn areas, but we don't want to use them within the first 12 to 24 hours because we're just going to lose it. It's going to all go into this zone of hyperemia if we give albumin or we give plasma or we give head of starch to a burn patient in the first 12 to 24 hours, it is all going to go to these zones of hyperemia, and it's actually going to pull more fluid out because we're going to have even more protein there that can pull fluid, and we're going to lose it all. And so you will very likely need colloids for your burn patients. You should spend that first 12 hours or so figuring out what colloids you have or what colloids you need to order or borrow or figure out where you can get it from, because you will definitely need it, but you're just not going to want to use it right away because it will just pull more fluid out and cause more issues initially. And as promised, we're back to our tree of life. Just to remind you, so obviously burns can cause a lot of different issues, but in the very short term, in the very big issues that we are talking about here, we would be having hypovolemic shock. So we would lower the preload because we're going to lose so much fluid through our burns that we're going to be low volume in our blood vessels. And then our preload will be affected, so we won't have good stroke volume, we won't have good cardiac output, we won't be able to deliver our oxygen and have a blood pressure to live, and we will go into hypovolemic shock. Another thing to keep in mind with wounds after we do those first initial resuscitation times is that burns typically form what are called eschars. So this is what you can see here is an eschar. It's this really thick material. It's kind of like a scab. It's basically cooked together dead skin and colloid and everything all together. It is really thick. It is really, really tough. And it is just one of those things where unfortunately our patients' bodies have evolved to try and make this eschar, but it doesn't really help them. And especially if the eschar is, for example, across the entire torso, it can be like a straitjacket and your patient can be unable to breathe. Or otherwise, just there's a lot of damage under that eschar that is not going to be able to heal when the eschar is over it. So even though it is painful, it is really recommended to anesthetize your patient and remove the eschar as soon as it forms so that you can be flushing and keeping the wound under the eschar moist, keeping it looked at and treated. I don't know if you guys have this silver sulfadiazine in Indonesia or what it looks like. It almost always looks like this in the US. It's a very common brand here, but this is a cream that is very soothing on the burn wounds, and then the silver is also antibacterial. So we use that a lot after we remove the eschar, after we flush out the wounds, we'll then put the SSD on it. And then as soon as we're able to, if we can, we want to close that skin, just kind of take out that wound and close healthy skin together to allow that to heal so that we don't have open burn wounds that can get infected or cause any problems for our patients. But burn wounds are really, really tricky. They take a very, very long time to heal, and they can have a lot of different issues. And certainly if you guys have burn patients, I'm sure you guys already experienced this and you know this. There are a lot of other cool things that can be done for burn patients, like putting fish skin on them to help them heal. There's a lot of cool different pain techniques. So there's a lot of different things that you guys definitely can look up and research, because your burn patients will be with you for many months, unfortunately. So you'll definitely have time to look into that. But in the very short term, when you guys are looking at a burn patient, remember that rule of nines. Remember that you're going to need to get a lot of fluids in them. Remember that you don't want to be throwing colloids at them right away, and have in the back of your mind that you're going to need to figure out how to get those colloids and what you're going to do about getting their pain managed and getting their eschar removed and addressed. Does anyone have any questions about burn wounds? Okay, I'm going to go with no, but you're all...
This is just one question.
Of course.
Wait, I'm running.
You can walk, it's fine.
Hi. Thank you so much. It's super interesting so far. What about hydrogel or anthracite gel? Is it indicated to dress the burn wounds, or is it better to always go with sulfadiazine?
I would say sometimes hydrogels can work out well. I think some different wound types, some things that are called hydrogels are different depending on what they're doing and such, but a lot of those are to work to keep the wound moist. So my understanding is a lot of hydrogels are specifically made to help wounds that want to dry out remain moist, and that can be very useful. Certainly, we have to keep all wounds moist in order for us to get good granulation tissue and for them to heal well. But a lot of burn wounds don't actually have the problem of staying moist. They stay relatively moist on their own, and then the SSD acts as an emollient to hold in that moisture and to prevent bacteria. So that is why that one is often chosen, but it certainly is not the end all be all. It's not that you can't ever use other things. And if you're getting really dry wounds, I have quite a lot of lightning here right now. If you get a lot of dry wounds or something, then yeah, you'll definitely want to use whatever you can to keep your wounds moist to encourage the best healing. All right.
Thank you, Lily. And one more?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Lily. I want to asking about the scar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Scar. Yeah. I heard about the scarotomy. They should be making incision or cut in the scar. After that, I want to asking about that. After that, should we stitch after make the incision of the scarotomy, or just let it and membuang jaringan? Throw the necrotic tissue or not after the escarotomy?
Yeah, so escarotomies are tricky and scary because it's always hard to know exactly how deep everything is and how much damage there is. And it's gonna really depend on what area of the body the eschar is on and how big it is. I would say in general, you usually are not going to be able to close your wound right away after you do an escarotomy. You're going to want to pull off your eschar and cut off all your necrotic tissue, and you're almost always going to have to manage your eschar wound, the wound bed below the eschar. You're going to almost always have to manage it open for several days to maybe even possibly weeks before you're able to close it. You also might not ever be able to close it. It can be really unfortunate if you get wounds on your limbs. It can be really hard to ever have enough skin to do a flap advancement or to close any sort of skin. You just might not have enough. But it's always great if you can and if you have the ability. But yes, certainly I can't think of any time. I'm not a burn expert, but I have dealt with a lot of animals with burns, and I cannot think of a time that we ever closed the wound right after the escarotomy. We just would remove it and have to manage the wound open for a while, maybe forever, or maybe until we have enough granulation tissue that we can do a flap advancement or some sort of closure.
Okay. We keep it in panel discussion. It's okay, Mas Agus? Or do you want now? Oh ya udahlah, kasihan nangis nanti nggak mau pula nanya lagi.
Thank you. Nanti tolong ditranslate ya. Tadi benar eschar tadi menarik sekali. Kami ingin bertanya, pada kondisi tertentu kami bahkan membiarkan jaringan matinya itu untuk kondisi pada saat tertentu yang untuk bisa mudah dan lebih aman untuk diangkat. Dan kondisi ketika itu langsung diangkat agak mengkhawatirkan, kadang-kadang bisa luka cukup berat dan akhirnya malah lebih berat infeksinya. Pertimbangan kami seperti itu. Terus kemudian saya bertanya tentang beberapa tadi ada pertanyaan tentang sulfadiazin. Memang kalau kita tersedia sulfadiazin cukup bagus untuk luka bakar, tapi kadang di orangutan ini mereka biasa dijilat atau dimakan. Ini juga jadi pertimbangan kami ketika beberapa kasus kami akhirnya menggunakan yang ini herbal, menggunakan madu. Dan itu cukup efektif ketika kami menggunakan madu yang steril, dan selain dia bisa menggunakan dimakan, dijilat sama dia, dan itu juga cukup bagus untuk antiseptik. Jadi mungkin beberapa rekomendasi untuk antiseptik yang di orangutan itu agak sulit kita lakukan ketika orangutan ini yang tidak bisa dihandle dan cukup agresif, mungkin begitu. Terima kasih.
Okay, Lily, this is the translation, so don't worry.
Hello, Lily. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. The first question is about the ash scar. It's quite interesting. In a certain situation, we indeed let the dead nerve tissue. We don't remove it right away because we think that might be dangerous indeed. And the next question is about the sulfadiazine. It can be good sometimes, but in many of our cases, many of these orangutans would lick or eat this. So we really put this into the consideration. So we usually just give more herbal approach. We give sterilized honey to the orangutans. We think it's a good antiseptic. So I think it could be good as the alternative antiseptic for the orangutan. Yeah, I don't know if that question.
Yeah. No, I agree. That all is. I definitely agree. In the ideal world, we would remove the eschar. It is going to give us the best chance for the wound bed to heal, but obviously we're going to need to be able to keep that wound clean, and sometimes in our disaster times, if we don't have the ability to keep the wound really, really clean and prevent getting an infection, which could cause us to go septic and die, we do sometimes have the eschar there. It will delay healing if we do that, but sometimes that might have to be what you do. But you'll always want to check and decide if you need to do at least some cuts through the eschar to help make sure that things can move normally, like breathing, or if that's going to help make sure that a limb is going to be able to move normally, you might need to cut along stress lines for that. I have also had animals that like to eat the SSD cream. Thankfully, it's not too dangerous for any animal to eat SSD. And honey can also be a great option for wounds. And there is good hydrogen peroxide activity in honey and a good hyperosmotic activity in honey. But sometimes a reason why burn specialists might want to avoid the honey is because it is hyperosmolar, so it does pull out more fluid. And so if your burns are leaking a lot of fluid, then the honey will pull out even more fluid. But if it's not a huge wound that doesn't cover a ton of the body, that might not be a bad thing. The body might be able to handle that and just take in more fluid and be okay. I probably should have, please feel free to reach out to me if you want. Like I said, there are some really good studies that have come out on sewing fish skin onto wounds. I don't know if the orangutans would decide to eat that smoke sometimes from pollution and things like that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about having to take large lungfuls of really hot air with dangerous chemicals in it that unfortunately can be very rapidly fatal. And we need to think about different issues from the smoke inhalation. So the smoke and the heat can lead to direct mechanical issues. So usually that's going to be upper airway swelling, so swelling in our pharynx and in our nasal passages that is going to cause an upper respiratory obstruction. And then we can also get chemical damage, and that tends to be things down lower in our lungs where it might kill off our cells in our lungs, the cells that make our surfactant. We might have the surfactant that is that covering that keeps our lungs open. It might get damaged by the chemicals in the smoke, and that can also lead to our lungs collapsing. So these are all unfortunate things that can occur. We can also get all sorts of nasty toxins from breathing in smoke. So we can get carbon monoxide, we can get cyanide, we can get too much carbon dioxide, aldehydes, all sorts of nasty things that we might have to think about. Here's some slides for you to come back and read about if you're interested. But we have to think about hypoxemic shock with our smoke inhalation, where we might have carbon monoxide or cyanide leading to our mitochondria not working. That would actually be metabolic shock, or we might have hypoxemic shock if we're just not able to get enough oxygen into our blood, or we get a hemoglobinemia, all of these things. And so we would want to give our patients oxygen to treat them. And we don't be afraid to intubate these guys, although unfortunately we may then be stuck needing to ventilate them. That's a whole nother discussion, but smoke inhalation is a really serious issue. Another issue we might see with these guys is electric or lightning burns and disasters. So then we are going to see burn injuries. We will also see seizures. We'll see electrical abnormalities of the heart. We might see muscle breakdown, and we might see non-cardiogenic pulmonary edema. All of these things we're going to cover later in my talk. So I just wanted to mention this as something, and it's going to cause all of these issues that we will discuss later. But if you notice on my earlier slide, the electric burns and chemical burns, we may need to give them higher fluid levels than your standard burn patients. And again, I'm really hoping we're going to get to this later, but I just want to also make a mention for checking out these burn patients and these smoke inhalation patients, checking out the color of their urine, because and any of these trauma patients, if their muscles are getting broken down from what's going on with them, and the myoglobin coming out of their muscles is going to their kidneys, that can really lead to a lot of problems and cause acute kidney injury, which we'll talk about later. So we want to keep an eye on that and see if that's something that might be happening. I've included this nice diagram that they use in human medicine in drowning patients to help them figure out how to treat the patient and what they need. This is the best algorithm that they have. So if and when you're experiencing drowning, I don't know how often you guys are experiencing cold water over there with drowning, but that is frequently what will occur over here in the US, is that because it is cold, it causes an automatic kind of gasp reflex, and then water gets into the lungs and causes problems breathing, but then also we get very cold. And so when a patient is cold, which can occur from drowning, it can occur from just being submerged in cold water or something during a natural disaster, if they're pinned under something, or it can also occur if they just get really, really ill, if they have gotten injured and they're not able to move or take care of themselves. We're going to talk later about complex polytrauma, and hypothermia, getting cold when you have a lot of trauma, is really, really bad. It's called like the triad of death. We'll talk about it. It's not good. So we definitely are wanting to get a temperature on our patients that are experiencing any of these issues to see what their temperature is. And unfortunately, if we are going to need to anesthetize them to handle them or take care of them, that is going to cause even further issues with their temperature. And so definitely getting a rectal temperature or an esophageal temperature and keeping an eye on that is going to be really important, and doing everything we can to maintain their body temperature, whether that's keeping them wrapped in blankets, putting warm water around their body, keeping socks or something on their limbs to keep them as warm as possible, trying to move their body a little bit to keep their muscles moving if they're not injured in those limbs. And another thing to watch out for on their ECG is something called a J wave or an Osborne wave, where they might, after their QRS complex, get this little divot. It's called a J wave, and that is, it's not 100%, but it is pretty consistent with hypothermia. So if we're seeing that, that's something we have to be pretty concerned about. Another thing to be thinking about, if you have a patient, whether from drowning, whether from complex trauma, whether from any of these other things that is very, very cold, we need to keep in mind that that level of cold, it can be a big issue. We want to avoid what's called the after drop phenomenon. So what that would be is, if we're warming the patient up, we're starting to give them fluids, we're getting everything circulating. If they have had all their blood vessels really constricted out in their periphery, and their blood has gotten really, really cold out in their toes and fingers, and then we send it back to their core, then that can suddenly drop the temperature of their heart, their liver, their kidneys, all of that really, really quickly, because the body works to maintain as much blood and as much warmth towards the core as possible. So we can actually make things worse if we warm things up too quickly or try to warm up the limbs in the periphery. So you're going to want to only warm over the core and kind of do slow resuscitation with your IV lines as close to the core of the body as possible, so that when that blood comes back in from the distal parts of the body, it gets warmed, because you have really strong warming going on in the core parts of that animal's body. So whether that's giving warm air through their breathing tube if they're intubated, whether that's warm fluids, whether that's a really forced air hot blanket or warm water blankets or something, you'll definitely want to do that. And we also have to keep in mind that if we're doing like CPR or giving any medications, a lot of medications don't actually work in a really cold body. They just don't bind to the receptors that they need to. And so atropine and epinephrine don't really work below 94 degrees Fahrenheit very well. They still recommend that you give the epinephrine. You'll just give it less often if you're doing CPR, because when the animal starts to warm up and everything starts to work, you do not want them to get hit with a ton of epinephrine that all of a sudden is working. And you do not want to give atropine at all until they are above 95 if you think that they are needing that. And I just put in some of my lecture slides from last year when we were talking about respiratory triage and respiratory issues and how to intervene for that. So this is definitely something you might need if you have a patient with burns or smoke inhalation or cold stress. So I just put those all in here, but since we have had a lot of good discussion already, I'm just gonna skip through most of all of these. But I did also just want to remind you from last year that we talked about, if you have the ability to do a blood gas or take a measurement out of the blood, ideally from the artery, but even from a vein, to check the oxygen content in the blood, that can be very useful. Or if we can't do that, we do also just want to remember that our pulse oximetry, that nice handy tool that we have to put on the tongue or on the lip or something like that to check out what our oxygen concentration in our blood is, that number really tanks as we move down. So if we have a pulse ox of 99, 98, we have good oxygenation in our blood, but even a drop down to 90 brings our oxygen level of our blood all the way down to 60, which is quite low. If we remember, we would want our oxygen to be around 100. So for it to go from 100 to 90 on the SpO2, but 100 to 60, that's a really, really big deal. So that is why when you're looking at your pulse ox, if you're getting a number that's below 95, you really want to readjust the pulse ox, see if it's just that the tongue got a lack of blood flow or something, or is this patient really having a very low pulse ox? And then that's a big problem that we need and want to address. And here's just those numbers in a table format rather than in a graph format. And again, these are from last year, just some things we want to think through about what to treat an animal that is intubated and getting CPR. I thought I would mention here too, if we have the Eshar that is preventing us from breathing well, that might be also something that we need to cut during our CPR in order to better release the chest and allow the animals to breathe better. And just another reminder from last year, our doxapram is something that creates more oxygen need in our brain. So if there is a reason that we're not getting enough oxygen into the body, then we don't want to give doxapram because it's just going to make our body feel like it needs more oxygen when we can't get more oxygen in there. So it's pretty rare that we want to use doxapram. It tends to be something we're using in like premature babies and things like that. And it would be pretty rare in these sorts of disaster scenarios we would ever want to use doxapram. All right, next we'll talk about heat exhaustion and heat stroke really quick because we are, after we talk about hypothermia, we can also talk about hyperthermia. There's 3 different ways that we can move heat throughout the world. So we can radiate the heat just off of our skin. We can evaporate it by panting. Even animals that don't pant like us and like orangutans, we still can lose a fair amount of heat through our respiratory system, or we can maintain or hold on to a lot of heat through our respiratory system. If it's really hot, humid air that we're breathing, we may want to be able to breathe off some of this air and the heat through water, and we might not be able to. Convection would be like getting airflow by you from a fan or something and you're sweating, and so the sweat molecules help take the heat dissipation off through the airflow that comes by. And then conduction is truly just touching an object. And when you touch like a cold metal table, that is because the metal table is pulling warmth from you, and that's why it feels cold. So those are the 4 different ways we can get rid of heat that we want to keep in mind if we have a patient that is coming in with heat stroke. There's a lot of different things that can make an animal more prone to heat stroke, but I think in your guys's situation over in Malaysia, Indonesia, the rest of Southeast Asia, a lot of times it is literally just the weather around there that could be leading to heat stroke, especially if the patient is injured and just cannot move and is unable to move out of the elements and just gets bombarded by the elements and gets overheated. But always good to remind us that we could be having a fever if we have an infection or seem to be feeling ill. Obviously we could have a fever, but then hyperthermia, when we just have too much heat gained and not enough heat loss and we feel completely overheated, that would be when we're dealing with heat stroke. It'll start mild with just heat cramp and muscle spasms. It will follow into heat exhaustion. So then you might start getting diarrhea in your patients. They might get really weak, and then it'll go fully to heat stroke, usually around above 104 degrees Fahrenheit, 40 degrees Celsius, and we will start to get multi-organ dysfunction. And again, just kind of like burns, we are kind of literally cooking our body. And so it likes to cook things that are very metabolically active. So that's going to be the cells that line our GI tract. That's going to be our bone marrow. That's going to be our brain, are going to be some things that are really, really prone to heat stroke. Our very first initial treatments are going to be to use all of those different methods of heat dissipation that I talked about to try and get the patient as cool as possible. There's a lot of debate on whether you should use ice or whether you should use cold water. I think you should just use whatever you have available. If you have ice, I would definitely put water and ice together, and I would use that to put it on the central portion of the body, again, the core of the body, because if we put it on the periphery, on the arms and legs, the body is really good at constricting those blood vessels and making them small, and then just shunting all the blood to the core. And then all that really hot blood is going to be in the center of the body, causing problems. So we want to put all this cool material in the core of the body, and so we can absolutely just douse them continuously with cold ice water. We can get fans blowing on them. If it's really, really severe, you could consider putting some cold water like up the rectum. Giving just IV fluids is a really, really great way to get them cooled. If you guys have ever noticed, IV fluids, even if you try not to let an animal get cold, they will get pretty cold with even room temperature fluids being given into them. So that can actually be super, super helpful in a heat stroke when you're trying to get them cool. But it is also really important. So if an animal comes in with a temperature of 105, 107, I've seen it at 109, 110, that's really, really scary. And we do need and want to get that cooled off as soon as possible. But we also have to keep a very close eye on that temperature. And we need to stop cooling at 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 38 degrees Celsius, because they're going to keep plummeting. So it will be even worse if they were really, really high and then we cool them way, way too far down below that. So you need to stop cooling them before they even hit a normal temperature, because they are going to continue to drop down. And you need to make a good plan to make sure you're going to be able to get a good temperature. So if you are putting fluids in the rectum, you're not going to be able to measure the temperature in the rectum. You're going to need to make sure you have an esophageal temperature probe, for example. Or if you have if you're going to need to use the rectum as the temperature area, then don't be giving fluids in there, because that will negatively affect your ability to measure the temperature and keep track of what's going on with your patient. And so in all of these different cases of like heat strokes and burns, I just want to remind you that our shock is going to look different than it typically does. So if you get a patient that is hypovolemic, so they've lost a lot of blood or they lost a lot of fluid from their burns, then they will look vasoconstricted. So they're going to shunt all their blood to their core, and they're going to have cool periphery, and they're going to have a really rapid capillary refill time because they're really constricted there. However, when they're really overheated from burns or they're experiencing heat stroke, you're going to actually see the opposite, where they're going to have super, super red mucous membranes, especially if they have like cyanide toxicity or something. They're going to be extra hot. They'll be warmer on their paws and out in their fingers and toes than at their center portion. And so that's very different than the typical shock you can see, where again, like if we see a typical hypovolemic shock where if they had diarrhea from their heat stroke or they lost a lot of fluid from their burns, then you'll see the more typical. And then metabolic shock, if they get cooked and they don't have any glucose and they're using a lot of oxygen, they will again look maybe like a mix of between these two. So lots of things to consider. And here's just a table for you to look back on and look at what typical shock looks like. And then what I have marked in the blue is those kind of rare times when you might have heat stroke or a pheochromocytoma or some sort of vasodilatory shock that'll look a little bit different. And this is when we're talking about this kind of shock, it's called a distributive shock. And it's a shock where the blood vessels are really, really dilated. And so the blood's not able to move through the body because there's not good hoses to send the blood through. Instead, they're big and floppy hoses. So that is how we go into shock with these disease processes. And in these disease processes, we're going to want to run some blood on all of these patients, and we're going to possibly see low red blood cells because of their diseases, losing blood from their injuries, or just because they're chronically ill. In hyperthermia and heat stroke specifically, because we cook the bone marrow, we are going to see nucleated red blood cells often. And the more nucleated red blood cells you see, at least in the patients and the species we've studied so far, that equals a worsened prognosis. So if you're seeing a lot of nucleated red blood cells, like we are seeing in this picture here on your blood smear, you're going to know that unfortunately your patient is a lot more serious. We are also going to see a thrombocytopenia, so low platelets. Again, in a heat stroke, this is because we have cooked our bone marrow, and so all of our macroplatelets, all of our cells that make our platelets have been cooked and have died off. But in our burns and things, we're going to be trying to send those platelets to try to stop any blood flowing out and any issues, and we're going to lose our platelets that way. We definitely can see our electrolytes go abnormal. We can see high liver enzymes. We can see high kidney values, and we can see low glucose. And if you guys have any way to measure clotting times, or if you just even look at a normal blood tube that you pulled for a chemistry, it may take a very long time to clot because our blood just is not going to clot like normal after such a severe disturbance and issue. So again, we know we're going to give fluids, fluid boluses, as we've talked about with our shock before, and then we can get colloids in right away if it's not a burn patient, or we'll wait until about 24 hours later if it is a burn patient. And as we've talked about briefly before as well, a lot of these patients are going to be really, really sick. And so if they seem to be in shock that doesn't respond to our fluids, if we've checked electrolytes and fixed their electrolytes if we can, then we may need to talk about putting them on a pressor medication to try and maintain their blood pressure and try to help them out of shock. We're also going to want to give them oxygen if they need it. Do not be afraid to intubate a patient if you think they're needing it, if they're having trouble breathing. And we might need to give them plasma if they're not clotting well. And we might need to treat them. We're going to talk about this in the second half of my talk, but a lot of these patients with these issues are very prone to having their kidneys stop working. And so we are going to want to make sure that they're making urine. And if they're not, we may need to treat them to try and keep their kidneys functioning and making urine so that they can flush out all these toxins and all these things that are going wrong in their body. They might need dextrose if their glucose is going really low when all of this is happening. We might need to keep them elevated with their head above the rest of their body if they seem to have brain swelling. Hypertonic saline can be really good to help them with that. We'll talk about lidocaine with anything that might be going wrong with their heart. We might need to support their liver if it's not happy based on everything that's going on. And in any of these disease processes, it's generally a good idea to treat them for any nausea. It's never good if you're having trouble breathing or if you're having issues to experience an increase in abdominal pressure from vomiting or feeling nauseous. And then also obviously we are prone to, if they're vomiting or regurgitating, they might breathe that into their lungs, and that can be a really big problem. So it's pretty much always a good idea to give them anti-nausea medications if you can. It is less clear if we should always give them ulcer treatments, but if there's any sign that they have ulcers, we should definitely treat it. Or if their liver is really failing or their kidney is really failing, then it is probably a good idea to give them ulcer treatment, because both of those are going to make them a lot more prone to getting ulcers. And so we want to try and prevent that if we can, because that will just cause more issues. All right, so I know we started late, so I tried to breeze through that pretty quickly on those things. And so I think I can just take any questions you have, and then we can just talk about complex trauma for my next talk.
Thank you, Lily. Please give applause for Lily. Why is so silent? So Lily will be continue the session after the lunch, but we still have a time now. We have 5 minutes. So I offer to participants who want to asking to Lily.
Thank you for your presentation. It's really interesting. I just have a couple questions. How fast do you usually warm hypothermic patients up? Like during a couple hours? Like how fast?
Yeah, I'm sorry that every time I answer a question, I say it depends, but obviously that is often the case. But we are going to try and warm them up to at least 94 degrees pretty fast, because we need them to at least be at 94, 95 degrees for them to, again, have basically everything in their body working. The drugs that we want to give them and all of their hormones and just all of the normal physiology in their body, we're going to want that to be pretty fast. So I would try to get up to that temperature as quickly as you can. It's sometimes frustratingly slow. It can sometimes take a couple hours to get it to that temperature, even if you're trying really hard. But also sometimes you can do it within 30 minutes or an hour. After that, then I think what you're getting at with your question, which is a really smart and good question, is sometimes there is some evidence that says that if you warm up a patient slowly, it's better for their brain, kind of having what's called permissive hypothermia, or having them a little bit colder than normal, might be better for their brain. I think that in wildlife medicine and even in our veterinary patients, like our dogs and cats, we don't have enough evidence to say that that's really, really beneficial in them yet. And I also think that in dogs and cats and in our orangutans, they don't have to read newspapers. They don't have to do as many complicated things as we ask human patients to do, where they're really evaluating their neurologic system. And a lot of the patients that I see that we see coming in, they're going to actually have had enough damage to their brain or other parts of their body that they are really going to struggle to maintain a normal body temperature anyway. If we don't support them and if we don't give them external heat sources, they don't really maintain a normal body temperature. As soon as we take it away, they drop back down. And I feel like I see that typically for the first 24, 48 hours of their hospitalization, pretty typically. So I don't worry too much about warming them up or too quickly, because I just don't find that happens too much. You guys should tell me if you experience something different, because I think you guys have a very different climate there than I do. So maybe you guys experience something different, and please do teach me about that. But I would say that I don't think you have to worry about warming them up too quickly. Like, just focus on warming up their core and do it as quickly as you can with what materials you have available. And usually it's going to end up being enough where they are going to warm up in an hour or two at a good pace. And you're just going to want to keep a really close eye on their temperature because of that after-op phenomenon. And also, just like with cooling them and heat stroke, you don't want to over-warm them. So you'll want to stop before they get too warm. But also, you probably don't want to stop all of your warming, because like I said, I have seen it where they just aren't ever able to maintain their temperature. So you're going to have to leave some sort of support on them to help them be warmer.
Okay, thank you so much. And the next, I just want to ask, what kind of dextrose do you usually use to maintain glucose? I know depend on the patient and everything. I just heard from some vets that they use 5% glucose, and I'm struggling with this question because I learned that it cannot maintain glucose. What is your opinion? And yeah, just would like to hear your opinion.
Yeah. So I am very spoiled here, and I always give my dextrose based on what the patient shows me they need, because I have a glucometer. So if you have that, I really like giving the dextrose and then checking the glucose afterwards in 15, 30 minutes, an hour, to see what our response is. If I think it's something temporary where I'm not going to need glucose for a long time, I will give a 0.5 ml of dextrose per kilogram, diluted 1 to 4, and so that's a 50% dextrose solution that we get here in the US. So I'll dilute that 1 to 4, and it would be a 12.5% glucose solution, and I just give that as a bolus, and then I'll check 15 or 30 minutes later and see if our glucose came up, and then I'll check in a couple hours and make sure it's maintaining. If I'm able to kind of start that patient on tube feeding or get that patient eating, and I think their glucose is going to maintain. Otherwise, if I'm giving it IV, I have to think really carefully because dextrose can really make veins very unhappy, and then your veins are going to get hurt and not get the fluid flowing through them very well if you have really high % dextrose. So I like to start at 2.5% or 5%, and I don't really like to go over 5% in a peripheral vessel. If I am going over it to 7.5 or 10 or even 12.5%, which sometimes I have to do, I like to do it in a central line, so a jugular or a femoral or something that's a bigger vessel that's going to move the dextrose through right away and hopefully not get damaged by it as quickly. So sometimes I do have to do higher levels, and I'll do that. If I really can't get a central line in, then I do like to see if I can have like multiple IV lines in and giving 5% through both, or I just have to watch that IV line really closely because the higher percentages can be really hard on the blood vessels.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Daria. So we still have a 2 minutes. Hanita, she's from SOC.
Okay. I have two questions. I have two questions for you. I have asked about the burn wound. How about using a skin flap in the damaged area? Is it possible to do it also in the scars area? And also the second one in about the smoke inhalation. So from what I know, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Usually, one of the effects from the smoke inhalation was inflammation in especially the upper area of the airway, and also in the trachea. So you said that we need to put the oxygen in the patient, but how to avoid get the trachea obstruction when we got to the ETT, because the inhalation, if the swelling is very severe.
Yeah. So I'm going to answer your second question first because I already forgot your first question, so we'll go back to that. But the second question, it's definitely something you have to think a lot about and make up a good plan for with the upper airway swelling. And usually it is kind of an emergency situation, so you're just figuring it out as you go. So I will sometimes even just put a very small, like red rubber tube, if you know what that is, or a very small tube down the trachea if it's so swollen that I can't get a normal ET tube in. At least I can get some oxygen down through that tube, and then I can sometimes feed the ET tube over that. And or you can also, unfortunately, sometimes we have to do a tracheotomy where we cut open the trachea and put something in there if we're too obstructed and too swollen up in the pharynx and the mouth region. So those are all things that happen sometimes. If we're really swollen up in the upper airway region, I think we should ask Dr. Jen. I bet she might know even more things than I do about all of this, but sometimes I like to aerosolize or have them try to inhale some hypertonic saline. I find that can help. Sometimes also there's some evidence that if you aerosolize furosemide, Lasix, it will also decrease swelling in a different mechanism of action than the way that it works when you give it IVIM or anything like that. Or sometimes we'll give steroids, all of those things to try and decrease that swelling so that you'll eventually be able to pull the tube out and hopefully have that animal breathe a little bit better. And then can you remind me what your first question was?
Okay, my first question was about do a skin flap in the damaged area of burn wounds. And also, can we do that? And also, is it possible to do it also, especially in the scars area, when scars are already formed?
Yes. I would say if you're going to close the wound where an eschar previously was, a wound flap is almost always what you're going to have to do. And obviously, there's a lot of different wound flap techniques depending on the different area of the body that's affected. But yeah, you're thinking exactly correctly, where if you're gonna try to close one of those large burn wounds, a wound flap is almost always gonna be what you're gonna have to do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I think we are enough for the question in Lily's session. So we will continue with the panel discussion. So Nabila will be leading this session. So during the preparing for the panel, I'll be giving Jennifer to giving a little bit comment about the inflammation on the upper respiration because of the smoking.
Yeah, and this first thing isn't specific to smoke inhalation, but in babies, for example, who have acute swelling in their airways, we'll have them inhale racemic epinephrine because that will often open it up, but mostly we use steroids, especially IM, so it's slowly diffusing out into the system.
Okay, thank you. Nabila,
okay,
I offer to you now.
Thank you very much, Lily. Thank you, Yeni. So now I would like to invite Daria and also Aisha to the front. We have 20 minutes for the panel discussion session. Yes, please welcome Daria and also Aisha. And we also have Lily, and still we have Sathya online. And if you guys have any question, you can, anyone have questions for four of them? Anyone? So thank you, Sathya and Lily, for still joining us for the panel discussion session, as well as Daria and Aisha. So anyone have any questions, you can keep asking this for presenter and speaker. So I have my first question to Sathya. Since most of the organization here, institution, already have their SOP, documented disaster management. From your experience, what are the biggest challenge to implement the documents? What are the biggest barriers that you think that could be a challenge to all these institutions?
I think one of the biggest challenges is making sure that you're able to do what you want to do. I think it's relatively easy to write a protocol, to write an SOP, and to have that on paper. It's making it actually happen that's hard, and I think that's where the practice in the form of drills or exercises becomes really important. And that gives you the opportunity to simulate a disaster, even if you're just collecting all of the individuals, and you just talk through if this were to happen, these were the next steps, and these are who are the individuals who would be doing each of those steps. Even just talking through it allows everyone to just hear how the plan works. For certain things, we do live action drills. So we do drills where we would say, if there were a fire in this building, this is how we would evacuate the building. These are those approaches, and those actions of simulations really help everyone just remember what the plan is, be able to work through the steps of doing the plan, But most importantly, if there's something that's missing from the plan, if you do a drill and then you realize, oh, we never accounted for, the animals in this area, or we never accounted for the fact that this road is closed at this time, it allows you to then troubleshoot the plan and make refinements to the plan. So I think, the SOPs are great to have. They're really important and they're necessary, but you need to practice utilizing them, because if you don't utilize them multiple times over and over, it's hard to remember how the plan works. And then when it comes time for the emergency, it's hard to actually utilize the plan. Everyone's in a different state of mind, and instead of that being second nature, then it's a whole new thing to try in an emergency, and that makes it much more challenging.
Yes, true. Practice makes perfect, yeah? So there's one question actually from Nancy online for Sathya, and I think it's good to share with everyone the answer can you please give a real-world example of using an ICS for a small planned event versus a large unexpected natural disaster? Maybe you can share the answer to the offline participant here.
Sure. So certain planned events, smaller events. So we're a zoo. We have public guests here at the zoo every day. So we'll have a similar structure for large planned events. If we're expecting, a couple thousand people to come for something here, that it was an out of the ordinary but planned event, we would have a similar structure where there is someone there's an oversight person or an incident commander, but there's also someone in charge of logistics, there's someone in charge of operations, and there's a communication chain there that's very similar to how it would happen if there were an emergency. But we do similar things for animal transports. If we know that we're moving a dangerous animal from either into or out of the zoo, or we're moving them from one area to another area in the zoo, who's the person in charge of that, and then who's responsible for each of the other individual parts underneath that, including the planning and the communication. Occasionally we'll have things where we know there's going to be service work. So for example, we've had times where we've lost power to part of the zoo, electrical power or gas supply, because of work that's being done on a part of the electrical system or the gas supply. And so we know that we're going to lose power to certain areas. And so we use a similar structure so we know who's overseeing the work that's being done, as well as who's providing the necessary resources while that power is out, and how we're doing that. And really the main thing is just assigning knowing who has the responsibilities and who leads each operational team, as well as who leads the overall incident. And then that really is important, because those are the people who are doing the pre-planning, who are planning all of the events and all of the steps and making sure that everything is in order before the event, also leading the event during the time of the operation. And then also those individuals are doing the review of what worked well and what did not work well during each of their individual tasks.
Thank you, Sathya. I think we have questions for Lily online. Yenny, can you help? None? No? Second questions? No? Okay. I have questions for Lily. So it's common in my place as well. When the animal facility have a very limited equipment and facilities to treat animal for emergency, like how do you prioritize? What can you advise them to do the bare minimum? Because sometimes we don't have all kinds of drugs that are needed for emergency. For example, what are the most important things that you must have on the list, like emergency kit for any facilities?
Yeah, I think, again, as annoying as it is, it does kind of depend, and I would be happy to talk to everybody about what different materials might be the best for you all, but I would say some sort of catheters, ways to get IV access, and maybe even really big needles, so you could place an IO catheter if needed, and fluids to give the animal, and epinephrine and atropine for CPR and for resuscitating the patient. I'd say those would be really, really good and kind of minimum. And if you could get some way to measure the pulse ox and the ECG, that would be great and a really good starting point. And then from there, I would work on hopefully getting an ability to measure end-tidal CO2 and hopefully measure blood gases or electrolytes. And you can always just build out, because obviously us ER and critical care people love to use tons and tons of equipment and tons of materials. So there's always more that we could add, but those would be kind of some minimal things that I would try to prioritize.
Thank you, Lily. Do you have anyone have any questions for Lily? Yes, we have one, Yenny, over there. Can you help me pass the mic? We have one question for you, Lily, from the participants here.
Okay, I have a question for Lily and also Daria. The first one I'm going to ask to Lily. First of all, thank you for the amazing presentation. My name is Rachel. I want to ask two questions. The first one is, in case of maybe infections or sometimes unknown fever origin, when do you usually reach out for antipyretic? Like, do you have a cutoff point for the temperature? Because usually some of the people here, some of the people in my center said that maybe if the temperature rises, it's because of the body reacting to the antigens, and we can sometimes just leave it or use other medication like fluids or antibiotic to deal with that. But when do you usually reach for antipyretic? The second one is, in terms of heat stroke, I assume that the animal is in some type of pain. So do you usually give pain medication for that animal? And if you do, what kind of pain medication do you usually use? Because I guess in those cases, the kidneys are pretty compromised. Yeah, I think those are my two questions. Thank you.
Yeah, those are very good questions, and you have identified some tricky things that we deal with for sure. So as far as antibiotics go, I don't usually give antibiotics based on a temperature necessarily. You know, if the patient has had a normal stable temperature and then it spikes, then I do sometimes investigate if I think there's a new infection that I need to treat. As we talked about, sometimes you can have a fever from an infection, so that's definitely possible. But a lot of times in our patients with disaster medicine issues, if they experience traumatic brain injury, which we haven't gotten to yet, but your brainstem can get addled from that trauma, and so your body temperature can do a lot of crazy things just because your brain isn't responding normally. So you don't necessarily have the temperature as a super reliable reason to give antibiotics. So I tend to give antibiotics more for if they get really, really cold or really, really hot. For cold stress or heat stress, I will often be giving antibiotics if I think that the GI tract has died off and there's no barrier between the bacteria in their GI tract and their bloodstream. Then I'm going to be giving antibiotics to try and prevent the bacteria from their GI tract getting into their body. Obviously, if I see a wound that looks really infected on a bird patient and I think they need antibiotics, I would give antibiotics then. If they have no white blood cells, so if their white blood cell count is really, really low, because maybe the heat stroke killed all their white blood cells, and so they maybe need antibiotics to help them prevent an infection, or maybe all the white blood cells are really low because they have all gone somewhere to try and fight off the infection. I think all of those are different reasons that I would consider antibiotics, and I agree that sometimes just antigens or the brain can cause your temperature to go up, and I don't automatically give antibiotics for any specific temperature. And then as far as heat stroke and pain, I agree that they probably don't feel very good. I don't specifically know what pain they might specifically be in. At least for me, when I've had really severe heat stroke patients, they are pretty unconscious because their brain got cooked. And in that case, a lot of them have really unhappy hearts, and I have them on lidocaine CRIs. I don't know if you guys have a lot of lidocaine there, but that does seem to help a bit with pain and makes me feel like they have something on board to give them a little bit of comfort. But in general, yeah, I'm not giving them non-steroidal anti-inflammatories. I'm not giving them acetaminophen because their kidneys and their liver are really compromised, and I don't think they can handle that. I think if they were really painful and I was worried about it, I might consider low-dose ketamine or low-dose dexmedetomidine. But I actually hadn't really thought a lot about pain in them before and never really identified it a lot, but that's a really good point you bring up. And certainly when they have sources of pain like a broken bone and they have heat stroke, it is a really tricky thing that I'm trying to manage. I know you guys have problems sometimes getting opioid medications because I'm spoiled and I like to use those. And then I do use ketamine and lidocaine and dexmedetomidine, and I will also use local blocks if I can to just try to help that patient not feel if there's a specific source of pain for them.
Thank you, Lily. Is that answering your questions?
Yes,
yeah,
thank
okay.
you so much, Lily. I have one more question for Daria, if I may. So do you have any experience using anti-anxiety medication to deal with regurgitation as a behavior abnormality in any animals or maybe even primates?
Can you repeat your question, please?
Do you have any experience using anti-anxiety medication or drugs such as those to deal with regurgitation as a behavior abnormality in animals? Because we have one orangutan that does regurgitation for quite a long time, and we put him inside of a forest enclosure. So that behavior may be because either he is anxious or maybe out of boredom. So do you have any experience with that?
Unfortunately, I didn't have like case like this. Yeah, I'm not sure that I can answer on your question. Like with behavior stuff, he regurgitate.
Yeah, he would vomit out the food that he ingests.
Yeah,
and then eat them again
because of stress. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, I didn't have any case about with regurgitation, but probably. But have you tried to use some anxiolytic drugs and stress-reduced drugs, or no?
Sorry, what was the question again?
Have you tried to use stress-reducing drugs?
Oh, we have not tried to use any medication.
Yeah.
Maybe Sathya, do you have any inputs on this?
Sure. That is something we will see with some of our animals. Typically, we aren't utilizing those same anti-anxiety medications. If we feel it is something that is potentially due to boredom, we try and utilize other types of enrichment for training or even for distraction. And then we try and also identify if there's certain food items that'll be more prone to that type of trigger. So some of the sweeter items we have, some of the cereals and things, many of our animals will regurgitate and then re-ingest some of those food items more often than they will other food items. So we'll try and limit some of those sweeter, more processed foods in those situations. And then also, yeah, like as I mentioned, utilizing other types of either training or enrichment to provide some other social stimulus for those animals. But those are cases where I'm reluctant to utilize those behavior modification meds for that because it may just have a sedating effect. It may not actually treat the primary problem. This is it's unlikely to be primary anxiety as it would with some other clinical signs.
Thank you, Sathya.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. That answered my question.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any other questions? Yes, we have one at the back.
Oke, ini maaf ya saya pakai bahasa Indonesia. Ini pertanyaannya buat Kak Echa. Jadi tadi tuh aku lihat dari slide-nya ada perubahan yang signifikan dari progres Pak yang dari bulan Juli kan pakai di situ baru mulai honey dan traditional medicine. Boleh di share nggak pakai traditional medicine-nya tuh apa gitu? Terima kasih.
Oke, karena pertanyaannya bahasa Indonesia, aku jawabnya pakai bahasa Indonesia juga ya. Yang luka itu ya, Rifda. Oke, jadi sebenarnya tuh kalau di kasusnya Ramo, karena kita udah terlalu banyak pakai medicine, jadinya untuk yang kayak luka-luka terbukanya kita mencoba pakai traditional medicine kan. Sebenarnya ini bukan kasus pertama kita incorporate kayak ethnomedicine ke dalam treatment kit kami, dan kebetulan itu di tempat center kami itu kan orang lokalnya itu orang-orang Karo ya, dan orang Karo itu emang terkenal mereka punya banyak ilmu dari bikin herbal gitu dari alam, dan kebetulan juga staff kami salah satunya juga punya ilmu tersebut. Jadi mungkin maaf kalau sama orang Karo kalau aku salah ngomong. Jadinya pas yang kasusnya Ramo ini kita sebenarnya custom sama mereka, kayak kita kasih tahu gimana lukanya, bentuknya seperti apa, dan emang susah sembuhnya karena dia basah terus kan. Terus jadinya mereka itu kasih kita bubuk, bentuknya tuh bubuk, warnanya tuh hitam. Terus awalnya mereka bilang itu dicampur sama lemak ayam. Mereka bilang lemak ayam yang dilelehkan, terus dicampur sama pastanya, terus ditaruh di luka-lukanya itu ya. Tapi kita coba juga buat kita campur sama madu kan akhirnya. Terus emang kebetulan karena kita juga selain support dari topical, obat-obat topical kan kita juga kasih obat-obat yang sistemik kan. Jadinya memang kebetulan juga progresnya bagus. Jadinya kita pakai terus itu sampai akhirnya lukanya si orangutannya tertutup. Jadinya begitu.
Let me try to translate that. So, so there is a question regarding the treatment on orangutan Ramo, and Asia explained that they are using traditional herbs medicine. It is homemade traditional herb medicine, custom made from chicken fat and also herbs, and they are also using oral medication besides using the traditional herbs medicine. Maybe you can ask the ingredient more from Yenny and also Acha after this, yeah. Okay, so one last question before we end our session for this afternoon, before we are going for lunch. Any other last question for the panelists, for the speaker? Yes, Fina over there. Thanks, Paki.
Okay, thank you.
I want to ask to Aisha, because we also have one cases about the head trauma, and our orangutan also have an incoordination because of that. I really want to know, does the same cases that you have with Ramo also that you mentioned orangutan has incoordination, are they correlated to the head trauma? That's the first one. And the second one is, on the first slide, you state like orangutan also have a swollen eye. I wondering if that because of the landslide effect, or there are because also correlation with the head trauma that can make any other causes trauma in the eye. And have you guys checked the eye also at that time, the ophthalmology testing and everything? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. The first one is about the incoordinations of the patients. We suspected the incoordination was also because of she is endured such a really bad blunt force trauma. So, but at we gave her time to recover by herself. We also gave like ketamine CRI for her at the beginning. It's also for pain medication. So we did not force her to move very rapidly. And then for the second question is about the eye. Yeah, we actually suspected the eye thing is because of the increase of the ICP, but in our center we do not have equipment needed for the reading the intracranial pressure. So we're just going by the clinical signs that she's showing. So that's why because of that, we think it's because of the increase of the intracranial pressure is also making the liquid inside of the eyes. It's also affecting that. So that's why we started to give the neuroprotectant medications and also hyperosmolar therapy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our online speakers, Sathya and Lily. Give them a warm round of applause, and also Aisha and also Daria. So thank you everyone for today. We will continue our session at 2 p.m. Thank you. We will continue our session at 2 p.m. Please be punctual, everyone. And let's go for lunch. Eat. Yeah, thank you, Wendy. 2 p.m. Pagi.
Oh ya, mau informasi buat teman-teman, ini ada oleh-oleh dari Mbak Popo, ada kerupuk kemplang, aku jualan enggak. Ini yang mau silahkan ambil nanti di meja belakang ya, saya letak di sana. Feel free to take it, this is some souvenir food, apa dibilang oleh-oleh ya, buat tangan, hand fruit. It's from Popo, it's a fish crackers, so I will put on the table there, so feel free to take it by yourself. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. We just got distracted by Steve's facial expression and the noise. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a filling lunch. So just before we go into the first session, please sign in your attendance. And just a gentle reminder and information, not a reminder, actually we have not told you guys this. We actually reuse these lanyards. So if for whatever reason some of y'all may not join us or are leaving earlier, we will appreciate that you leave your lanyard with the students just before you leave. Is that okay? All right. So now we shall move on to a short session before we start our next session that I'll pass to our PIC, Yanni and Nabila. I would like to, it's not going to be, we don't have to move. You're not going to move to the chaos zone. You're going to stay within your seats, or you'll be able to just move around if you would like to. I would like you guys to take out your phones. You guys will be using your phones. Take out, okay, I guess everybody has their phone out. I will give you guys about like 3 minutes to take a look at your photo gallery. Go back to January of 2026. January 2026. Look through all your photos and pick one photo that you find most memorable. For whatever reason, pick one. So I'll check in another 3 minutes. If you have found one, good. Yeah? Sorry? In January. Any photo but within taken in January, from the 1st or the 30th, just one photo that it means a lot to you, or it's the most memorable photo, it's the most special photo. January, within January, not the entire 6 months. Just within January. Okay, if you don't have January photo, which month do you have? May. Okay, yeah, so probably especially for you, May. Time to change your phone. Okay, okay. Done? Sorry? So for those who are just joining us, what I'd like you all to do is take out your smartphones, open up your gallery or your Instagram, whichever. Pick a photo taken in January that is most memorable or most special, most meaningful to you. Just one would do. Except one participant that he's allowed to do for the month of May. The rest will do January. We'll wait for everyone to be done. So if you are done, you can look at me. If you're not done, you can keep looking at your phone. Okay, so which month the paling dekat dengan January? February boleh. Actually, it was supposed to be a specific date, but I went for a month. Sorry, yeah? Yeah, probably next time we'll do the year. Buka gallery. Pergi ke January 2026.
Ooh, Popo so serious.
Pilih satu. If you all are done, you all can look at me. If you all are still searching, you all can keep looking at your phones. Done. I hope it's easy to find. Don't have to show me. It's okay. Sudah. Anybody else still looking through their phone? Have not found anything special? Sudah. Okay, so this row. Sudah. Okay, this two still. Propose sudah? Belum. Okay, I will repeat again. So you all open up your phone, your smartphone, open up your gallery, pergi ke January 2026, apa-apa gambar yang diambil January 2026, pilih yang paling special, yang paling memory, bagus memorinya, or whatever that is very a photo that is very special to you. Yes, that's the. I think everybody here is good. Anybody here that's clueless what they're doing? No, very good. Melody, done? You have one? Sudah ya? Wah, punya. Kamu ber-WhatsApp kah? Sudah? Tidak ada yang meaningful. Jadi mesti ada satu yang paling special. Ya, yang special. As long as it's special to you. It might be just a gambar, mie goreng kah. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, sudah semuanya? Okay, so that you all have chosen the picture, I would like you guys to pick a partner that is not sitting next to you. That's not sitting next to you. It could be in front of you, the back. Find a partner and share your photo. Talk about the photo, why is it very special, for about 2 minutes, and then you allow your partner to share the same. Boleh? Can we do that? Sorry? You can choose. You can choose. Bukan yang di sebelah ya, not next to you. Di sekitar. So Steve is already up finding for a partner. Please volunteer. Huh? Scatter. Scatter, you can be not, as long as not next to you. Di belakang pun boleh. Kau baru masukkan bateri? Kau baru masukkan? Pilih gambar di Januari 2026. Pilih salah satu gambar dari kamu punya galeri yang diambil Januari. Pilih satu. Nanti cari partner, bagi tahu kenapa gambar ini special. Kalau mau mereka dulu, seterusnya kamu. So you all will find a partner, you all can share, then the partner will share with you. Iya, kamu mau cerita sama mereka, kenapa special? Baru masukkan ini. Siapa? Take out your gallery. Yes. Cari phone, cari gambar 2026, Januari 2026. Pilih satu gambar yang special. Langsung cari teman, bukan sebelah. Talk about the picture. Dan teman tu pun akan cerita gambar mereka.
Bukan sebelah ya. It's okay. It's okay.
I already gave you an exception.
I have new phone. How can I have?
Okay. I will close one eye. Ya, album Instagram pun boleh. Yang penting kita special memorable photo. Mana gambarnya? Okay, if you have not switched, it'll be a good time to switch. Get your partner to tell you to talk about their photo. Sudah? Anybody looking for a partner? Okay. Sudah? Okay. If you all are done, both of you all have shared, you all can take a seat. Thank you. Tidak juga aku pergi shopping, jangan kau risau. Jadi malamnya buat apa? Hah? Kau discuss sama dia orang nanti saya join. Saya tanya. Kalau boleh saya mau tidur ini hari ini. Saya korok semalam tidur ini hari ini. Saya mau masuk baju. If you have not allowed your partner to share, please allow them to share. Do not dominate the conversation. And if you are done, both partners have shared, you all can take your seat, your original seats back. Okay, guys, can we have all of y'all back to your seats? Boleh ya? Let's have everyone back to their seats. I hope there was enough time for everyone to share. Sudah? Thank you. So feel free to engage with your partners later on if there was not enough time right now, because we really got to go on to our next session. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. All right, I hope that was a nice small little activity that allows you all to open up a little bit with a friend or a new friend, hopefully. So I'm going to let Nabila take over the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paki. So everyone, yes, thank you. Okay, so everyone, before we continue to our next session with Lily again, I would like to announce few things. So today's session, which is from Steve, I'm sorry, I'll repeat this again. So we will have the translation service up till 4:30 p.m. only, which is after Steve's lecture. So by the time Steve's ended his lecture, please return the translation device to the vendor over there, okay? And then don't forget to sign your attendance for afternoon session today, okay? So is Lily ready online? Dr. Sumita? Yeah? Okay, so let us welcome Dr. Lily again to continue with her session.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Lily.
Thanks for having me back. We'll talk some more. Let me share my screen. righty. Excellent. So, similarly to everything we talked about before lunch, we really are going to just talk about things at a very surface level because we don't have a ton of time to talk about all of these things in depth. And we could talk about everything very much in depth, but I am hoping that just kind of at least discussing everything a little bit will, again, make sure you guys have heard of these things, make sure you keep them a little bit in mind when you're dealing with patients that have been traumatized. And then maybe if you see any specific topic that is something that you're really interested in, you can do more research, or is something that you think would really help OVAG, maybe we can work on having some future sessions on specific topics. But so today I'm going to talk about trauma, but what I'm really talking about is not your simple run-of-the-mill laceration or abrasion. We're really going to be talking about very large scale trauma, usually what we would call in English polytrauma, so multiple types of trauma all at once. Things like crush injuries, all of these can be really, really severe and cause a lot of problems and lead to systemic multiple organ function dysfunctions and issues. And so we're just gonna, again, unfortunately, I cannot dive into anything super deep. We're just gonna kind of skim the surface and talk about a few things with trauma, but feel free to stop me if you have questions. And again, we will have all these slides available for you. And I'm always happy to take any questions with email or WhatsApp if you want to talk about things further. I will never stop with my do your triage exam caveat though. So just again, even in the animals that have polytrauma and multiple traumatic wounds and things, if they aren't able to breathe, if they aren't able to circulate their blood, if their neurologic system is shutting down, we're not going to be able to save them from their polytrauma. So definitely always, again, start out with your triage exam. And then when you do have an animal that comes in with a lot of severe trauma, we are going to want to start trying to get some tests done on them pretty quickly. In human hospitals, but definitely not veterinary hospitals, they're always going to send them off for a CT scan to get a complete look on what's going on in their body. But I know that's not often the case for something that we can do in veterinary medicine and with our wildlife and orangutan patients. And I think that is actually okay. I think when we are trying to triage an animal, figure out what's going on and figure out what is happening, I really want to advocate for us to use our fast scans. So I know that I talk about ultrasound a lot with us, and this is absolutely the perfect situation and perfect time to utilize your ultrasound. And I know it's not going to perfectly translate from English into Indonesian, but FAST, is an acronym in English. It means doing something quickly, but then the FAST stands for Focused Assessment with Sonography for Trauma. So really, we started using ultrasounds in the emergency room for trauma. We have now used it for a lot of other things, but it really is the first instance of where we can utilize ultrasound and learn a lot of really important information for our patients. So hopefully you guys remember somewhat some of the ultrasound fast scanning we talked about for our thorax last year. We'll just go over a few of those slides again, and we'll also talk a little bit about the abdomen, so your abdominal focused assessment as well. But essentially what we're doing, you want to just do it in a very systematic manner. So you want to look at the exact same spot on every patient every time just to look and see. And if you remember last year, we really are just trying to ask yes or no questions with our ultrasound. And the question is there free fluid or not? Is there free air or not? Those are the big questions we're going to ask when we are doing an ultrasound assessment for trauma. Obviously, we can look at a lot of other things with ultrasound, and that can be very useful. We can talk about one of those things for looking at our intracranial pressure a little bit later, but right now we're just gonna kind of hit 4 places in the abdomen and 4 to 8 places on the thorax to look for fluid and look for air. So one thing we might find with trauma is that we can't even really see any of the organs underneath because we might have subcutaneous emphysema. So if we have air under our skin or within our musculature, that air is not going to transmit the sound waves that the ultrasound is sending out. And oftentimes we can tell that there's subcu emphysema with our fingers when we're doing our physical exam. It'll feel kind of crinkly on the skin, but not always. Sometimes if you have deep air in the muscles, you might not necessarily be able to feel it that well. And so you will be able to see that on ultrasound. It's essentially just gonna look like this image here on the left where there just really isn't an image, and that's because the air isn't transmitting the sound. And that is a very important thing to know if there's air deep in your tissue. So your ultrasound can help you figure out that if that's happening. They also, if you have air under your skin, you might see something called a Z line, which is just this short little white line that will emanate down from the interface where that air hits your ultrasound. And again, we can just ask questions as we move through our lungs. Here is a pneumothorax. So instead of air under our skin or under our muscles, if we have air around our lungs, we will see something similar where we might have Z lines and essentially no lung parenchyma being seen on the ultrasound, but we can see our skin and our muscle up here. So we know that the air is not under our skin or muscle, but it's rather around our lungs. And again, this is a review from last year, but for those of you that weren't there, very, very quick review right there. Then our first question is there air? Our second question can be, is there fluid? Obviously, we have fluid in our organ systems normally. So in our heart, in our gallbladder, in our GI tract, in our bladder, we should have fluid, which is going to look black on ultrasound. So this is the heart here with fluid in it, and that is normal. And if you guys remember from last year, our trick with ultrasound, which is accurate most of the time, not 100% of the time, but most of the time, if there is fluid outside of an organ or fluid somewhere where it's not supposed to be, it's going to have angles. So this is fluid that we have here in our pleural space. It's surrounding our lungs, and you can see that there are angles. It looks like a triangle, and that's because it is fluid outside of an organ system where it's not supposed to be, and it's kind of working its way between organs. And so there are sharp angles around that fluid while it tries to seep into the different spaces between the organs. Whereas the fluid that we have in our heart, which is normal and should be there, is round. It doesn't have sharp angles. And again, our gallbladder, our GI tract, our heart, our blood vessels, our bladder, those are all going to be relatively round or have no sharp angles when there's fluid within them in a place where they're normally supposed to be. So we don't have to be super experts for us to be able to utilize ultrasound to assess for traumatic issues. We can really start off with very simple yes/no questions. Do we see black that is associated with fluid, and is that fluid pointy, meaning it might be outside of an organ where we're not supposed to see it, or is it inside of an organ with smooth edges? And then we can get to more complicated things like checking with ultrasound to see if there is fluid in our lungs. I think we'll come back to this one though, just so that we have enough time to cover everything. But you can answer a lot of questions with ultrasound. And when we're looking for all of these issues with our lungs, whether through x-rays or through our ultrasound, I just put this chart that we went over last year back on here as well for you all to look at. We obviously don't have these charts for orangutans, but just to give us kind of an idea of if your orangutan disaster patient has blunt trauma to its thorax. So did it fall out of a high tree or get hit by a car or something that caused some blunt trauma to its thorax? What is the likelihood that it has any of these issues going along with it? So, 58% of the time, if a dog has that happen, it's going to have a pulmonary contusion. And it's less likely to have air in its mediastinum, but it still happens 8% of the time. So just in case that is helpful for you or something that helps you keep in mind what you might be looking for, I have that there. And here's just that table continued with other possible things that you might find. I did want to talk a little bit about pulmonary contusions, or just remind everybody about these that we talked about last year. So a pulmonary contusion is basically a bruise in your lung. So your lung got hit because you got traumatized and you bled into your lung. And so with the blood in that part of the lung, you aren't able to breathe in that area because there's no space for air to move and travel between your lungs and your airspace. Pulmonary contusions should be able to heal on their own without really any treatment, except sometimes the treatment we need to give is some pain medication or some anti-anxiety meds or some oxygen to help them breathe. And if you remember, we talked about last year, they could get worse before they get better, because if you remember, right after you get hit on the arm or something, you don't immediately have a bruise. The bruise shows up a little bit later, and that is kind of similar to pulmonary contusions, where about 24 to 48 hours after the hit by the external force, that's usually when your pulmonary contusions are the worst. So you do have to watch any patient that you think has lung bruising very closely, because they might get worse before they get better. And then moving beyond our thorax, we also can check in our abdomen to look for any fluids. So I'm going to run back here really quick just to show you. So we usually check 4 spaces in the abdomen. One, which is called the subxiphoid, just right under the end of the sternum. We're looking kind of at our liver and stomach area, and we look back at our diaphragm. And then we look at both of the areas around the kidney on the left and right side of the body. And then we look down at the pelvic area around the urinary bladder. And so what we have here is an ultrasound where we're looking at the urinary bladder. So again, this is a fluid within an organ where it's supposed to be, so there's no sharp edges to this. And it's really useful in our trauma patients to see if organs are intact, because sometimes, unfortunately, when we get hit hard enough, we can rupture our bladder, we can rupture our gallbladder, we can rupture our stomach. Things can just, pop basically. And so if you can see an intact bladder, that's always a really great thing. But we can also see that there is some fluid outside of our bladder. And again, like we have talked about before, there's sharp angles to this fluid. So we know that that fluid is outside of any organ system. And the reason that we're doing this quick ultrasound on our abdomen and just looking in on our abdomen is because we want to know if there's fluid in the abdomen. We want to be able to sample it and monitor it. So sometimes you're only going to see a little bit of fluid, like what we're seeing here, and we might not be comfortable trying to get that fluid. If you guys remember 2 years ago when we were working on using ultrasound to help us poke things and get fluid, that is a really helpful thing to be able to do after a trauma. If you can use your ultrasound and find fluid, you can stick your needle in and get a little sample of that fluid Most of the time, it's probably going to be blood because you're having some bleeding from the trauma, but it's not always. Sometimes it's urine, sometimes it's bile, sometimes it's GI contents. So it is always important to be able to get a sample of that if it's possible, just to make sure what's going on. And then also, it's always good to look at it and then track it over time, because if you have had a liver lobe that is pulled off of its blood supply, or if your spleen has a laceration and is ruptured, you can get a lot of blood into the abdomen really quickly. And so if you're seeing some blood, you might want to kind of wrap up the abdomen to try and put some pressure on it. And then you're going to want to recheck that ultrasound, looking at those same 4 spots over time. And if it's really continuing to fill up and gets a lot more blood, then we might be talking about needing to take that patient to surgery to try and stop that bleeding, or also talk about blood transfusions or something like that to try and replace that stuff. And we talked about blood transfusions 2 years ago. So just trying to tie all of our emergency critical care applications all together. And this is just another example of an ultrasound of the abdomen that has fluid. So this is a liver and a kidney, and then here's some sharp angled fluid around it. And this was a patient that was hit by a car and they were bleeding from their liver. Okay, so that is kind of our very, I would call it straightforward trauma, or things that we are expecting. You know, if we fall from a building or a tree, or we get hit by a car, or we get crushed by items in a landslide or anything like that, it just does kind of make sense that we might have air under our skin, or we might have air from our lung popping, or we might have fluid from an organ popping, or from blood coming out of a bruise or rupturing a vessel or something like that. That is all pretty straightforward. It's not ideal. Obviously, we don't want our patients to experience that, but it's what we're kind of used to, or are thinking about when we deal with a patient with a lot of trauma. But there are a lot of other really sneaky things that happen when we get patients that have really severe trauma that is just not obvious right away. One of those is spinal instability that is unmasked. So we have a slide on that in a second. Another thing is physiologic degloving that doesn't declare itself right away. We also have a slide on that we'll go over in a second. And then the third thing that I don't have a slide on, so we'll cover it here a little bit, is crushed or saponified fat leading to abscessation. And so this is another kind of tricky, sneaky thing that you wouldn't necessarily always think about with trauma. But if you have a patient that gets crushed or gets hit really hard, and the fat in their abdomen gets twisted and cut off from the blood supply, or if it gets crushed really hard and gets cut off from its blood supply, it is actually not uncommon for that fat to just die off because it's not had any blood supply or anything. And that's a somewhat slow process that doesn't make itself super obvious to you. And again, usually this is fat that's hiding in the abdomen or something, so you're not looking at it visually and able to watch it like a wound that's on your skin or something like that. And also, somewhat frequently, when you get traumatized, you might damage your liver, so your liver isn't able to kill all of the bacteria that travel into the liver normally from the GI tract, or maybe you got really low blood pressure from the trauma from bleeding out, so that allowed some bacteria to escape your GI tract, or maybe you have a really large wound that also happened during your trauma, and so there's some bacteria that were able to kind of travel down deep into that wound and get into the blood supply. And so that bacteria might circulate around and find that saponified fat, which is a really, really nice thing for those bacteria to be able to eat. And so that can be a really insidious and tricky thing that you don't even know that is happening. If you have a patient that has really severe trauma, They come in, they're really sick, they're really not doing well, but you guys work really hard, as you always do, and make really good choices. You give them pain meds, you resuscitate them with fluids, you bandage any wounds, you set any fractures, you do all of these things. But then 5 to 10 days later, they're getting a fever, they're acting really, really sick, and you just cannot figure it out. One of the things that sometimes happens is that you've actually got a dead fat abscess inside the abdomen, and it can be so, so hard to pick up on and realize that it's happening. Other things that can be hard to pick up on is physiologic degloving. So if you guys remember from veterinary school or wounds or whenever you were taught about them, degloving, when we talk about degloving, that is usually something we're talking about anatomic degloving. And so what that means is your skin is completely pulled off of a tissue. So there's no tissue anymore. So usually we talk about like a finger degloving. And so all of the skin from the finger is gone, or a tail degloving. All the skin from a tail is pulled off. That is what's called a degloving. It means that the organ that is being supplied by that blood supply is no longer attached to that blood supply. And so anatomic deglovings are very obvious and really unpleasant looking usually, but you know that they have happened, and then you have to work really, really hard to try and improve that wound for that patient. But physiologic degloving is a lot trickier to find out what happened. And basically what physiologic degloving means is that that organ stays in place, but the blood supply has been cut off. And this happens a lot if an animal gets run over slowly by a vehicle, for example, a crush injury. And if the wheels on a vehicle slowly back over a creature, there are other ways that this can happen as well, but the shear force will kind of shear the skin, or maybe the piece of intestine in the abdomen or something, off from the blood supply below. And then once the wheels come off of that animal, it didn't actually take the skin off. And so but the skin was ripped to the side enough when that wheel was running over it that it was pulled off the blood supply deeper to it. So over here you can see here where maybe this upper portion of the skin was maybe pulled to the side for a second while that animal was run over by the car, and then it snaps back into place. But then everything up here is going to die off because it was pulled off of its blood supply, but you just don't know it yet. So that's known as physiologic degloving, and that can take 2 to 7 days to show up. And it's not going to hide like the saponified fat inside of your abdomen. You'll be able to see it if it's a skin degloving. Although I have had a few cases that were really unfortunate because it really did happen like on an intestine or in an organ inside the abdomen, and that can be much harder to find. But yeah, that is something where you don't want to forget. If you know of an area that was crushed, or you know of an area that was rolled over by a vehicle, you want to keep an eye on that really, really closely, because in a few days, it might be actually much worse in that area because that area is dying off. And that can be a really, really hard wound to deal with if you have an entire abdomen of tire tracks that you have to deal with dead skin on it. And another one to just quickly indicate, we'll talk about a little bit more very briefly at the end about monitoring neurologic status. Obviously, we could go into so much on testing for neurologic function in trauma and such, but another really tricky thing that I have seen in these really severe trauma cases is that originally sometimes we all, veterinarian doctors, will test neurologic status for a patient, and we will say, oh, they have intact full neurologic status. They can feel and move their legs, their arms, that is great. You know, we were really worried about it because they did get hit by a car really hard in their abdomen, or maybe again, they dropped from a tree really, really high. And so we were really worried they were going to break their back. And we will say, oh, but no, their spine seems intact. Everything is working. And unfortunately, sometimes 2 to 3 days, maybe even 1 day after the trauma, we will find out that they actually lost the ability to move their legs and they lost neurologic function. And what seems to happen in these cases is that we actually have a lot of muscle around our spine that's really supporting our spine. And so even if the bones around our spinal cord are broken, for a brief amount of time when there's a lot of adrenaline and the patient is trying really hard, they can actually support those broken bones and keep them in correct alignment. But their body is just not going to be strong enough to always hold that in place with those muscles as they deal with the trauma and battle with the trauma and, you know, eventually have to sleep and things like that. So unfortunately, also sometimes we can see in a couple of days the loss of a neurologic function if a really severe trauma happened and they were holding their spine in place with their muscles, and then we lose that ability. So it's definitely really important for the first few days, if you have a patient that had a lot of trauma, to check in on their neurologic status each day to just make sure you're not seeing a deterioration. Always unfortunate if and when that happens. Some other things that can happen when we have really, really severe trauma that I kind of hinted at earlier, because this can happen with our burn wounds and other items as well, is the rest of our body really gets, feels the consequences of the massive trauma and the massive muscle damage that we have experienced. So our muscle is made up of myoglobin, which is that protein that gives our muscles kind of that red appearance. And when it is released from the muscles that are damaged, it forms radicals, it combines with calcium and other substances in the body. And those substances make a hard concretion, and that hard concretion goes to the tubules of our kidneys. So here's a picture of that. All of it concretes and goes into the tubules of the kidneys, and that pigment directly damages the tubules, and then it also gloms on. It becomes like a big sticky mess and gets stuck in the tubules. And also sometimes calcium is released from the muscles because the muscles require a lot of calcium to help them contract, which also can then go around and metastatically calcify things throughout the body. And since our kidney helps us regulate vitamin D and regulate our calcium, it can really struggle when it's dealing with all of these issues. So we definitely have to, like I said, monitor the color of our urine and monitor our urinary production, and monitor our kidney values really, really closely in those first few days after a trauma, because unfortunately our kidneys can shut down pretty quickly when it has to deal with a lot of muscle breakdown. In addition, we can also experience trouble clotting. There is this thing called the lethal triad we're going to go over in a second, but when you get cold and your blood gets acidic because your kidneys are shutting down and because so many waste products from your broken down kidneys are going, or your broken down muscles are going into your blood, this can all go together and can lead to your blood not clotting correctly, which is obviously a big problem. If you've had a trauma and you're bleeding from that trauma, then you can lose a lot of blood, and then you get very sick, and it's very, very hard to save a patient once they have the lethal triad. If they have acidic blood, if they're cold, and then if their blood starts not really clotting, it is an uphill battle to get them better. So that muscle breakdown that damages your kidneys, it causes a lot of issues that we've kind of already talked about. In humans, they start worrying that this might happen when the creatinine kinase gets greater than 1,000 units per liter. And that is actually not that high. I don't know if you guys, what you guys experience or what you're seeing on your blood work, but I feel like any of our animals just even are upset a little bit that we have to dart them or inject them or handle them for an anesthesia or for an exam, and they can get a CK of 1,000. So usually it's something even higher than that when we actually see true problems from their muscle breakdown. But it is definitely still possible even at levels of as low as 1,000 creatine kinase being released into the blood. How do we treat all of this? One thing that we really recommend, I think you guys have this. I feel like I asked some people once and you guys said you had this in Indonesia, but if you do not, we should talk about if there's anything else we could come up with for you guys to use. But mannitol treatment is a really good idea. So mannitol is kind of a really large sugar molecule, and we would want to give this when we think that our muscles have been crushed. So if your muscles have really been damaged and crushed, then they are going to get swollen. There's going to be a lot of blood and nutrients that are going to rush to the muscle, and you can get what's called compartment syndrome. So basically your muscle can only swell so much because you have fascial tissue planes surrounding your muscles, and if the muscle gets too swollen and it's not going to be able to keep all of that within that fascial tissue plane, then your muscle can die off because it's basically too squeezed in there. And then of course that's even worse. Our muscle is going to leak even more muscle problems out into the blood. And then it's going to go to our kidneys. It's going to shut down our body. It's going to be really not good. So if we can give mannitol, which if you guys have ever worked with mannitol, it's a little finicky. It really likes to precipitate out of the solution in the bottle. So you have to make sure you keep the mannitol really warm and really well mixed. You got to treat the mannitol really well, baby it a little bit, and give it with a filter, but you give 0.5 gram per kilogram of mannitol IV, and that large sugar molecule is gonna pull out some of that extra fluid that's in your muscles. And also the really large sugar molecule, it kind of acts like a battering ram, and it goes in and it punches out all that really glommed up concreted muscle stuff that's stuck in the kidney tubules. So it punches that out. It also, because it is a sugar molecule, it seems to just make the heart a little happier, and it helps the heart contract a little bit more, which helps circulate the blood around, which helps wash out any of those kind of angry muscle products, hopefully gets more blood to the kidneys to help them keep going well. And it can also kind of deal with any angry free radicals that are made from all those nasty muscle breakdown products. So mannitol is a really good thing to consider giving when you have a patient that has been massively traumatized. This is not something we're going to give if we just have like a cut on an arm or a broken, even if it's a pretty broken arm. If we don't have our CKs climbing, then we don't really need to do this, but it is a really good idea in any situation where you're worried about all that muscle stuff breaking down and getting into the body. It is a diuretic, so it is going to make that patient pee a lot more. So you want to make sure you keep up with fluids in that patient so that you're not going to dehydrate the patient with the mannitol, but it is a very good thing to think about giving to your patients. And here is what we're hoping to avoid by giving our mannitol, giving our fluids, monitoring our patient really, really closely, is what we had talked about was that vicious cycle. So if you just see acidic blood and a cold patient, and then their blood starts not clotting well, you're going to get that vicious lethal triad, and your patient is going to be very, very hard to save at that point. In human medicine, which obviously is not directly comparable, but I think is maybe the best data that we have out there right now, here are some things that we have seen are more associated with death and more associated with that lethal triad. And those are things like trauma to your torso, the abdomen and the thorax, the acidosis, the coagulopathy, the hypothermia. So each of those things that we talked about in the lethal triad, and then also just getting hit where all of your important organs are, which makes sense. All of those, we have good data and evidence that shows each one of those issues increases your chance of death. Here's some little nice diagrams you guys can go back and look at if you're really interested in how exactly it happens that why clotting starts going wrong in trauma. Another kind of rare thing, but it definitely can still happen, thing when we have trauma is we can directly get bruising or trauma to the heart. So if we get crushed over our chest, if we get hit by falling debris right over our ribs, for whatever reason, we absolutely can get trauma to our heart itself. In really, really bad instances, we can rupture the heart itself. That is really, really not good. But you will be able to see it on your ultrasound. You'll see fluid in the pericardium around the heart, and you might see the chamber ruptured. But thankfully, that's pretty rare, not impossible, but pretty rare. But what is more common is when we give a really good whack to our heart just basically gets some scar tissue, gets angry, gets the electrical signals a little mixed up, because obviously our heart has to work muscularly, but also electrically all together. And so it is pretty frequent for us to just see arrhythmias in our heart after it gets hit directly. But we can also see arrhythmias in our heart as we start to get some of these other systemic issues from trauma. So I just thought I would go over very quickly. Probably the most common thing we would see on our ECG in a patient that has had trauma with a direct hit to the heart is what are called ventricular premature contractions. So that's basically when the ventricle, the lower part of the heart, kind of takes over and says, nope, I'm going to use my electrical signal to start the heart's squeeze. And obviously that doesn't work super well because we need the atria to squeeze all the blood down into the ventricles first, and then have the ventricles squeeze the blood out into the body. So if the ventricles take over, things get very disoriented and disjointed. And so they can look different, these premature ventricular contractions, depending on whether it's the left ventricle or the right ventricle that has decided to start the party. But up here, we've got some right-sided ventricular premature contractions. Down here, we have some left-sided ventricular premature contractions. We have some of them happening together. In general, if there are only a couple of these contractions here and there, it's not necessarily something we have to do anything about. If they're always coming from one part of the heart and they're not super fast and it seems like the patient has an okay heart rate and blood pressure, it's just something we can monitor for a time. But if we have what are called multiform ventricular premature contractions, so that means they're coming from the right side and the left side both at the same time, or if we have what's called ventricular tachycardia, where these premature contractions are happening, then that is something that we need to worry about, because that can lead to ventricular fibrillation, which is essentially just these squiggly lines that happen right before we die and are really not good. So the causes for this ventricular premature contraction are, this is the acronym in English, it spells HEADS. It's just a word that helps us remember the number, the causes, but heart disease. So if you have heart disease, like a valve disease or some sort of disease, or also just direct trauma to the heart, like we talked about, or electrolyte abnormalities, so low or high potassium, magnesium issues, calcium issues. They can all cause these ventricular premature contractions, and that can happen with the muscle damage from trauma. Adrenergic stimulation, or so basically your sympathetic nervous system getting really activated by your adrenaline, your epinephrine surging through the body, that can cause this to happen in your heart. Different drugs can have it happen. And then also the spleen, for whatever reason, seems to have a special compound that it will release that will cause the heart to be unhappy and have these contractions. And the spleen is pretty easily traumatized. If you get hit in the abdomen, your spleen is one of the first ones to kind of cry out and have a problem and start bleeding and releasing compounds. So as you can see, there are many, many things, basically all of these things can happen in trauma and can lead to these abnormal heart rhythms. I did want to just point out there is this middle ground that can be kind of tricky, where there's something called the accelerated idioventricular rhythm. So we're not quite at VTAC, but we're having these ventricular premature contractions over and over again. But the heart rate's not super fast, like 110, 100, 120. We don't necessarily have to treat these if the blood pressure is okay and if the animal is doing all right. But once the heart rate gets fast enough, and people are going to argue over what's fast enough. I can't say the exact number, but I would say over 120, over 140, definitely over 160, then we're going to need to treat our ventricular tachycardia. You're going to want to check electrolytes if you have the ability to do that. If you have lidocaine, we would want to treat with that. If that didn't work, we would want to try procainamide. If we have magnesium, it's always a good idea to give magnesium to try and treat it. But we want to try and do something to try to reverse these arrhythmias and prevent us from getting to ventricular fibrillation. Once we're in ventricular fibrillation, we need to treat that with defibrillation. So those paddles that shock the heart that we see on all the medical drama shows. And we're still going to want to try and check our electrolytes and all of those things to figure out why our heart is so unhappy. All right, we're actually making okay time, which is fantastic. Excellent, excellent. Obviously, another kind of very specialized part of trauma that I wish we could go into a little bit more, but we'll just cover a little bit about it, is traumatic brain injury. So obviously our brain is super, super important. Our patient's brain is super, super important, and our brain is really, really squishy and really fragile. So it definitely can get quite damaged with any sort of trauma. We can get what is called a direct impact injury. So if the patient gets hit right here, this would be a trauma called a coup trauma. And then if the brain bounces off hard off the other side of the skull, that would be called a contra coup injury, and you can get both, unfortunately. You can also get traumatic brain injury just from like abruptly stopping. So again, if the patient like fell and they kind of got whiplash, their head got knocked around a little bit, they might not have even gotten directly knocked on the head, but their brain got moved around really fast inside their skull, and it rammed against the inside of the skull and caused trauma. Or shockwave, if there is some sort of earthquake or large building that collapses or something like that that releases a shockwave. Those are sometimes strong enough to lead to traumatic brain injury. So any and all of those things can happen. And as we have talked about before, if we are going to have to anesthetize our patient to perform all of our diagnostics and our treatments and things, then we as wildlife and zoo veterinarians are going to have to change the triage exam, change that sacred approach where we're doing respiratory, then cardiac, then neurologic, then genitourinary, and we're going to actually want to assess our neurologic system from afar first before we go in and sedate or anesthetize and then do respiratory and cardiac evaluation, because once we anesthetize a patient, we're not going to obviously be able to fully get all of our neurologic information. So if you can from afar, try to assess, does this patient seem to have its cranial nerve functions? Is it able to move all of its different limbs? That's especially important because if it looks like we might have both our forelimbs and our hind limbs paralyzed or unable to move, then we also have to worry about, are the nerves that are actually utilized to move our ribs and our diaphragm to breathe, are those also affected? And are we actually going to find that this patient has a really high CO2 and is really not doing well once we get it anesthetized, because they just aren't able to breathe by moving all of those muscles. So that's all something that we might have to keep in mind. So again, just to remind you, if for some reason the patient is really severely out of it, sometimes with brain injuries, we maybe don't have to sedate it or anesthetize it because they are in a coma, they are obtunded, they are depressed. It is weird, but we're actually going to do the heart triage and the respiratory triage first, and then we will assess our brain. If it seems like our brain is hurt, then it's a good idea to try and give hypertonic saline to help try and decrease any swelling or inflammation that might be going on in our brain. And usually we would start with, in the US, we usually have 7.2% hypertonic saline. I don't know what you guys have available, but somewhere around 7 or 8% hypertonic saline, and give 3 or 5 mils over 10 minutes or so to try and decrease the swelling on the brain. And we would absolutely 100% want to give that hypertonic saline right away if we're seeing anything consistent with a Cushing's reflex, which we'll talk about in just a minute. And also, it is pretty common to have seizures after a traumatic brain injury, just like in our heart, where when you're getting directly damaged to an electrical organ, you know, the heart with its muscles and then the electrical signals. The brain is very, very similar. It is an organ that has a lot of electrical signals that are floating around. Those electrical signals can all get hung up around one area where they were hit, or if there's bleeding or actual damage to the brain, all of these things can make it so that our electricity just doesn't travel smoothly through the brain, and then that can lead to seizures. And so we're going to want to treat those very quickly with midazolam, usually 0.5 mg per kg, or diazepam. If you guys have levetiracetam or Keppra, that's also something that is really liked for seizures of traumatic brain injury. It is a little bit tricky because we would just have to decide what our cutoff is for our wildlife and what our goal is for them, because you know, if this animal is something that we want to release into the wild, they may have seizures for the rest of their lives if they develop seizures secondary to a traumatic brain injury. So are we willing to try to rehab this animal and see if the seizures will go away? And if we are willing to do that, it's going to be a very long process because we typically need to keep them on the anti-seizure medication for several months and then wean them off that medication slowly for several months. Or is this going to be an animal that we try to keep in a sanctuary, and are we going to be able to medicate it daily for the rest of its life for these anti-seizure medications? So unfortunately, when we do see seizures, it brings up a lot of extra questions that we're going to have to keep in mind as we move forward with that patient. Here is a chart that you can come back and look at if you would like on the modified Glasgow Coma score. So in human medicine, they have the Glasgow Coma score, but obviously in our animals, we can't be talking to them and asking them questions and asking them to answer them to us. So we have a modified coma score that we utilize to help us characterize how alert and oriented and how neurologically normal a patient is versus how obtunded, depressed, comatose that patient might be. And as I alluded to earlier, if we have what we think is a traumatic brain injury, we are really going to want to be monitoring for a Cushing's reflex. If we have, where did my thing go? Who knows? Okay, well, I don't have my slide yet, so I'll just have to describe it. But when we are looking at our patient and assessing their neurologic system, we're looking at their eyes. Again, obviously, there's a lot. A full neurologic exam is really important. It's really exciting and interesting to help us localize where everything is. But if we want to just be really, really simplistic, because we don't have a lot of time in this lecture, and also because maybe we have a ton of things going on, maybe this is a disaster where we have multiple patients all coming in at once, we don't have time to be doing a perfect neurologic exam on 50 patients that come in. On a most simplistic sense, we are wanting to look at patients and look at their eyes, and we want to see, are their eyes really big, have really big pupils, or have really small pupils, and do those pupils respond to light? And in general, if those pupils are what's called midriatic, so the pupils are really, really big, and if those pupils don't respond to light when we shine them, they don't have a pupillary light reflex, they don't constrict down when we shine light in them, either in one eye or both eyes, that is very concerning. And that tends to correlate with some severe brainstem damage, which might be actual direct damage to the brainstem, but that's pretty rare because the brainstem is in the middle of the brain. There's the skull and then the brain, and then the brainstem is deeper in there. So it's pretty rare to get trauma directly to that. So more likely, if we're seeing these really midriatic big pupils that are not really responsive to light, more likely what's happening is that the brain is swelling a lot, and that swelling is pushing the brainstem out and back out of the skull and towards the frame and magnum. And if we all remember, if we do what's called herniate our brain, if we get so much swelling in our brain that we push our brain and our brainstem out that frame and magnum, we die. It cuts off all of our blood and everything, and our brain can no longer function, and we die, and our patient dies as well. And so I'm sure we all learned this, but we're just going to remind ourselves really quickly. Your skull is a really, really small case, a very rigid case for your most precious brain, or your patient's most precious brain. But there's just nowhere else to go. If there's any swelling around your brain, then there's no room, because the skull is made to be perfectly sized for the brain. And so then if you have bleeding, if you have swelling, if you have anything extra added to your brain, then that's a really big problem. And it does start pushing that brainstem towards the back of your skull. And you have to maintain a good blood pressure to get blood into your skull. But when you get extra stuff in your skull that's pushing on things, then all of a sudden you can't get blood into your skull to supply blood to your brain. And that is a really big problem, because your body obviously recognizes that your brain is one of the most essential organs, and it needs to get blood and oxygen to it no matter what. And so what it's going to do is then create a really, really high blood pressure to try and overcome that increased pressure in the brain, to really spurt that blood into the brain so that some blood with oxygen and good nutrients can get to the brain. But your body, in order to actually overcome that high pressure, is going to make that blood pressure super, super high, like 180 or 200 or 240 millimeters of mercury high. And that blood pressure is so, so high that your heart really, it can't pump against those really, really constricted high blood pressure blood vessels very easily. So it has to plummet its heart rate. Your heart rate goes down to only 30, 40, 50, 60 beats per minute, because it's so hard, every single beat of the heart, to push against those really hard high blood pressure blood vessels. So if you have a patient that is not with it, if it doesn't have a good state of consciousness, if it is in a coma or is stuporous or depressed, and you see that it has a really high blood pressure and a really low heart rate, that is called a Cushing's reflex, and that is really not good at all. That means that it is minutes from herniating its brainstem and dying. And at that point, you need to give that hypertonic saline right away, emergency, in order to try and prevent it from herniating. And then once you do that, if it responds well, then you're going to have to talk about, do you need to do a craniotomy and pull off part of the skull to let the skull breathe and let the brain have some more room? Do we need to let that animal pass away, euthanize it because it is so severely affected and we don't want it to be in pain? All of those are very good questions to ask and think through, but that is one scenario that we would deal with. What we really would like to do, though, is find out if that patient has high intracranial pressure before we see a Cushing's reflex. Cushing's reflex is literally minutes from death. So if we could find out beforehand, that would be much more helpful. And then we could do things like you can sit the patient up to help drain fluid out of their head, usually at a 30 or 45-degree angle. We can give that hypertonic saline. We can help keep their end tidal CO2 if we have them intubated low to try and keep the pressure in their head low. There are a lot of things we can try to do. So, of course, as I always do, I have some ultrasound that we could do that can help us with that. And actually, interestingly, if we ultrasound the back of the eye, it can really help us assess our intracranial pressure. And all you have to do is close the eyelids and put some gel on the eyelids so you won't damage or injure the eye at all. And you put your ultrasound probe over your eye. This is also helpful in trauma because sometimes if they get hit really hard on the head, you might actually get retinal detachment, and you can see a retina detached on your ultrasound if you see that, or if they have high blood pressure and it detaches their retina, you can see that as well. In humans, you're going to look at their eye here. It looks like a healthy eye because it just has normal dark fluid, but if you were to see things floating in it or light stuff in here, that might be blood or pus, or again, the retina detached or anything like that. And then you're going to come back through the eye and you're going to see the optic nerve. So that's cranial nerve coming out into your eye to supply the nerve signals to help you see. And in humans, if the cranial nerve measures greater than 5 or 6 millimeters, then you know that you have increased intracranial pressure because there's fluid in there that's expanding the optic nerve. I don't know what the number would be in an orangutan, but obviously we should probably start doing this in our anesthetized patients if we're experiencing a lot of traumatic brain injuries, so that we kind of know what normal looks like, and then we can compare it and maybe we could get measurements. But even beyond that, even if we don't know what a normal measurement is, one thing we can look for is what's called optic disc or optic cup elevation. So all of these patients here are abnormal. Normally, your eye should be a completely round circle and there should not be any little hump here into the eye where the optic nerve comes into your eyeball. It should be completely flush and completely no bump whatsoever. But the fact that we can see the bump here in all of these means, again, that there's increased pressure. It's something called papilla edema. So there's fluid in the optic nerve that is pressing out from our brain that's swollen. And so it's popping out into the eye a little bit. And so this is a useful ultrasound thing that we can do to give us a hint on whether our brain is overly full of swelling. And so definitely something I would recommend for us because, in dogs and cats and in humans, they can do a lot of testing, a lot of neurologic testing, a lot of cranial nerve tests, a lot of asking a human questions and asking them to answer those questions that really helps them figure out their neurologic status. But with our animals, if they are aggressive, if they're wild, if they are not able to tell us what's going on with their neurologic system, then we're going to have to find workarounds and figure out what we can figure out just from other tests. And so I think it's important for us to think about ultrasounding their eyes, for example, to assess what's going on in their brain. And another thing to keep in mind or to know about our traumatic brain injury, if and when we have a lot of brain swelling, unfortunately, our brain controls so much in our body. And so we can see so many problems throughout the rest of the body because our brain got damaged. As we talked about earlier, sometimes we see our temperature do crazy things because our brainstem is damaged and we're not maintaining a normal set point in our body anymore. And our body doesn't realize what normal temperature should be. So we look, that patient might look like they have quite a high fever one day and then quite a low body temperature one day. We can also see what we would call neurogenic pulmonary edema. And so sometimes when the very center of the brain gets really rattled, either with a really hard hit or a really bad seizure, just like if you guys remember, we have cardiogenic pulmonary edema, which is edema that comes when our heart is not pumping very well and things aren't going very well. But we also have non-cardiogenic pulmonary edema. So this is edema or fluid or swelling into our lungs because of a different reason, not because of our heart. So choking is something that can definitely cause this. We can definitely see this in that smoke inhalation. If we have so much swelling to the upper airways that we're really struggling to breathe and we are basically choking, we can see fluid in our lungs from that, from just working so hard to breathe. But also we can absolutely get this almost instantaneously with our brain getting traumatic brain injury or having a seizure. It's called neurogenic pulmonary edema, and it truly is just a certain part of our brain getting stimulated and releasing hormones saying like, oh my gosh, we need to freak out. We need to release a lot of catecholamines. Something is not right. And then all of a sudden we get all this fluid in our lungs and we're really struggling to breathe. And it's not even that there was any lung damage. It's just that our brain was damaged and sent the wrong signals out into the world. So that can unfortunately be something we see. Once we have a traumatic brain injury, it is so hard to decide how to interpret all of the different data points and signals that we get from our patient's body when we're measuring things, because we just never know what the brain is misinterpreting or what bad signals this brain it might be sending to the body. And there are things such as what's called the syndrome of inappropriate ADH release, which will make the body make incorrect urine concentration. So even though our kidneys are supposed to respond appropriately to us being either dehydrated or overhydrated and make the correct amount of urine, our brain, if it's really damaged, might not let us do that. And that also can be a really big problem when we're trying to support this very injured patient where we have to give it, like I said, lots of fluids, maybe some mannitol. We're trying to manage all of that. And then if we have a traumatic brain injury on top of it, it might muddy the waters even more. So if you guys remember some of the talks that we had about fluid therapy, as much as we possibly can, where we are monitoring weights, we're monitoring how much fluid is coming out in the urine, either by weight or by volume or by just visually looking as much as we can, checking our urine specific gravities on there, checking electrolytes. If we have that capability, it can all be super, super helpful to try and give us as much information as possible about what's going on inside of our very ill, traumatized patient. All right, so that is a very, very quick whirlwind overview of some things that can happen with trauma when there's really, really severe trauma. I did just want to have one very quick slide. You know, unfortunately, as you guys have already asked about and is really, really important, pain management is so, so important for patients that are experiencing trauma, disaster type situations, and that would be more than a talk on its own. So I don't have a ton of information or a ton of time to go over anything, but I did just want to point out this kind of cycle that we know about in traumatized patients and in patients that experience severe injuries. And this is basically, not only do they have the pain of the trauma, kind of what we would call background pain, but then they might get breakthrough pain, if they're having to move a limb that got broken or are having to move that burned area of their body, that might break through and cause more pain for them. And then they are unfortunately going to have procedures where they get their bones set or where they get their eschar cut off or where they get their wounds cleaned, and that can increase the amount of pain there. And then they can have post-operative pain as they're trying to heal those wounds or do anything, and then that can all lead to chronic pain. So as best we can, it is really helpful to try and think of the pain from all of these different areas and think about like, okay, how are we treating background pain? Is there anything we can do to treat breakthrough pain? What increased pain can we give for procedures and post-op times? And is there anything we have on board for chronic pain? And so again, we don't have time to talk about this a lot or anything, but I did just want to mention we do want to try and think about giving them as many different kinds of pain options as we can. So if we have opioids, those can be really helpful. Non-opioids, if that patient is healthy enough to receive them. Sometimes they're too sick to receive non-steroidals or acetaminophen. Sometimes we can give them gabapentin or other gabapentinoids. Dexmedetomidine, if you have that at a low dose at a CRI or intermittently, can be very, very helpful. Ketamine is really good for wind-up pain and chronic pain. Anxiolytics can also help with pain. They are obviously not treating the pain directly, but if they're going to get more anxious about a procedure, if they know that something is going to be painful at a procedure, sometimes helping decrease that anxiety can help decrease wind-up pain. Also, obviously, anything we can do to decrease their stress or provide them with enrichment. And also, sometimes we need topical treatments like aloe or any sort of other topical treatments for itching. Sometimes itching, as things heal in our skin in wounds, and that cathepsin G comes in during the healing portion. I think we've all experienced that where we're having a wound heal and it's just horrifically itchy. That can also be super, super unpleasant and lead to increased pain. So that's something we probably want to keep in mind as well. So that was a lot of random things. I did want to just mention also local blocks can also be really helpful. And we don't have time to go over this today, but I would say the best bang for my buck I have as an emergency and critical care doctor and for my local blocks is intercostal blocks. You can use your ultrasound or you cannot do it with ultrasound. You can definitely do it just by palpating your landmarks. When you have broken ribs, when you have pleural effusion, when you have anything in the thorax that's painful, blocking those nerves around the ribs and helping that patient not feel that pain can really, really, really help. So definitely would recommend utilizing that. It is a pretty easy procedure that you all could definitely teach yourself. So anyway, again, that was quite the whirlwind of a lot of very random information, but it all hopefully was something, a little teaser to teach you a little bit about what you might be considering or keeping in mind when you have a really, really traumatized patient that has a lot of issues going on. And I think I'm 4 minutes early if you guys have any questions for me. And I have more slides here for you to look over in the future if you want to.
Thank you very much, Lily, for the very great informative presentation. Anyone has any question for Lily? Any questions? Yes, we have one question.
Okay. Hi, Lily. My name is
Hello.
Patrick. Yeah, I want to ask about acute kidney injury and about rhabdomyolysis. Yeah, maybe two questions. The question is, number one is, since myoglobin can cause tubular obstruction and direct renal injury, is monitoring urine color and urine output sufficient for early detection of acute kidney injury, or should we rely on additional biomarkers? And the second one is, in wildlife with several muscle trauma, where laboratory monitoring may be limited, what practical field indicator can help us recognize rhabdomyolysis associated acute kidney injury before irreversible renal damage occurs? Maybe that's the question.
Yeah, all very, very good questions. So I would say, as hard as it is, because believe me, I have my patients here at my hospital, and it is not easy with all of our doctors and nurses and all of these different patients all running around. But I agree with you. If you can watch the color of the urine and how much urine is being produced, and even again check the USG, that is going to be super, super important for monitoring for acute kidney injury, because if you have a color of urine that you don't like that indicates that there's myoglobin in it, then you know that you're at risk for kidney damage, and you're not going to see your kidney values increase. And so those are your blood urea nitrogen and your creatinine. Those are not going to increase until 75% of your kidney is not functioning normally. And so obviously we still would like to monitor our blood, because if we do see our kidney values going up and if we see our electrolytes going off, we would like to fix those so that we can support the kidneys as much as possible. But if we don't have that available, or if we are, having to wait for blood work to come back because we have to ship it out and wait for results to come back, we can get a lot of information by just monitoring that urine. But it can be hard to kind of catch every bit of urine, because little mills can dry up, or can get caught in towels, or can be caught in wood wool, or enrichment that we give an animal. So it takes a lot of work to try and make sure you've hunted down every spot and looked in every spot to try to evaluate that the urine output. But yes, if it looks like only 1 or 2 mils per kilogram of urine is getting produced, or if it's really a bad color, or even if there's a ton of urine getting produced, like way too much, way more than you would want, but it looks kind of dilute, maybe you'd want to centrifuge it, spin it down to see if you're seeing any myoglobin or blood coming out or anything like that. So yeah, I would monitor that really, really closely. And if you don't have the ability to watch the blood values very easily or very quickly, again, your blood values aren't even actually going to tell you that until your kidneys are pretty damaged. So I would watch your urine very closely. And then for your rhabdomyolysis, that is really, really hard to find, even if you have tons of resources. Even the human hospitals that have all the money in the world, they're doing really fancy CTs and MRIs, and they're not always finding it. So I guess, again, I would really try to keep an eye on your urine, and I would also just use your really good physical exam findings, palpate and compare one bicep on one arm to the bicep on the other arm and see if they feel differently. I don't mean to be obsessed with ultrasound, but ultrasound can also show you. You can see if the muscle looks different and it looks like it's dying. You can also see if you have a fancy enough ultrasound that shows you blood flow, which most ultrasounds do. You can see if blood is actually able to flow into that portion of the muscle. But you can also just touch it, feel if it feels cold. If you have infrared cameras, you can look and see if that looks cold or not. Another thing you can try if you really need to is if you have a glucometer or a lactate meter, those just small little handheld ones, you can kind of prick an area where you think it might be dead and then also prick an area where you think it's healthy, and you can test the glucose and the lactates and compare them between the areas, because if it's a very dead muscle, it's not going to have any glucose and it's going to have a really high lactate, and you can compare it to another part of the body that maybe is healthy and getting good blood flow, and it should have a normal blood glucose or a higher blood glucose and a lower lactate. So that might hint that something isn't right. But certainly even the human doctors with all of the fancy tools and all of the money it's not always easy for them to diagnose rhabdomyolysis.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Lily. Any other questions? No? No? Yeah, I guess that's all for Lily's session today. And for your information, it's 3 a.m. at Lily's place now. So yeah, a big thank you to Lily for those great sharing, and also big love and big hugs from us from Jogja. So now it's coffee break, 3:30 p.m. and we will get back here to the room at 4 p.m. Okay, so see you guys again at 4 p.m. for the next session, for the last session with Steve. Okay, thank you very much, Lily. See you guys.
Bye, everyone. Miss you all. Have a great
Bye,
rest
Lily.
of your week.
Thank you.
test. One, two.
check.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please start making your way back into the room for the final session. I will not be speaking for 90 minutes. You are going to be doing stuff. I will be speaking for a short period of time. Yay. Is that loud enough with the microphone?
Welcome back everyone to our last session for today. So if your friend is still not here, could you please kindly ask them to come back into this room. So for the last session, we will have a disease outbreak investigation topic, and I hand over this session to Steve Anwin.
Thank you, Nabila. Welcome back. So you see in your timetable that this session is set for 90 minutes. I will not be speaking at you for 90 minutes. If I could please just have your attention for about 20 minutes, and then we will go into different groups and you will do some things with the information I will share with you in the first 20 minutes. Okay. Whenever the slides are ready. I just noticed that there are a lot of empty seats, and I feel very sad because I suspect it's because they knew I was going to be speaking again. But I have assured the translators that I will be speaking much slower and closer to the microphone. Okay. The way I just moved like that, yes, I'm about to burst into song. But anyway. This presentation is occurring, unfortunately, 2 to 3 weeks too early. So it's the World Organization for Animal Health, or WOA, is in the process of producing these guidelines for wildlife disease outbreak investigations. Now, these guidelines are currently with the copy
Recording
editors,
in progress.
Have been finalized and what have you. But unfortunately, I can't share an electronic copy of it with you yet because it won't be published until the end of August. But what I can tell you is that you are the first group in the world to get your eyes on these things. And the purpose of this afternoon session is for you to pick holes in it. Okay? So I am going to go through these guidelines visually on the screen. You already have my slides, and then you will be getting, we'll be splitting into 4 groups, and then you will only be, I've only got 2 hard copies per group, but that's okay, because with the information from the slides and the information on the hard copies, I will ask you to work through one of 4 scenarios in your groups, and the scenarios will be coming up on screen at the end of the session, and to work through methodically on those guidelines and tell me where the holes are, tell me where it is not practical, tell me where it doesn't work, tell me where it does work, tell me what is actually good about them, because... Can I please get a show of hands of who is attending the Asian Society for Conservation Medicine, other than Wendy, who is organizing the whole thing, in October? Anybody going to ASCM? Oh. Well, this might put you off even further, because we will be running a workshop on these guidelines officially, because they will be published by October, with Mahidol University from Thailand and with the Asia Pacific region for WOA. Now, as soon as these guidelines are published, we will be allowed to share the link with everybody within OVAG. So do not despair. And just be aware that that's why this afternoon's session is only 2 hours. Now, the other thing I want to mention is, can everybody remember Sathya's excellent discussion on organizational level preparedness for disease outbreaks, the first session of today? Yep. So this material is very closely associated with that, but rather from an organizational level, this is the stuff that's going to be told at a country level for people to enact. So you need to have, once again, a shared situational awareness of what those higher-ups are being told. So you're aware of that, so then you can actually integrate those 2 sets of planning. Now, the other thing as well is that this links very closely to what we're going to be working on with young Dr. Kevin Cooper over there behind the pillar. when we start to do the practical stuff tomorrow and on Wednesday. Obviously that's general disasters. This is talking about a disease outbreak, which could become a disaster. Okay. Oh, sorry, I will just say, avoid, record, report. You may be aware that we are currently going through a little bit of a, I'd say, a high-path avian influenza emergency. We don't know if it's a disaster yet, because so far everybody seems to be coping. But clear, simple messaging for disease outbreaks, especially when it's not just at your center, is incredibly important when you're dealing with both the government and your local community. So in Australia, those 3 words are put informed in brackets because eventually people are going to be informed about what they need to do, but avoid it, record it, and report it. That's just a simple, and then a phone number for who to call. Anyway, there are many resources in here, and Kevin and I have been working together a bit, so we use the same high-level resources. Remember, the UNDR is the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and so a lot of the language that is being used in these guidelines on disease risk outbreaks, is consistent with that. Communication matters as well, and also the use of the same language. So these aren't the only guidelines that have been coming out. You see, I see underscoring there is that concept of One Health, of us being able to collaborate, coordinate, communicate, and help together to be able to capacity build us. But those other 2 diagrams are from previous WOA guidelines on investigating diseases in free-ranging wildlife, but it expands into toxic agents and other non-infectious causes as well. And so for that consistency, making sure that we have the same sort of definitions for if we're talking about a pathogen, a disease, or whatever that happens to be. Everybody is familiar, hopefully, with the disease triangle, the interaction between host, agent, and environment. So we do a little bit of preparing within the document because the audience for this may not be aware of that. And so there's a little bit of setting the scene. And then we start to show the complexity of the situation of taking that basic host, agent, environment triangle and putting a little bit of context into it when we're talking about wildlife. And just so as you understand of what's going in these guidelines, we need to set the context. It's what Kevin was talking about yesterday, what I would call a problem description as well, if we're doing about risk analysis, and making sure that that context is understood by all. And also, don't read that, but just to show what's in the guidelines, is that understanding of the importance of preparedness. And although it's slightly different wording, those 5 categories from governance all the way through to practice and usage are exactly the same areas that Kevin was discussing yesterday. But here, because we are working with a naive audience, explaining why it matters and providing examples that are relevant to wildlife disease. So again, what I'm going to do now is just for the next few minutes is go through the different stages. And so this is the overall, again, it's too small to read, I realize that, but you can sort of see the structure. The 2 things I want to point out, which is critically important, is we make it hopefully very clear that you can't use this just as a recipe list, because sometimes each of these different stages, two-way communication with anybody that you are dealing with on this as well. And as I mentioned with the other WOA guidelines, make sure your messaging is aligned across sectors and agencies. That avoid, record, report that I mentioned, if you look at any Australian government or NGO, or most, I'm looking at Joe now, most Australian NGO or government websites, they will have that same phrase. So it's that consistency and alignment, because there might be some that don't, but you see what I mean, is that okay? Use plain, audience-appropriate language. Okay? So this sort of thing on the screen may not be appropriate for any sort of situation that you're dealing with, but know your audience. Ensure the messaging is culturally appropriate and context sensitive. I'm not the person to come and talk to a local village under your guidance in Lampung province, for example. Address misinformation proactively. If you see misinformation happening, call it out. Document all your communication activities. My organization, half of our share drive is saved emails. Okay, so whenever you're contacting, and so make sure there's what we used to say is a paper trail of your communications. And also account for a shared situational awareness, making sure all the parties that are involved in trying to minimize the consequences of whatever disease outbreak you are doing, that they are all working together and understand the situation in the same way. And that means you do these sorts of exercises before you are responding to an outbreak. But also, all of the things I've just mentioned, they cross-cut through every level of an investigation. Pop quiz, in the big picture there, what species is that? No, from the non-Australians. That's correct, it's an eastern grey kangaroo. But it could also, sorry, it could also be a what? Anyway, okay, all right, sorry, serious time, all right, for your focus. So in each section, there's 1 through 9, so you know that you've got 9 more slides to go through, is that we are looking at what sort of activities you'll be doing in each one of these, how you're going to be communicating in each one of these steps, and how you're going to be engaging with your stakeholders. So all I'm going to do for each one of these is talk about some actions that this might refer to, and then when you get to see the guidelines themselves, you can then start to look at how that communication and that stakeholder or interest holder engagement is going to work. So yes, this is a weak eastern grey kangaroo. By the way, I also would have said it was a wallaby. So therefore, accurate information is too well known. But anyway, first thing is something that I might say is report the incident. So reporting that you are seeing sick, dying, or dead wildlife. Because these guidelines were written by committee, not always a bad thing, they have chosen to call this event detection, and you can understand why that is, because it is sort of an all-encompassing term. So example of actions at the very beginning where you detect an event or potential disease event is you might be reviewing reports from the park rangers or other authorities, or their sources may include yourselves as NGOs, zoos, community members, social media, which does actually happen, or other platforms, okay? So this could be whether you're seeing abnormal behavior in the wildlife, such as strange neurological signs, or it could be something that is out of the ordinary, and no matter what sort of surveillance you are doing. You see I'm going through my notes here because I've written a hell of a lot, but anyway. So that's 1, event detection. Step 2, verify you have an outbreak, and then continue to collect data. Another thing that is coming out very soon that is specific to Southeast Asia is a curriculum on how to safely and correctly collect biological samples and do environmental surveillance when you're investigating high-path avian influenza, and that'll be coming out in September, and we'll share that with you as well. But the point being, it's what we call garbage in, garbage out. You need to make sure that you are collecting information. So this could be event data, what we call the metadata, the date this happens, the observer reports, the duration of the event, the species data. If you have somebody who said, like for that previous slide, oh, I saw a wallaby that was looking very sick and it turned out to be an eastern grey kangaroo, you need to be actually able to say what the correct animal is. And we're talking about, obviously, people will hopefully know what an orangutan is, but they may not know what a species of gibbon is, and whether it is in your center, or whether it is wild, or whether it is part of a reintroduction program. All of that information is where you're gathering that sort of information. And then the epidemiological data. Where are you seeing animals sick? The spatial distribution, the temporal patterns over time. Any contact with other species. I mentioned hypothermia before. It's called avian influenza, partially for a reason, but now we're seeing everything from cattle to sea lions also showing illness. Environmental data, the weather conditions, water quality, the human interface data, and what that actually looks like. Is it at a wet market? Is it visitors to your center, public or visiting dignitaries, or is it in combination with a visiting film crew? Or all of that information is very, very important to be able to, under that collect data, to be able to verify it. Step 3, and please remember what I said at the very beginning, the one take-home message from this is that some of these steps will happen at the same time and some of them will happen in a different order. Think of this as making sure that you are covering all the bases, okay? But step 3, establish and potentially confirm the diagnosis. Now this would usually include some sort of, excuse me, laboratory. And you know that with wildlife, there is often the issue of being able to validate diagnostic tests for species that are not sort of used often in that particular species. So this, this is why we've put potentially confirm. Because with the species that we deal with, test validation is a little bit, I'm going to use the American term that Lily used before, which I absolutely love, which is hinky. I don't think anybody outside of North America uses that term, but does anyone know what the term hinky means? Watch Beverly Hills Cop. Okay, it's a bit off. Anyway, sorry. Okay, then we come to number 4, establish what we call a case definition. Now, for many species, for many diseases, including for many wildlife species, this already exists. But often it does not. So I've got a graphic there from USGS. With the political situation in the USA at the moment, much of this information has been removed from the internet. So you may be needing to find other sorts of resources. But what I will say, everybody knows what a notifiable disease is. So this is a disease, I know you do, Sumi. So this is a disease that might be notifiable to your government, but there are certain diseases that are also notifiable internationally through the WOA reporting system. So they have very clear case definitions. The most recent one that has been ratified is for Nipah virus, for example. So anyway, so what you might be doing here is if you don't have a case definition, or if you want to prove you do have cases of this disease, is to include laboratory, clinical, and epidemiological parameters when you are establishing that definition, and define what you think confirmed, probable, and suspect cases are, all of that sort of thing. And bearing in mind, a lot of this is not just up to you. Thank you. If I'm halfway through my 20 minutes, that means I'm actually keeping to time. This is amazing. Okay, right. Okay, so step 5, and we're halfway through. Woo! Okay. Organize and analyze the data that you have. And this is why I'm saying this is where it takes not a village, but a city. So if you are dealing with something that is just happening locally with your organization, as in a disease outbreak on site at your center, then there will be other people and organizations, and every once in a while even the government, to help you be able to sort out what's going on. If you are dealing with a disease outbreak that is happening around your center, so it is not coming from your orangutans or gibbons or other species, but it might be pose a risk to them, then you need to make sure you know where to go to find the most relevant and up-to-date information, and that's where the communication stuff comes in. So here, examples of actions for organizing and analyzing data is the who, what, where, and when of your descriptive epidemiology. the hypothesis generation of what could explain this pattern of disease we are seeing. And you can see here, you might be doing this sort of thing before you have a definitive diagnosis. So this is a very important point, is to say, okay, we need to define what we actually have, and it is 100% surely to be anthrax. Even before you get that, you can start to look at organize and analyze data to be able to clue you in. So this is why I'm saying, although we have put this in order, you might be doing things more at the time. Now, the other thing I want to see, this information is reported annually through WOA. It's from WAHIS, which is there is now going to be a new wildlife system called Wild Epi. None of these systems are going to give you the full picture because reporting is poor. And everybody knows this. So this is always, whenever you see where things are being reported around the world, always it will be under-reporting. And just so to remember that. So the situation will always be worse than what you're reading. Number 6, rapid risk assessment. I'm not going to speak too much to this because all of you, of course, are taking the risk analysis course, which is beginning again at the end of this month. But Kevin will be talking about this in general disaster terms, and we're actually working through some of this over the next couple of days. But you can see here, I'm going to highlight this simply because of consistency of language. Don't be that guy, by the way, on the screen, all right? But so you need to have that consistency of message and understand that it has to be rapid. That does not necessarily mean rubbish. Okay, so there are ways and using all the information that you've been gathering to increase the confidence of when you do the risk assessment of whatever the output is and reduce the uncertainty. Number 7. This, in some circumstances, might be number 1, okay? Because you don't know what's going on, but you've got a whole heap of deaths, then it's always difficult to show where this might come in, but to implement immediate and preliminary control measures. And this might be within 24 hours of that event detection all the way back at number 1. By the way, this cartoon, which I don't have permission to use, hence cartoon stock. Lots of human-wildlife conflict in the UK between populations of badgers that spread about 5% of the Mycobacterium tuberculosis to British cattle. But of course, if badgers were in charge, they would want to cull them. MP stands for Member of Parliament. So politics will always get involved in the situations that you're trying to deal with. So examples of preliminary control measures could be practical methods to mitigate that disease spread within your wildlife or authority agency. So the usual biosafety measures, carcass disposal, how to do that safely, how to monitor that through the hierarchy of controls. Remember, it's exactly the same system that Kevin was going through yesterday from elimination and substitution and engineering, administration and personal protective equipment. You might want to be temporary closing areas, and within your center that's sort of like what we say forming epidemiological units, so little areas of isolation for quarantine to try and minimize the spread. And with that, you need to figure out, even if you don't know the pathogen that is causing the disease outbreak, there are only so many ways disease is transmitted. Direct contact, fecal-oral cycle, aerosol transmission, and some others. But you see what I mean, is that the control, you don't need to know you're dealing with a very specific pathogen to be able to undertake some effective control measures. It's also, especially with emerging infectious disease, where we may not know, or we may not have any, it may be something new or new in your area, to establish disease surveillance and monitoring. I mean, it could be that that you've discovered this outbreak from surveillance that's already going on. But this is to make sure that somewhere through your cascade, somewhere through your pipeline, that you are actually already doing this. I know I'm on time. I've got one more slide, maybe 2, okay? So, thanks mates. So this could be whether you're needing increasing passive surveillance, so that's increased reporting from field workers, rehabilitators, hunters, landowners, members of the public, citizen science, don't forget how that works, or whether you know what you're dealing with and you're going to increase your active surveillance for surrounding populations to see if you can monitor spread. So that will require resourcing for that. And so that's why we want to test this system before you actually need it. You may want to do sentinel surveillance, which is monitoring selected species and locations, high-risk sites. If you have an endangered species, I don't know, like the Tapanuli orangutan, which is only found in one small area, you may want to concentrate on that. Systemic environmental testing. So if you're doing e-surveillance, you might be looking at water testing, soil, or taking air sampling, depending on what's going to be appropriate for what you're suspecting. And at some stage, you're going to have to go through, and I won't linger on this either, but because Kevin will go through this as well, it's de-escalation, recovery, and evaluation, and whether you're going to need to rotate that round and what have you. So, seems pretty simple stuff, but the trick is knowing how to actually make it work through being prepared. So, this is nothing different from what Kevin is going to be talking about, except it is a specific framework for dealing with disease outbreaks in particular, rather than general disasters. And the other thing is that what we are hoping is that you'll be able to translate this guideline into local protocols. It took me a long time to find something there that was to do with Australian wildlife, but that is also a political statement about Australian politics. I'll let Joe answer that question if there's anything on to do with that. But, as I said, these guidelines are meant to be of use at a national level, but it's also a pipeline that can help translate into sort of more of a local level. So, to make sure that it is practical and field ready, appropriately scoped in that you are actually doing the work that within the correct jurisdiction. It's concise. I think I managed to describe the flow in about 15 minutes. It's translatable and accessible to the people who need it, not yet, because it's not published for another 2 weeks. And that the information is, and the work that you're doing is clearly governed. Remember at the beginning, I went through those preparedness things. And so this is why for tomorrow and Wednesday, the work that we're going to be doing with Kevin in the room is looking at wider hazards, but obviously an infectious disease hazard can quickly become a disaster because we're having populations that can't cope. And so these need to be functioning at a ground level. And within Wildlife Health Australia, last slide, this is, for example, one of our country's sort of bespoke sort of efforts. We've called it effective wildlife emergency management because we're trying to get to the place where it's an emergency, where you have a hazards, where there are hazards to deal with, but we are not yet in a position where we can't cope, so it's not a disaster. So this is where the prevention and preparedness comes in. So when you go through to the response and the recovery, you are actually better prepared. Too small to read, but again, please find that on our website if you're interested. So that is it for me speaking. No, you don't know. I'm just going to pop off the stage. And could somebody please just put there's a slide in the running, the stack of all the running slides that has got the 4 scenarios in. So it's the slide deck we use for, the housekeeping one and that sort of thing. It's in there. Oh, maybe. I just put it down, didn't I? Sorry. Oh, God. Sorry, guys. Normal service will be resumed temporarily.
Okay, while waiting for Steve, anyone with the translation device, I think you can return it now to the PMAT vendor over there.
And if you return it now, that means you're already up here standing up, so please stay in this area. And so even if you don't have a device, could I please ask everybody to come up here and just like on the first morning, just form a big circle with everybody in the circle. Thank you.
So semuanya ke sebelah kiri Dewan dan membuat bulatan di sebelah kiri Dewan. Ya. Ya.
Okay, the sooner we get into the circle, the sooner we can get to dinner. How's that for an incentive? It's the PowerPoint presentation you guys started with. So it's the one you've all been using for that, like on the housekeep, the master one. Yes. Sorry, Siska asked me to put it in the master PowerPoint, so we just put it up on a slide there. So. That's it? Perfect. Cool. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just wait a couple of minutes for the translation devices to be returned. It's very intimidating being in the middle of a circle of people who are looking you intently to sort of say, okay, do something, tell us what to do. Anyway. So, I would ask you, if you can see the people who are over there, if I could ask you, if when you're in the same group, they may need buddies, but I'll just fill it, just for time, I'll just fill you in what we're going to do. I'm going to go around the room and just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you will need, there are 4 scenarios up on the board there. It doesn't matter which one you do, but what you will need is 2 laptops per team. I think we might be able to figure that out, okay? And so, as I mentioned, the idea with this is that you would just get the guidelines online, but you know. So what we're going to do is we've printed out some copies of them that are unformatted, so don't judge. But the information in there is correct. And there's 2 copies per team, so this means you're going to need to work together. And whichever, don't look, don't, I shouldn't point, sorry, it's over there, run away. Sorry, whichever number you are, it's just 1 line. So number 1 is you have suspected highly pathogenic avian influenza in an orangutan in your center. Number 2 is mass mortality of wild boar in a forest next to your center. Number 3 is suspected plasmodium species, so malaria, in macaques and people at your center. So the macaques could be housed or they could be wild. And number 4, mass mortality in domestic cattle next to your center. And the idea is, okay, that's a 1-line scenario. Here are the guidelines. So you're going to need some time to read them, first of all. And so the output from this afternoon, depending on how you go, you'll have about 45 minutes to go through this, and I'm going to pick one of the teams at random to report back. And remember, what you're doing is testing the system, okay? Are these guys, if you were sitting in the room and found out, oh my God, I think that cow over there's got anthrax. Are these, it's happened to you? Okay, okay, it's cool. It happened with me with the scimitar horned oryx, and it turned out to be correct, and I didn't have these guidelines to help me. But they may not be useful, okay? So the idea is to make sure that you find these useful. So what I want you to write down on the computer is not event detection, this is what we do, and then analyze the data, this is what we want to do, what I want you to do is to share the guidelines with each other in the hard copy, and how they may be useful in sorting out each of these 4 scenarios. And where they are useful, please say that, and whether you think, not going to be useful, please say that. Because from the case studies we heard yesterday and today, you already have some very nice pipeline frameworks there. Do you have that in TV land as well? I don't know. So, we're all here. Okay, all right. So, I am going to start. I don't want to split up Nigel and Sarah. Oh, okay, all right. Nigel, which one do you want to go for? All right, okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. 4. No. I didn't tell you this was voluntary, but anyway.
2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
We're on time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow! He's right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, we fit. Okay, we divide into 4. The power of 4. Okay. I don't know if there isn't a power. Anyway, so I realize also that with those teams, you might be sitting in a different space, but I'm not going to restrict you to being in this room. If you can find the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, get at least 2 computers, and go and find a place you want to be. I'll have me and the students will then come and find you and give you the hard copies. I'm very unfit.
May I help you to translate?
Does anybody yes, but does people need
Perlu bantuan untuk ditranslate?
I thought we didn't have that anymore.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, please say yes.
No.
Who's speaking? Oh, it's you, Wendy.
Me.
Sorry.
Me.
I just heard a voice.
No.
Yes, please.
No, Steve.
Please.
No. Jadi dibagi menjadi 4 kelompok. Nanti akan ada tugas yang dibagikan, kemudian mahasiswa yang tadi akan membagikan hard copy, they will deliver the hard copy, right? And then there are 4, ada 4 tema nanti yang akan diambil dari masing-masing kelompok, and after that they need to present it.
Yes, so because this is just a taster session and an introduction, we will only have time for 1 to present. However, we will look to see if there's time on the final day when we're actually all just little puddles on the ground. Don't translate that bit. And hopefully there will be time for everybody to sort of feedback. But because you're writing on the laptop, anything you do write, please put into the WhatsApp chat.
Oke, jadi gunakan device yang dipunya. Kalau ada laptop, pakai laptop. Kalau pakai tablet, pakai tablet. Nanti untuk kesempatan hari ini, kemungkinan hanya ada 1 grup yang akan presentasi, dan nanti minta tolong sisanya tetap dikirimkan ke WhatsApp. Kalau kita punya waktu di hari terakhir, kita akan presentasikan sisanya. Is that correct? I don't know you understand me or not.
No, I got most of that. It's okay. I can't speak. I can understand quite. Okay. So yes, thank you very much.
Very welcome.
And I will bring the hard copies to you once you're in your groups. So, in the room, outside the room, please don't go up to the 8th floor, even though it would be nice. But we can do that later in the week, so I'll come and find you. And if you've got any questions or require clarity, I will do it at each group when I come around. Okay, thank you very much.
Three.
here, 3 it's here. Sudah? Sudah semua? So, jadi nanti kita akan dibagikan skenario. Silakan pilih salah satu dari kalian yang bantu untuk meliding ini timnya, jangan saya. Ayo siapa? Ayo Mas Ketut ya. Ya, oke. Jadi nanti kita siapkan 2 laptop untuk membuat laporannya. Jadi tadi kan, oh sorry, iya Melissa, and Frankie. So Ketut will be leading our group discussion. So we will preparing 2 laptop. So kita akan, I'll be preparing 2 laptop. Kita akan siapkan 2 laptop. Nanti kita kerjakan di laptop. What we do is
zooming in. She's online. Ladies and gentlemen, could I please ask you to ease your frustration of what felt like an impossible task and return to your table for the last 10 minutes of the session, where we will do a bit of a sit rep. Thank you very much. You can keep them. Here, keep them. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, oh, you don't have to go back to, you can, just as long as you're in the room, doesn't matter. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's do a little bit of a situational report. Firstly, thank you very much for engaging in what seemed like an impossible task. When I knew that these guidelines weren't going to be published in time for the workshop, I was just thinking of cancelling the whole session. But I felt it important to at least make you firstly aware that these things are coming, and secondly, I really enjoy making people feel frustrated. I don't really, that's not my intent, but let's take it back a step and sort of think. When you are in a situation like this, and Kevin will be going through this tomorrow and Wednesday, not with diseases, but with earthquakes, wildfires and the like. The key thing is making sure you communicate and coordinate, because, and probably everyone understands the communication, but I think the coordination part is the one that is less likely or understood how important it is. So I asked you to split yourselves up into 4 groups. Not with the people who you work with, not with the people you may know or may not know. I then gave you 3 copies of a document spread between 15, 16 people. I then asked one person to coordinate everything that was being said through on a laptop. And I gave you 25 to 30 minutes in which to work through that process. That is a very scrunched up version of why it's so important to be prepared, okay? So I apologize for putting you through that, but at least now you know that these guidelines are coming and all countries represented in this room today are members of the World Organization for Animal Health. It's up to each individual country to decide how they will implement these guidelines, but they were produced because countries were asking for some guidance on a clear sort of schedule of what needed to be done in a wildlife disease outbreak situation and how to investigate them. As soon as they are published online, and they will be made publicly available, I will share the link through the OVAG WhatsApp. For those of you who were given the hard copy, you can keep them or give them to somebody else. Please don't throw them in the bin, even though you might think it's a useless document, but give it to somebody who may want to look at it and read it as a hard copy. And owing to the time tonight, if I could please ask whoever in your team was on the computer writing stuff up, over the next day or so, please either send it to me directly, or if you're happy with this, just post it onto the WhatsApp group, and I will review them. And if we have time on the last day, we'll have just a little bit of a feedback session for maybe 15 or 20 minutes. We're not going to have time on the last day, I realize this, but one can always be hopeful. And so with that, I thank you for bearing with me. And I reiterate again that the main purpose for doing this session was to make you aware that some guidance was coming. And the last output to say is many of you are asking really good questions. Sometimes that's all you need to do is who would I contact in this situation? How would I do this? The other thing I noticed, which was also very interesting, is some groups were communicating with the whole group. Other groups had already split off into factions, and there was not a consistency of communication between the three. That is perfectly okay. We are human. But to be effective in this situation, you need that clear communication so everybody is understanding of what the situation is. Who's ready to go and have a little lie down, shower, go to the gym, get ready for our wonderful dinner at 7 p.m. this evening? And remember, we all need to be outside prompt at 7:15 in the morning for everybody to hop on the bus, unless you are living locally, in which you can go directly, or you have your own vehicle. But I'm stealing somebody else's thunder, so I'll hand back to Nabila, and she will wrap up the situation while I have a little lie down. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Steve. So give a big applause to Steve and Win. Thank you, Steve. Okay, so that's the end of our day 2 session for today. Yay! Yay! Yes? Okay, but before that, you need to fill in day 2 daily feedback form first. No reporting. So we'll show you the QR first, yeah? Okay, so yeah, while waiting for the QR to appear, I have several housekeeping reminders for tomorrow's session. First, again, reminder, lanyards need to be returned at the end of the workshop. This is an act of saving the environment so that we don't always print it every year. And then dinner will be at 7 p.m. If you have any complaint about hotel services, please reach out to Siska or any of the committee here. Oh, Siska. And we apologize for any inconvenience about the meal service and room arrangement so far. Yeah, so that's the daily feedback survey. You can fill it first. I will continue with the housekeeping in a few minutes. Yeah. 15 minutes? No need, I think. Paki, fill it. cannot access? Anyone cannot access? Let me copy you. Let me, can I? Oh, bisa. Bisa. Watch the thing. Yeah. Yes. And then you press. Okay. And then there's skip. Yes.
So, sambil mengisi QR, saya ingatkan kembali, apakah ada peserta yang ingin join dengan patologi? Sejauh ini ada 24 orang. Saya coba bacakan ya, mana tahu ada yang masih berminat untuk bergabung, dipersilahkan. Karena kami perlu untuk arrangement grup. Saya bacakan dulu, untuk besok yang bergabung dengan patologi adalah Popowati, Duta, Utami, Erens, Dimas, Agus Fahroni, Jasmi, Intan, Nindya, Jasmine, Patrick, Rifki, baca dengan bahasa Indonesia yang benar kan Dek, Imron, Wardatun, Jennifer, Ketut, Rizky, Rachel, Rifdah, Rengga, Mbak Silvi, Nigel, Melisa, Agnes, Riris, Ridwan, Hanita, Junita, Daria, Nabila. Ada yang sekiranya napanya belum saya panggil, Dr. Zul ingin bergabung? Oke, kan ditambahkan ada lagi Ayu Komang, Aisyah, kenapa kamu pindah? Oke, berarti ada 3 lagi. Sebentar saya coba, nanti boleh ke saya ya setelah sesi ini. Silakan, kami masih membuka, kalau memang bersedia masih bisa ada 5 kursi lagi tersedia. Oke, nanti segera aja ngubungin saya. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Yeni. So everyone, have you filled in the feedback form? Can you just need to find a small word skip and click on that skip. Anyone have problem? No. Okay, so for now, I would like to introduce to you. Okay, so I will introduce to you one of our participants, Shefali. Shefali has been helping us with the mental health session, and she's online now. Hi, Shefali, can you unmute? And
Hello,
you can introduce yourself.
Hi, thank you, Nabila. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
But we cannot see you yet. Yes. Hi.
Hi, I was like, it's very early in the morning over here. Hello, everybody. It's good to see you all. I'm sad that I can't be there. I recognize so many of you, and this is the first year I haven't been there in person. So just wanted to say hello to everybody. It's wonderful to kind of see you, at least from here. And as Nabila said, I had the chance to support the OVAG committee and the community in the past around mental health and well-being. So I just wanted to remind folks, I think you'll be talking about it more later this week, that OVAG has amazing resources available to its community for well-being and mental health. And we're going to share some of them in your WhatsApp link, so you have it after the session and things we can follow up with after. But if you ever have any questions, I think something I've offered in the past, want to share it again, just reach out anytime. I'm on WhatsApp, I'm on your group. I'll send you a link, but we're there, and I really appreciate all the folks who have reached out to us over the years. It's been really fun to get to know you and work with you, and supporting just general questions you might have about well-being, mental health resources, if you just want to talk to someone. Again, there's a ton of resources that OVAG offers, and I think Nabila, I'm right in saying you guys will be covering some of those later this week, including some of the support that OVAG offers. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you very much, Shefali, and yeah.
Can I say one more thing?
See you around. Yeah. Thank you,
So
Shefali.
one more thing you guys are also going to cover later this week is, so I had the chance to work with the OVAG committee for the last 3 years, and especially this year on a strategy update that the committee just did. And I just want to say, it is an awesome opportunity to work with the committee, and I also got a sneak peek into how much you all do in preparing for the workshop. So if you ever have a chance to work with the committee, to join the committee, to learn more about it, I strongly encourage you all to do it. It was really amazing to work with all of you. It's so cool to see how you all come together and support one another. So in addition to thanking the committee for all the hard work you all do to make this happen, I also think it's going to be cool for if anyone's interested in learning more. It's an amazing opportunity to connect and work together. So that is all. Thank you all. It's good seeing you.
Bye. So if anyone wants to reach out to Shefali, you can actually reach out to her. She is in the OVAG participant WhatsApp group as well. So let me continue with my housekeeping. For tomorrow's departure, we will have our session at University Gadjah Mada. So please gather at the hotel lobby by 7:15 a.m. So get your breakfast early. And please be on time because the bus will depart sharp at 7:30 a.m. Okay? Bus akan bergerak 6:30. Betul ya? 7:30. Ya, jadi please be on time. So for those that are not staying in the hotel, you can go to UGM directly, okay? And for tomorrow's visit to the university, please wear a collared t-shirt if possible. If not, please wear long pants and also closed-toe shoes, okay? There will be 2 sessions tomorrow, as you all know. One is pathology, and the PIC is Yeni and also Agnes. And another session is disaster preparedness. PIC is Chitra and Paki. So the venue for both is at building V4, level 3. For disaster group, it will be at room 1. For pathology group, it will be at room 2. We will remind them again in WhatsApp group, okay? For pathology session, if you are joining the session, please bring your scrub suit if you have it, or gum boots, the boots. If not, we also prepare a shoe cover for you. And then there will be 2 case studies during the pathology session, so please do not forget to bring your evaluation form. For disaster station, you can bring the disaster workbook, but they will also provide you with soft copy. And don't forget to bring your laptop, okay? Anything else from the committee? Anything else? Yes? Oh, you can bring your own water bottle. There is a water station after necropsy. Okay, bring your own water bottle. And don't forget to take photos with Gavo here. And tag us on Instagram, okay?
Instagram.
Yes.
Tambahan ya buat teman-teman besok yang di patologi yang pakai baju scrub, kami menyediakan jasa laundry scrub karena kami tidak ingin mengkontaminasi kalian pulang dengan scrub kotor. So for the pathology practical, whose participant join with us and using a scrub, we provide the laundry service for scrub. So because we don't want to contaminate the scrub to the other your stuff. So after the practical, the scrub it will collect it and we will send to the laundry and we'll giving back to you on day 5. Okay? Okay. And just make sure you giving sign in your scrub. Okay.
Okay. Any
Scrub
question?
only.